Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Green Lantern Powers? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Listen to me, you worthless Deku. Don't you dare try to get into you. Bakugo snarled. I'm the only person from this crap school who's going to make a name for himself. If Izuku Midoriya had had to guess the day that his life would change forever, he most definitely would not have picked this day. But Kaken, what difference does it make if? Wrong answer, shitty nerd. Bakugo growled, his hands gripping Izuku's shoulders like metal clamps just before his quirk sounded with a muffled pop. The green-haired boy hissed as he felt the familiar sting. Learn your goddamn in place, idiot. Bakugo sneered as he grabbed the other boy's treasured notebook. Kaken, no, please don't. The explosive blonde ignored him, pressing his palms to either side of the book and firing his quirk again. Somehow the notebook wasn't reduced to confetti, though it was badly scorched. And stop trying to pretend like you have a single DMN chance in hell of becoming a hero, he sneered, carelessly tossing the book out the classroom window. Izuku let out a strangled sound of dismay as he watched it fall into the school's small koi pond. Bakugo stomped toward the exit but stopped as he stood in the doorway. If you really want to be a hero, then you should throw yourself off the roof and hope you get a quirk in your next life. Shocked, and actually feeling a rare spark of anger at his childhood friend, Izuku turned to Bakugo with a look of mingled surprise and fury. The blonde just smirked, the look in his eyes daring the other boy to attack him. He knew what he'd just done, and he'd be delighted if Izuku gave him the excuse to really pummel him. Izuku felt his anger deflate like a balloon and looked away. Victorious as usual, Bakugo laughed, two of his lackeys falling in step and guffawing along with him as he finally exited the classroom. The green-haired boy waited until he could no longer hear their footsteps, then allowed himself a deep sigh and started heading for the stairs, intent on getting his burned, sodden notebook back. Yes, if Izuku had had to guess what day he really began on the path to becoming an interstellar hero, he wouldn't have chosen today. Some things just work out like that. Meanwhile, nestled deep in the massive trash heap of Dagobah Beach, lay the twisted remains of what might have passed for the wreckage of a moderately sized motor vehicle, such as a pickup truck or a small bus. Indeed, among all the other discarded refuse, it was practically anonymous. The smoke still drifting almost lazily forth didn't even do much to distinguish it, really. People threw away all sorts of things they shouldn't hear, and it wasn't entirely uncommon for them to set fire to things they really wanted to remain forgotten and gone. Yet it was no mere truck. It was a spaceship. A crashed spaceship. And the being that was responsible for its inglorious landing, a 2.5-meter tall giant clad from head to toe in golden armor, was stomping away from it, its feet crushing various pieces of scrap metal flat as it went. Target destroyed, it remarked to itself. No other targets on planet found. New objective, find a means of leaving the planet, resume attainment of vengeance. Only once it was well away did its supposedly dead target stir. A being with brick-red skin, he wouldn't have seemed very out of place in the superhuman society of this world, yet he was very much not of this world. He was also dying, his body broken and twisted beyond all repair by the gold-clad titan. With the life quickly ebbing out of him, he removed the jade-colored ring he wore on his middle finger with a shaking hand. Go, he commanded it. My time has ended. Find someone worthy to wear you. The ring hovered in midair for a moment, as though reluctant to leave its master of many years. Then it glowed with emerald light and took off through the air, leaving a brief trail of green luminescence behind it, like the trail of a tiny comet. His final task done, Abensur exhaled one final time and died on the sand. Maybe Kaken is right. Izuku sighed as he walked a winding path through Mizudafu, none too eager to actually reach his home that afternoon. Maybe I'm just deluding myself, holding on to this dream of becoming a pro hero. He was so lost in his own glum thoughts that he didn't heed the loud, thudding footsteps from below until it was much too late. What is that? He wondered aloud as he finally became aware of the bone-jarring impacts shaking the ground, just an instant before part of the footpath he was on erupted. Izuku let out a yelp as pieces of asphalt flew everywhere, somehow managing to avoid getting brained by one of the bigger chunks, the sheer force of the explosion knocking him off his feet. The dust cleared after a moment, and the quirkless boy found himself staring at what had caused the path to burst, eyes widening at the sight of the golden behemoth. A nerd and a fanboy to his very core, Izuku's mind rapidly began to run through all the active villains he knew about, even as he sat on the ground, frozen in fear. Unfortunately, he couldn't turn up any information about whoever this was. It seemed like they should have been a very well-known villain too. "Who are you?" he blurted out, then slapped his hands over his mouth, cursing his idiot self for doing something to attract the villain's attention. "We are Legion," it growled, stomping toward Izuku and picking the boy up in one massive, gauntlet hand. "And we demand to know the location of the nearest interstellar vessel." He blinked. Are you asking to know where JAXA is?" he stammered, a tiny part of his brain wondering why he couldn't either just shut up or simply send the villain in some random direction away from him. Another part, a bigger part, if he was being honest, was wondering why a villain would want such a thing. It wasn't like there was another planet he could escape to, was there? "We also require knowledge on how to evade the one known as All Might," Legion added. "What?" "We require—" "Have no fear, citizen," bellowed a voice from behind them, one that was extremely familiar to Izuku, despite him never having met its owner before. "But, because I am here." "No!" Legion yelled, turning with Izuku still in his grip. "We cannot allow you to." But All Might didn't care to listen to the protests of the golden villain. "Texas Smash," he roared, massive fist flying. Izuku was thrown clear by the sheer force of the number one hero's attack and went tumbling into a patch of soft grass nearby. Legion, on the other hand, went staggering, a massive dent in his armor, but somehow the gleaming titan remained on his feet. "Oh, so you want some more, huh?" All Might taunted. "We cannot allow you to stop our quest for revenge against the Green." All Might once again cut off the villain by firing another massive blow, and this time Legion wasn't able to withstand the attack. He slammed into the side of the nearby overpass, armor breaking upon contact, then collapsed limply to the ground, a grayish ooze seeping out from the now mangled joints of his armor. What? Izuku stammered dumbly. "Are you all right, citizen?" All Might's booming voice brought him back to reality. "Terribly sorry you had to get tangled up in that. I'm not too familiar with this area, and this villain was able to evade me for longer than he should have been able to." The number one hero didn't cover his ears to muffle Izuku's fanboy squeal of excitement, but it was a close thing. Instead, he grinned, gathered up the ooze inside the suit of armor. He really would have to ask Tsukachi to investigate that. No villain should ever have been able to gain access to such a powerful piece of support gear, gave the young man an autograph, and then went on his way, all too conscious of how close he was to using up the last of his time. Which made it all the more annoying when the young man grabbed onto his leg just before he leaped into the sky. Really. Fingers. Goat had always privately thought it was funny when Bakugo would alternate between completely flouting the rules and scrupulously following them. One minute the guy was aggressively putting the quirkless wonder in his place, the next he was having a conniption because one of his friends was having a smoke. As if UA would take a pass on a guy with such an obvious top-shelf quirk because he'd associated with someone who committed the heinous crime of underage tobacco use. It was crazy. Of course, he'd never say as much. He didn't need the guy who sat at the top of heap in his little universe set off at him. Thank you very much. Still, there were times when he had to hold back a snicker at the guy's antics and contradictions. "So, I was thinking we could head down to the arcade," said Mako, trying to act like he wasn't taken aback at Bakugo violently destroying his cigarette a minute ago. "Can't," the explosive blonde grunted. "I gotta go train." You're always doing that lately," Mako whined. "You've got a spot at UA in the bag, and that's not gonna change if you take one day off." "Listen, Dumps, maybe I just don't want to go to a shitty arcade." Bakugo snarled. "It doesn't have to be an arcade, man," Fingers put in. "What do you want to do?" Bakugo opened his mouth to reply, but he never got out so much as a word before the grayish ooze struck. Izuku didn't even bother paying attention to where he was going as he walked, taking only enough care to ensure he didn't get run over by a car or something as he wandered aimlessly through Mizudafu. He felt like All Might had grabbed his insides in his massive hand and squeezed with all his incredible strength when the #1 hero had told him he couldn't be a pro hero himself. And the fact All Might had clearly done it without a trace of malice, motivated only by the desire to prevent him from getting hurt in the future, or even getting himself killed one day, just made it all the more painful. Anger would have softened the blow, but he couldn't be angry at All Might for trying to protect him from himself. Izuku was so wrapped up in his dour thoughts that he didn't realize he was unconsciously gravitating towards the sound of a villain fight until he was already on the outskirts of the gathering crowd. He shook his head, disgusted with how he'd fallen into his old habit without even thinking. Of course, he realized now he hadn't been thinking the entire time he dreamed of being a hero. Had he really believed that watching heroes long enough would allow him to become one despite his lack of a quirk? That if he was enough of a fanboy, he'd magically become what he admired? Absurd. The green-haired boy knew he should just go home and try to figure out what to do with the rest of his life, but something kept him there. Not the familiar excitement at the prospect of seeing pro heroes in action, but a sinking feeling that seemed to be growing more acute by the moment. He realized that there were several pro heroes present, and that the people looked more concerned than fired up. He could also smell smoke from nearby. Whatever was happening, it was much more than some pro beating down a petty thug. "Excuse me," he said to someone in the crowd. "What's going on?" "Some kind of slime monster is attacking a bunch of kids, and none of the pros here have the right quirk to take it down," the guy replied, not taking his eyes away from the scene for a second. I'm not even sure that thing is actually human." Izuku's eyes widened in horror at the mention of a slime monster, remembering the ooze that had seeped out from the gold armor of the figure that had attacked him. The sinking feeling from before transforming into a yawning pit in his stomach, he managed to squeeze and shove his way to the front of the crowd. He gasped as he finally got a look at the fight, and his worst fears were confirmed. The same gray ooze that had been inside Legion's armor had half flooded the nearby alleyway, which multiple pro heroes were swarming around but so far refusing to actually charge into. He could just make out 3 human forms caught amid all the muck, all of them nearly buried. Are they just kids like me? Are they kids from my school? He wondered with rapidly mounting horror as he caught a glimpse of what he thought was a familiar uniform. Then a single hand burst free of the ooze. It only took a moment for the gray slime to cover it once again, but in that moment, Izuku was able to see the unnaturally long fingers. He felt his breath stop dead for a moment, recognizing Aki Goto's quirk immediately. And if one of Kaken's lackeys was there, then that meant. He heard several loud pops and somehow managed to smell the familiar, sickly sweet smell of nitroglycerin a moment later, head snapping in the direction of the sound. Izuku's eyes widened as his gaze locked with Bakugo's, the blonde's crimson eyes filled with more fear and desperation than he'd even seen in them before. Izuku Midoriya was charging past the barricades that the heroes had hastily thrown up before he even realized what he was doing, body moving of its own. Accord, ears deaf to the bystanders crying out for him to stop. He swung his school bag into the ooze with all his might, but it didn't even seem to faze the slime creature, and Izuku belatedly realized that there were no obvious targets, no eyes or face or anything really, aside from the amorphous goop. Amorphous goop that was rapidly climbing up his form, he realized with alarm. Somehow, Bakugo managed to get his entire face free just then. "What the F are you doing, you idiot?" he snarled after taking a desperate gulp of air. "You looked like you needed saving," Izuku practically sobbed, his terror and frustration leaving him near tears. Bakugo looked like he was about to scream at the other boy some more, but the ooze reclaimed its hold on his face before he could. Seconds later, Izuku found another wave of the awful muck rushing up to bury him as well, and his world became darkness. All in all, the scene was pandemonium, with heroes yelling at the crowds to stay back, people screaming, fires burning, and Bakugo continuing to fire off his quirk out of panic and desperation. So, it really wasn't much of a surprise that nobody noticed the little green light that whizzed onto the scene, plunging itself directly into the pile of ooze. Izuku felt something warm and solid settle itself on the middle finger of his right hand, an otherworldly voice speaking directly into his mind. Izuku Midoriya of Earth, you have the ability to overcome great fear, it said. Welcome to the Green Lantern Corps. For a moment, the pressure on his body seemed to ease, almost like some sort of force field was holding the slime at bay. Then the great mass of sludge seized, reacting as if it was angry, and the force it was applying to him was increased tenfold. Izuku let out a grunt of pain, feeling like he'd be crushed well before he could drown. Unbeknownst to him, the slime almost totally released its other prisoners. Mako and Fingers immediately scrambled free and rushed away from the fight. Bakugo didn't, gazing up at mound of slime that held Izuku prisoner, before his two lackeys grabbed him and led him away, the explosive blonde allowing himself to be pulled along. I have to do something or I'm gonna die. Izuku thought desperately, mind racing as he tried to find a solution. His right hand curled into a fist, the feel of warm metal reminding him of the mysterious object on his finger. What was it? Could he use it? Maybe if I... Detroit smash. A massive wave of force swept over him. Izuku was sent flying and went sprawling onto the concrete ground as the ooze was blasted off of him, splattering onto the nearby walls. He expected it to immediately regroup and attack him again, but before it could, the skies rumbled, and rain began to fall, rapidly diluting it. Apparently, there was a reason the stuff had been inside that armor beyond just aesthetics. Whoa, he breathed as he looked up at the now gray sky. A devoted All Might fanboy, he had long known about the #1 hero's ability to change the weather with a single punch, but he'd never expected to see it up close like this. He turned to All Might, making eye contact with the grinning hero for just an instant before the other heroes drew near, looking upset. Oh boy, he muttered, only briefly glancing down at his hand to observe the ring of green metal that now sat on his finger. Izuku supposed he should be resentful and annoyed, really. After all, the pro-heroes, who hadn't done anything to save Kakin and his two lackeys, had seen fit to give him a long, angry lecture about how reckless and foolish he'd been to try and help them. Meanwhile, they had praised Kakin, the guy who'd set the area on fire in his panic and made it more difficult to rescue him, for his powerful quirk. Still, he didn't feel angry. Maybe it was because of the wild roller coaster of a day he'd had, maybe he was simply too used to getting the short end of the stick. Whatever the reason, he just felt tired. Not too tired to wonder about the ring he'd mysteriously gained during the villain attack, though, or the voice he'd heard then. Which was why, as he walked through quiet side streets on his way home, he found himself looking down at it, twisting it slowly around his finger. What are you? He muttered. He nearly jumped a foot in the air when it answered, taking on an emerald glow. I am a power ring, sent by the guardians of the universe. What? He stammered, eyes huge. Are you speaking aloud or directly in my head? He didn't know why he asked that. It was something he found himself wondering, but he had so many other, more important questions. The ring ignored him, its glow intensifying and spreading until Izuku's whole body had a green halo around it. Emerald flames swept over him a moment later, getting a yelp of surprise and fright from him. They caused no pain and didn't even seem that hot, but everywhere they touched, his clothing was transformed. His school uniform seemed to vanish, replaced by a tight, one-piece outfit of black, green, and white. Looking down, he saw a large white circle on the center of his chest. We will now travel to OA. There you will be trained as a member of the Green Lantern Corps, the ring announced serenely, as Izuku felt his feet rising off the ground. Wait, what? He exclaimed. I can't go to this OA place. I have to get home or Mom will worry. The ring ignored him, and Izuku was suddenly careening upwards into the sky. In seconds, he broke through the still lingering clouds. The blue sky above the cloud layer quickly gave way to the star-speckled blackness of outer space, yet he found he could breathe normally and wasn't even the slightest bit chilly. I am programmed to follow your mental commands, the ring went on, either not knowing or not caring about how much distress it was currently causing its new wearer, provided that they do not conflict with the code of the Guardians. Izuku, who'd finally finished screaming at this point, looked down at it peevishly. Would taking me home be a conflict? Because I do not want to go to outer space right now. Affirmative, the ring answered. Izuku sighed. Of course. Welcome to the core. Meanwhile, back down on Earth, All Might burst onto the scene, landing on the sidewalk that Izuku had been walking down moments earlier. Never fear. Because I am here, he proclaimed. Then he realized he was the only person in sight and deflated, both literally and figuratively. But you are not, he added, even as he waved away the cloud of steam that had emerged, when he'd returned to his normal form. And I was so sure the young man had come this way too. Deku, where the hell are you? All Might looked up to see the very same blonde boy who'd been caught up by the ooze monster appear from around a corner, face set into a dark scowl. The pro-hero arched an eyebrow at the sight. Flux could kill. He mentally shrugged. The boy had nearly died today, and he knew from years of hero work that people reacted in all kinds of ways after they were narrowly saved from certain doom. He would hardly be the first to get angry after a brush with death. "In it, you shitty nerd, I know you're around here somewhere," the boy yelled, ignoring the emaciated older man. "Quit hiding and come out." "Excuse me, young man, but weren't you just wrapped up in a villain incident?" All Might asked. The boy Bakugo, if he remembered correctly, whirled around to glare at him. "How the hell do you know that?" he demanded. "I was one of the bystanders who saw the whole thing," All Might answered calmly, internally wincing at how close to being the truth that less than fully honest statement was. "Don't you think you should see a doctor after that? Or at least go home and rest?" "I'm fine," Bakugo snapped. "Paramedics already checked me out and gave me a clean bill of health. Not that it's any of your business." "Ah, that's good to hear," All Might replied, unfazed by the boy's hostile demeanor. "That being the case, would you happen to know the whereabouts of that young man with the green hair who rushed in during the attack?" Bakugo's eyes narrowed dangerously. "Why the hell do you want to know that, Skeletor?" All Might actually snorted a laugh at that, but he quickly clamped down on his amusement, mainly because he was afraid he'd start spraying blood from his mouth if he didn't. "I wanted a word with him," he said, knowing the cryptic answer didn't exactly make him seem less suspicious. "He assisted me with something today, and I just wanted to convey my thanks." If possible, Bakugo's scowl darkened further. "Your guess is as good as mine," he growled. "I can't find the idiot anyway. A-hole must be hiding or something." "Hard to blame him too much if you're looking for him with such rancor," All Might remarked. "Like it's any of your business," Bakugo scoffed, then turned and stalked off. "Excuse me, would you happen to have his name, then?" All Might asked. "You clearly know him." Old man," Bakugo snapped before disappearing around a corner again. All Might allowed himself a sigh. Izuku had started screaming again when the ring had taken them to hyperspeed, overwhelmed with the blazing colors and lights, but even he could only stay terrified when nothing changed for so long, and eventually fear had given way to boredom. He was actually a bit proud of himself for maintaining his calm when the ring took him out of hyperspace and he found himself floating above an alien world, a desert planet by the looks of it. "Is this OA?" he wondered aloud. "Affirmative," the ring answered. "This is the center of the universe." "I thought there was a black hole at the center," Izuku stammered. "There is a black hole at the center of the Milky Way galaxy, not the universe." Izuku blinked. Are we not in the Milky Way galaxy anymore?" He supposed it made sense, assuming the ring was actually telling the truth about them being at the center of the universe, but to think that he'd left the galaxy? "Affirmative," the ring replied as it started taking Izuku closer to the planet. As he drew nearer, Izuku saw that the planet wasn't as lifeless as it had looked at first glance. The ring took him toward a sprawling city, and from above he could see that the buildings, while clearly recognizable, were different than what he was used to, far less angular and more curvy. Sitting at the center of it was a massive edifice of green metal the same shade as his new ring, one that looked like a very old train lantern. Emerald light blazed from its core. He saw little points of green light flying around the city. At first they looked like little more than luminous gnats, but as he got closer, he soon realized that they were people, many of them stranger than any human with a mutation quirk. "Aliens," he breathed, wondering if they all had a ring like his, and if they'd all been hijacked here the same way he had been. "You are the alien here," the ring spoke up, and though its voice was as flat as ever, Izuku felt a brief spike of embarrassment. It would be wise to remember as much air, right? He agreed. This felt like another situation where he should probably be angry but just couldn't muster the emotion, though this time it was more about being overwhelmed. After what felt like a very long time descending but was probably only a couple of minutes at most, Izuku found himself flying through the massive front doors of an even more massive citadel that was situated next to the giant lantern. A tall, thin alien with 4 arms and a long, oblong head was standing in the entrance hall and briefly looked up from his clipboard to appraise him. He wore an outfit that was fairly similar to the one Izuku had on, except the white circle in the middle had simple symbol inside of it, a green ring with a horizontal line on the top and another on the bottom. Translation protocol active, the ring announced. Greetings, new Lantern recruit. I am Lantern Salik, chief administrator here on OA. He spoke to Izuku, his tone polite but vaguely distracted. Name, home planet, and sector of origin? The ring answered before he could. Izuku Midoriya of Earth, sector 2814. That last bit got Salik to fully look up from his clipboard. Abin Sir is dead? Affirmative. Salik lowered his head, and Izuku was struck by how human the gesture was. His remains left on planet Earth. He did not instruct this ring to do anything with them before he became deceased, the ring answered. I'll have a team sent out to retrieve his body and bring it to the crypt, then, Salik said, seemingly to himself. Which was good, since the ring didn't bother to reply, and Izuku certainly didn't know what to say in response to that. Then Salik raised his head, and suddenly he was all business again. Recruit age and age of majority on his home world? He asked. Lantern recruit Midoriya is currently 14 Earth years of age. Age of majority on planet Earth. 1 Earth year is equivalent to 0.87 years. Definitely going to start off as a junior lantern then, Salik said, turning back to his clipboard. Follow me, recruit Midoriya. I'll introduce you to your trainer. You'll begin learning how to use your ring immediately. Wait, hang on, he said, causing Salik to look up again. Izuku wasn't able to tell for sure, but he got the sense that the 4-armed being was mildly annoyed. What is this place? What's going on here? Why did this ring bring me here? What even is it for that matter? Salik appraised him silently for a moment before speaking again. You really don't know? He asked. Your world has never heard of the Green Lantern Corps before? Izuku shook his head. For a moment he thought he'd actually get an answer, but Salik just said, I'll need to inform your trainer that you're in need of learning the basics, too then. Oh okay, he said faintly. Follow me, Salik said crisply, walking off without looking back to make sure Izuku was following. Not that Izuku even considered not following Salik. He did not want to be left all alone when he was an unfathomable distance away from his home and everything he'd ever known. The 4-armed alien led him out into a huge courtyard, and Izuku almost did a double take at the sheer variety of beings there. Aliens of all shapes and sizes were milling about, flying around, or sparring with one another, all of them haloed by a green corona of light. Compared to them, humans, even those with the most exotic quirks, looked all the same. An attractive blonde woman who could have passed for a human with no quirk mutation at all if not for her elfin ears flew over. Izuku quickly noticed that she had the same symbol that Salik wore on her collar. You called Salik? He nodded, his unusually shaped head making the familiar gesture look very unusual to Izuku's eyes. Lantern Rob, this is Lantern Recruit Midoriya. He introduced them. The new lantern of Sector 2814. The blonde's eyes widened. Wait, does that mean Abin? Yes, Salik said softly. I see, she replied, gaze dropping to the ground. Recruit Midoriya, Lantern Arisa Rob trains young ones such as yourself to become junior Green Lanterns, Salik said, putting the solemn moment behind him. If you are still a member of the Corps when you reach the age of adulthood on your planet, your skills will be evaluated and, if found wanting, you will need to undergo training again, this time with Lantern Kilowog. I suggest you try to avoid that. Izuku swallowed. Lantern Rob, you should be aware that Recruit Midoriya is from a distant, primitive world that has never heard of the Corps, Salik said. You'll likely need to explain a great deal to him before you can begin training him in earnest. Izuku felt vaguely like he should have been insulted at the description of his home world as primitive, but he was way too overwhelmed to actually take offense. Arisa chuckled. Better that than someone who thinks getting a power ring means they've been chosen to become a god or something, she said. You can leave him with me, Salik. Very good, Salik said, giving Arisa a brief nod before turning and walking off without another word. Don't let Salik get to you, kid, Arisa said once he'd disappeared from view. He can be very stiff and formal, but he's a good lantern. Oh no, he's fine, Izuku said quickly. He meant it to alien and abrupt he might have been, but Salik was still warmer than a lot of the school teachers he'd had. Arisa hummed skeptically before turning to one of the other beings present. Cadet Cholog, I need to explain some things to our newest recruit. You're in charge until I get back. You got it, boss? She turned back to Izuku. Come fly with me, Midoriya, she said as her feet lifted off the ground. I don't know how, he admitted sheepishly. Arisa smiled kindly at him. It's easy, she said. You just need to will yourself into the air. Imagine it, channel your will into the ring, and it'll happen. Izuku wasn't quite sure how to do that, but he tried anyway, imaging himself taking off, then imagining the ring like it was a kind of power wire, one he could siphon his mental energies into and get results. Whoa, I'm doing it, he exclaimed, as he slowly began to rise into the air, somewhat unsteadily. See, I told you it was easy, Arisa said. Pretty soon it'll be second nature to you. Now, follow me. She took off into the sky, and he followed after her, slow and uncertain at first, but with quickly increasing confidence. Flying really was easy, and after only a minute or two felt surprisingly natural. I could be a pro hero with the ability to fly, he thought suddenly as a rush of elation at the complete freedom he was experiencing filled him. Plenty of people have gone pro with less. He didn't realize he was laughing delightedly until a few seconds after he'd started. He clapped a hand in front of his mouth, embarrassed. It's okay, Midoriya, Arisa reassured him with a chuckle. I imagine you've had a very rough, confusing day, so I'm glad you can enjoy yourself for a bit. Plenty of time for hard work in the coming days. Izuku laughed weakly, realizing that she didn't even know the half of how crazy his day had been. Thanks, Lantern Rob. You can call me Arisa, she said. Unlike Salik, I don't like to stand on ceremony. In that case, please call me Izuku. Sure thing, Izuku, she replied. Now, we can't really start your training until you know what's going on here, so let me lay it all out for you. Thank you, Izuku said, maybe a bit more emphatically than he'd wanted. He was used to having very little control of any given situation, thanks to his quirkless status, but even he found himself exasperated at being spurt halfway across the universe without anyone explaining why to him. Arisa smiled. This is the planet OA, home world of the Guardians of the Universe, a group of immortal beings who've made it their mission to bring peace and order to the universe. Eons ago, they founded the Green Lantern Corps to further that goal, she said. Using their super advanced technology, they created the Central Power Battery. She pointed, and Izuku realized she was indicating the massive Green Lantern-like object he'd spied earlier. A little bit of the willpower from every living being in existence is collected by the Central Battery, which then transmits it to smaller power batteries, Arisa went on. Every Green Lantern has one, and we use them to recharge our power rings as needed. Do I get one of those? Izuku asked, suddenly nervous about being so high in the air now that he knew the ring could run out of juice. Of course, Arisa chuckled. Anyway, where was I? Oh, right, the Guardians created the Corps to serve as their peacekeeping force throughout the universe, and they allow us to use the Green Lantern power rings to do that. So, the Green Lanterns are like a group of people chosen to be professional heroes? Izuku asked in a soft, odd voice. Arisa smiled again. That's one way of looking at it, she said. As you'd expect, the Corps is a very diverse bunch, and we have a lot of different ways of viewing the exact role of the Green Lanterns. Some people see us as law enforcement, others as soldiers, and yes, some view us as a bunch of superheroes. Izuku looked down at the ring on his finger, eyes growing moist. No one on his home planet, from his own mother to his idol, believed he could be a hero, but a group of aliens from the center of universe thought they were wrong. Are you okay, Izuku? Arisa asked with concern. Izuku realized abruptly that tears were streaming down his cheeks. He quickly wiped them away, not wanting to come off as a crybaby to the first group of people who'd ever believed in him. I'm fine. Better than fine, he assured her. Arisa, how are people picked to be Green Lanterns? He asked. Her eyebrows went up. You didn't hear the ring when it chose you? A lot was going on at the time, he said lamely. She looked suspicious but answered anyway. The rings only choose people who have the ability to overcome great fear. Izuku was taken aback. And it picked me? He couldn't help the incredulous yelp. But there are so many people on Earth who are braver than I am. He didn't know why he was protesting, considering he was being offered what seemed like a second chance at an otherwise doomed dream. He just couldn't believe that a courage-seeking magic ring would pick him, out of everyone. There had been pro-heroes there. Kaken, who Izuku still viewed as amazing despite his growing hostility and cruel streak, had been there. All Might had been there. The #1 hero. The hero who hid his fear behind a wide smile to reassure others that everything would be all right. And the ring had chosen him? Arisa gave him a look he couldn't quite decipher. Out of all the sentient beings in the area, you were the one most able to overcome your fear at the time your ring was looking for a new lantern, Izuku, she said firmly. No force in the universe could have put that ring on your finger otherwise. He looked down at the ring with wide eyes. Part of him, the part that had been trained over the course of the last decade to think of himself as useless Deku, still wanted to protest. Yet, hadn't he been the only one to charge in to try and rescue Kaken and the others? Maybe he wasn't the bravest person on Earth, but perhaps, in that moment, he had been the bravest one around? Willing to accept now that a hyper-advanced piece of technology like an own power ring didn't choose you because of a filing error? Arisa asked him. I think so, he said uncertainly. Good enough for now, she said. Now, let's get down to brass tacks for a moment here. You're technically a recruit right now, though as soon as you officially start your training with me, you become a Lantern Cadet. Once I'm finished training you on how to use your new ring, plus all the rules and regs of the Corps, you get your badge. She pointed to the empty white circle on his chest. Back in the day, that was it, you were a Green Lantern. However, the Guardians recently established the Junior Green Lantern designation. You'll be a Junior Lantern until you reach the age of adulthood in your society. Why? Izuku blurted out. I mean, why did they create the Junior group? For the first time since she'd learned of Abinsur's death, Arisa looked grim. Being a Green Lantern has gotten more dangerous than it used to be, which was already pretty dangerous, she said. Other groups have found out how to forge their own power rings, ones that draw off of emotions other than willpower, often darker emotions. The Junior Lanterns are never sent to combat them, and often take over the more traditional Green Lantern duties when the Senior Lanterns in the area are dealing with these other corps. So it's a way to protect us? Izuku asked. Yes, but, her lips pressed together to form a thin line. I'm not going to lie to you, Izuku, it's also a way of making sure there are experienced lanterns in the pipeline to replace the ones who fall against the people wielding these other power rings. We don't know everything about these other corps yet, but from what we do know, a lot of them hate the Guardians. And some have good reason. I see. So, still want to be a Green Lantern? She asked, giving him a smile that only looked a little forced. Yes. Izuku said at once. Arisa's smile looked more genuine now. Spoken like a true Green Lantern, Izuku, she said. Now, any questions before we head back and get your training started? Yeah, actually, is there a way for me to call my mom? He asked, blushing. It seemed like such a silly thing to bring up after all that talk of heroism and the universe, but while he wasn't exactly sure how much time had passed since he'd gone careening into space, he was quite certain he should have been home a long time ago. Arisa laughed. Yes, as a matter of fact, there is, she said. So, Lesson 1, how to use your ring for intergalactic communication. Inko Midoriya kept telling herself that crying wouldn't help anything, but she was having a very hard time making herself stop. She had grown extremely concerned as it got later and later with no sign of her son, And her worry had only grown when her phone informed her that her texts and calls to him weren't being received. When Mitsuki had called her to ask how Izuku was faring after the villain attack both he and Katsuki had gotten caught up in, she'd been apoplectic. The first thing she'd done, after more or less pulling herself together for a bit, was to call the police, but they'd immediately become a lot less interested in her son's fate after she'd told them he was quirkless. She was pretty dead sure that it wasn't necessary to wait 24 hours before reporting a person as missing when that person was a minor. Doubly so when they just had an encounter with a villain. However, there wasn't much she could do about it when the cop working the phones flatly insisted otherwise, then all but laughed at her when she'd threatened to file a complaint. So she tried calling and texting him over and over. And cried a lot. Occasionally she criticized herself for not organizing a search party or something, but she knew that it would most likely consist of her and possibly the Bakugos. I'm so useless as a mother, she thought as tears welled up in her eyes again. I can't support my baby's dream or keep him safe. The next wave of sobbing was cut off as an orb of green light flew into her apartment and settled down on her kitchen table. What? Hi, Mom, the orb said, suddenly changing, taking on the form of her son, all in green light and no more than 15 centimeters tall. Izuku! I'm sorry I'm not home yet. It wasn't exactly my choice, he said. Things happened. I'm going to need you to call me out of school for the next few days. But what? Where are you? She asked. He laughed weakly. I'm not sure you'll believe me, but I'll tell you, he said. The important part, though, is that I finally have a real chance to become a pro hero. Hello. The chief administrator of the Green Lanterns looked up, mildly surprised to see young Midoriya standing across from his desk. Most trainee and rookie lanterns tended to avoid him, especially those headed for the junior ranks of the Corps. Salik knew he came off as cold and overly strict to most of them. What do you need, Cadet Midoriya? Salik asked, pulling up his data with a mental command to his ring. Looks like Arisa's impressed with this one. Top marks in innovative use of constructs, Salik noted. It was a good sign, though he hoped Arisa was being unbiased. He'd seen evidence in the past that she sometimes had trouble remaining truly impartial with the cadets she took a liking to, or felt sympathy for in some way, he mentally added, spotting some additional notes and recommendations that Arisa had made in his file. I heard you were the keeper of the Book of OA, Midoriya said, referring to the massive tome that contained the history of the Corps and its laws and edicts, among other things. Is that correct, Lantern Salik? The chief administrator was secretly pleased at the cadet's use of his title. Too many lanterns came to view such things as trivial formalities before they even completed their initial training. Yes, I am, he said. Why? That means you know all the details of the rules for the Corps better than anyone, right? Midoriya asked. Better than anyone but the Guardians, of course, Salik amended. They have the final word on all such matters, and can indeed rewrite the Book of OA if they deem it necessary. Right? But, I have a question about the rules, and I haven't even seen one of the Guardians, Midoriya said. I guess they have more important things to do than to talk to a white circle like me. It's exceedingly rare for the Guardians to address the matters of rookie or trainee lanterns, Salik agreed. What question did you have, Cadet Midoriya? Well, the regulations say that it's forbidden to use the ring for personal gain. Indeed. Otherwise excellent Green Lanterns have been stripped of their rings for selfishly abusing their powers, and rightly so, Salik said sternly. Right, of course, Midoriya agreed quickly. It's just that, on my planet it's illegal to use any special powers unless you're a licensed pro hero. I mean, well, it's illegal for people to use any innate superpowers, called quirks, without a pro hero license, but nobody on my planet ever heard of the Green Lantern Corps before, so everyone will assume that everything I do with the ring is just a quirk. And lots of people use their quirks anyway, but that tends to be really minor stuff in daily life. Someone who goes around saving people and stopping villains without a hero license is considered an illegal vigilante and... Noting that the speed of Midoriya's speech was rapidly increasing as he went on, Salik held up a hand to stop him. You're rambling, Cadet Midoriya. Midoriya's face turned bright red. Salik wondered if the color change conveyed embarrassment the same way it did with Arisa or whether his physiology was entirely different. Sorry, he said, taking a deep breath and visibly getting a handle on his racing thoughts before he spoke again. I've wanted to be a pro-hero on my world since almost as long as I can remember, but it's a job as well as a calling. Pro-heroes collect payments from the government and also often from sponsorship deals. Would doing that kind of thing violate the rule against using the ring for personal gain? Salik was silent for a moment. Ring, connect to the central data repository, he ordered. Pull up the relevant information on the pro-hero system on planet Earth, Sector 2814. Complying, his ring responded as it projected green holograms in the air before his face, the knowledge he was looking for neatly displayed there, accompanied by the occasional illustration. Not very surprisingly, Cadet Midoriya's description of the circumstances was accurate, which meant he was facing a gray area. Salik had never liked those. He had always preferred it when things were orderly, tidy. However, the universe teemed with life, and the core had a million civilizations from which it could recruit, each with their own cultures, values, and nuances. Salik never could have hoped to do his job if he was incapable of dealing with situations that weren't as clear-cut as he might have wished. He studied Arisa's reports on Midoriya again. It was clear she believed he could become an exemplary Green Lantern someday, and though he felt the other Lantern could sometimes allow her emotions to affect her thinking, he ultimately trusted her judgment. Oe knew the Corps could use all the talented recruits they could get these days. And maybe, just maybe he was a little moved himself at the clear desire to help people that practically radiated off of Midoriya. Salik strived to be dispassionate when it came to executing his duties, but he didn't pretend to be perfect at it. It is one of the Guardian's edicts that Green Lanterns never use their rings for personal gain, he said, noting how Midoriya seemed to deflate only to seemingly steel himself a moment later, possibly preparing himself to become an illegal vigilante on his world. However, it is also one of their commands that we Lanterns obey local laws and authority when possible and within reason. This is the way your world has struck their society, so it would be allowable for you to act as a professional hero on Earth, so long as you don't seek excessive profit from it, or place it above your duties as a Green Lantern. The immense relief Midoriya felt at that was plain to see, even to Salik, who regarded the cadet's face as alien and strange. Thank you, Lantern Salik. Merely doing my duty to help a new member of the Corps understand the nuances of the regulations, the chief administrator said dismissively. Oh, and do remember that if any of the Guardians decides that my interpretation of their edicts is incorrect, they have the final word on the matter. Midoriya nodded vigorously. Of course. Very good, Salik said. Now run along, cadet. I'm sure you have some training to get to. I'm very glad you finally agreed to meet with Mirio, Toshi, Night Eye said. My apologies for missing our initial appointment, All Might said, doing his best to conceal how ill at ease, unenthusiastic, and generally awkward he was feeling at the moment. He was walking through the lobby of the Night Eye agency with his former sidekick, currently in his skinny form to avoid attracting too much attention. The media would have an absolute field day if they were given any reason to speculate that he and Night Eye were teaming up again. The truth of the matter was that he didn't really want to be here. All Might was sure that whoever Night Eye had selected was a fine young individual, but he'd had his heart set on making the quirkless boy who'd charged in to save that other young man from the ooze monster his successor. Unfortunately, he couldn't find the boy. He'd spent more time searching for him that day than he'd care to admit, but it was like he'd disappeared off the face of the earth. All Might had never gotten the young man's name during their brief meeting, so he was very limited in what he could do to find him. Well, that wasn't strictly true. As the #1 hero, he could have brought quite a lot of resources to bear on the task of finding him, but not without subjecting the young man to a deeply uncomfortable amount of attention from both law enforcement and the public at large. Since he wasn't willing to do that, his best bet for finding the boy would have been searching for him among the applicants at the UA entrance exam, but he'd probably managed to talk the lad out of ever taking it. Which was why he was here, despite his instincts telling him that it was a bad decision. He'd listened to his instincts once, and it had led to him becoming this emaciated shell of a man, so perhaps it was time to ignore them. That's what he kept telling himself, anyway. Please, come inside, Night Eye said, entering his office. All Might held back a chuckle at the collection of his merch that was present. For as much as he came off cold and businesslike, Mirai had always been and remained a massive fanboy. A muscular young man with blonde hair and blue button eyes was sitting in one of the office's guest chairs, waiting for them. Hello, sir, he greeted Night Eye cheerfully, rising to his feet. You said you wanted to see me here? All Might was immediately struck by how much Night Eye's protege reminded him of a young version of himself. He wondered if that had factored into Mirai's reasons for recommending him as the next holder of One for All, his feelings of unease increasing. He was proud of the work he'd done and the people he'd saved, but he wasn't sure if a near-carbon copy of him was what the world needed now. Indeed, Night Eye said. Tashinori, this is Mirio Togata, one of my interns. Mirio, this a dear friend of mine. We're here to make you an offer. Togata blinked. What sort of offer? Night Eye looked at All Might expectantly. Donning his trademark smile with practiced ease, he activated his quirk, body rapidly expanding with muscle. An offer from the #1 hero, he exclaimed in his typical booming voice. Poor Togata was so shocked he fell back into his chair. All Might, he exclaimed. What's going on? The #1 hero explained, with the occasional interjection from Night Eye, that he was looking for a successor, why he was doing so, and about the transferable nature of his quirk. And you want me to inherit your quirk? Togata asked when they were done. Indeed, All Might said. My old sidekick has told me that you're an outstanding up-and-coming hero student, and from everything I've seen, I must agree. So, young Togata, do you accept my quirk? Will you bear this burden for the next generation? It would be an honor, Togata answered at once. Well spoken, Mirio, Night Eye said with a small smile. In that case, young Togata, All Might reached a hand up to pluck a hair from his head, doing his best to ignore the sinking feeling that he was making a mistake. Yet no sooner did he touch one of his blonde strands than his eyesight went blurry, dark shapes appearing at the edges of his vision. He gaped as he recognized the 7 shadowy figures. He had seen them before, but it had been decades since they had last appeared to him. He gasped aloud as one of those ghostly forms abruptly sharpened, taking the shape of Nana. All Might desperately tried to speak, to reach out and take her hand, but he found himself paralyzed and mute. Tears streamed silently down his face at the sight of his long-dead mother in all but blood. Her expression was serious, unlike the cheerful guise she'd worn all the way up until the last day. He knew that whatever was bringing these shades of the past users to the fore again after all this time had to be extremely important. Their eyes met, understanding flowing between them without the need for words. Then just like that, the moment ended. All Might realize that he was now seated in Night Eye's chair and was back in his skinny form. His former sidekick was desperately trying to speak to him. I'm okay, Mirai, he said. Thank God, Night Eye breathed. All Might had seen the other man looking just as frantic in the past, but not many times. What happened, Toshi? I'm afraid, All Might said, that I won't be giving One for All to young Togata after all. Night Eye did a double take. What? Why? There was a note of anger beneath the shock. All Might noticed at once, but he didn't care. Even if he weren't secretly relieved to have an excuse to not hand the quirk to young Togata, he never could have done it. Not now. It seems that possessing One for All would lead to an early demise for young Togata, All Might said. What? Togata asked, looking justifiably apprehensive. The past holders of One for All just communicated with me, All Might explained. Apparently giving One for All to someone who already has a quirk will shorten their lifespan. For previous holders it wasn't a huge issue. One for All was less powerful then, so the negative effects took significantly longer to kick in. With the exception of one, they all fell in the line of duty before it became a problem. But if I were to give it to you, young Togata, it's likely you wouldn't make it to 30. He could tell that Night Eye was extremely disappointed by this turn of events, but even with how clearly set he'd been on Togata becoming the next holder of One for All, he could hardly argue that they should just forge ahead anyway. So All Might gave his apologies to young Togata for offering him the quirk only to snatch it back, as well as needlessly burdening him with the secret of One for All and his injured state, then said his goodbye to both Mirai and the young up-and-coming hero. Despite feeling guiltily relieved at not having to pass the quirk to Nitai's protege, All Might's mood was grim as he left his former sidekick's agency. The pool of potential candidates for his successor had just shrunk enormously, and he'd told the perfect one that he should give up on becoming a hero. Part of him wanted to hold out and hope that he encountered the young man again, but with the amount of time he could spend in his hero form down to such a small portion of the day and still dwindling, he knew that that would be pure foolishness. He still had no real reason to believe he would ever see the boy again unless he unleashed an uncomfortably aggressive search for him, after all. Even if he did find him, there was no guarantee that the young man would even want One for All. He needed a new successor, and he needed one from the relatively tiny ranks of young quirkless people. All Might knew exactly the right person, even though a big part of him hated it. Deciding he needed to act now before he found a way to talk himself out of it, the #1 hero took out his cell phone and scrolled through his list of contacts, finding one of the oldest but least used entries. Grimacing, he tapped the call button. The courtyard of the Guardian's Citadel was easily the prettiest place in a city that seemed more concerned with being either grand or utilitarian everywhere else. With a lush green lawn in the shape of the Green Lantern Corps emblem, and a small cluster of trees occupying where the circle at the center of it would be, it was a lovely place. According to Arisa, it was one that could have passed for a peaceful little park or the equivalent on any of a million worlds. It certainly wouldn't have looked terribly out of place on Earth, in Izuku's estimation. So it was as good a place as any for the graduation ceremony for the latest crop of junior lantern cadets. You may have had some struggles and some stumbles, but in the end, you all completed your training, Arisa spoke, addressing the gathered trainees standing before her. You've earned the right to become junior Green Lanterns and wear the symbol of the Corps with pride. A spot of green light materialized in the air before her. Arisa reached into the subspace pocket and withdrew her power battery, which looked a miniature version of the central battery. The cadets all did the same, and soon every last one of them had their battery in hand. So let's light them up, Arisa said. As one, she and the cadets raised their rings to their power batteries. In brightest day, in blackest night, no evil shall escape my sight. Let those who worship evil's might beware my power, Green Lantern's light, they chorused. Emerald radiance flared around all of them as they completed the oath, and for every cadet, the symbol of the Green Lantern Corps blazed to life on the previously empty white circles on their uniforms. Congratulations, Junior Lanterns, Arisa said. You are now true members of the Corps. A cheer went up, though the festivities were brief. Izuku wasn't surprised. He'd seen some of the veteran lanterns hanging out with each other or going to places that seemed to be for recreation, but for the most part, OA seemed to be an extremely businesslike sort of place. The general wartime atmosphere probably had something to do with it. He suspected the other Lantern Corps out there were viewed as a more serious threat than anyone wanted to admit to the cadets. He wondered if they were free to leave now. Despite having communicated with his mother several times since arriving on OA, Izuku wasn't quite sure how much time had passed. The system's multiple suns ensured it never got dark out, which made keeping track of the days a nightmare. Izuku, Arisa spoke, and he started, abruptly realizing that she'd walked over to him. Oh, what can I do for you, Arisa? He asked, trying to suppress the sudden spike of anxiety having her come over for a one-on-one conversation sparked. Quirks were, as far as he could tell, a phenomenon that only existed on Earth. Certainly, plenty of races in the universe had superhuman abilities or powers, but in those cases, it was the same power across the whole species, unlike with quirks, and so wasn't viewed as special at all by the species in question. So it made no sense for them to view his quirklessness as a severe defect, but that didn't stop him from expecting them to kick him out of the Corps because of it. If they were going to take your ring away and send you home, they would have done it before the ceremony, he told himself, the bit of logic calming him down somewhat, if only a little. I'd like you to make a stop on your way back to your home sector, Arisa said. Izuku knew at once that it couldn't be a mission. Unless the Guardians summoned the entire Corps to face a grave threat, Only the members of the Green Lantern Honor Guard were allowed to operate outside of their home sectors. "Is there some kind of extra training you feel I need?" he asked, feeling strangely caught between surprise and like the other shoe had finally dropped. He was used to being told he wasn't good enough, but he actually was good at ring slinging. His constantly racing mind, his head full of hero fanboy facts and trivia, his overpowering need to become a hero all served him remarkably well when it came to utilizing a Green Lantern ring. Indeed, if he didn't know better, he'd suspect the ring had been developed with him in mind. Weird though it felt to even think it, he was probably one of the best among the newly minted junior lanterns. He was the only one who had gotten to the point where he could consistently overcome the yellow weakness that tended to plague rookie Green Lanterns. Anyway, "It's not like that," Arisa was quick to tell him. "I think you might benefit from a visit to Mogo." It was a perfectly ordinary morning in Aldra Middle School, one that was practically interchangeable with any other throughout the school year. Indeed, only the smallest, most insignificant detail was different from the norm. Looks like Midoriya's absent again," the homeroom teacher noted before moving on with the roll call. Pissed, fingers leaned close to Bakugo's desk. "Why has Deku been out for so long?" "How the f should I know?" the explosive blonde hissed angrily. Fingers shrugged. "Aren't your mom's friends or something?" Bakugo scowled churlishly but silently conceded the point. "From what I heard, his mom has been calling him out to give him a chance to recover from the run-in with that villain." The other boy chortled softly. "Of course Deku's so med-fragile that he needs at least a week to get over that." Bakugo responded with a non-committal grunt. That actually didn't feel right to him. Deku was useless. He was a worthless loser and a mere pebble in the road, but even the explosive teen never would have described him as the delicate sort. Indeed, the idiot always displayed a stupid amount of resilience, like a boxer who clearly had no hope of winning a fight but lacked the common sense to just stay down and spare himself needless hits to the brain box. He shook his head, suddenly wondering why he was even devoting this much thought to the shitty nerd. Sure, it felt sort of weird to not have Deku around, but he'd probably never see the loser again once he went to UA. Besides, it was nice to have a break from the creepy mumbling and stalker tendencies. "Yeah," he agreed. "The worthless sheet will probably need a month with some quack therapist to feel like he's over all his emotional crap." Hello." Izuku called out as he landed on the surface of the planet Arisa had told him to visit. The place was beautiful, teeming with verdant wildlife and practically bursting with vividly colored flowers, vibrant forests, and lush grasslands. However, he couldn't detect any sign of civilization, or even any other person for that matter. He would have thought he had the wrong planet, but the massive band of forests that encircled it and formed the Green Lantern symbol made it obvious that this wasn't just some random world. "Greetings, Lantern Midoriya." He looked around frantically but saw no sign of another person. "Who said that?" "I did." "Where are you?" "What are you?" A deep rumbling laugh sounded. Izuku suddenly suspected that he wasn't the first rookie lantern who'd been confused by Mogo. "I am the planet itself, Lantern Midoriya," Mogo answered. "Here, perhaps this will be easier for you." You're the planet?" Izuku exclaimed. "That's incredible. How does that work? Are there more like you? Where's your power ring?" The laugh sounded again, the air and ground seeming to tremble with it. "It is on a stalagmite inside one of my cave systems," Mogo replied, as though that was a perfectly normal thing. Izuku felt like he had a million questions, but before he could launch into them, a point of green light appeared in the air before him, quickly taking on a simple humanoid form. Many lanterns feel more comfortable taking to an avatar such as this. Mogo's voice came from it, quieter and much less seemingly omnipresent than before. "Whoa," Izuku breathed. "If you prefer, I can take on a more familiar guise," Mogo said. The construct suddenly shifted and warped, becoming a perfect duplicate of his mother, albeit one with a corona of light around her like a green lantern with their protective aura up. "Is this better, Izuku?" the avatar asked, in a perfect imitation of his mother's voice. The construct quickly changed again, this time becoming All Might. "Or how about this?" it asked in an equally flawless recreation of the #1 hero's booming voice. Maybe just go back to the first one," Izuku said. As you wish, Mogo replied, his avatar reverting to the featureless humanoid form. Thanks, Izuku said. So, sorry but I'm not really sure what I'm doing here. Arisa just asked me to stop here on my way back home. I see, Mogo said. Tell me, Lantern Midoriya, do you know what trait I look for when guiding the rings to find a new Green Lantern? Wait, you're the one who does that? Izuku asked. That's so cool. Another rumbling chuckle came from Mogo, though it wasn't nearly as loud and deep now that it was being emitted by the construct. Thank you, Lantern Midoriya, but we're getting off topic, he pointed out. Oh right, Izuku said sheepishly. He cleared his throat. The rings, you select people with the ability to overcome great fear. Indeed, Mogo agreed. By the very nature of the selection criteria, Green Lanterns are beings to whom overcoming fear comes naturally. However, when it comes to things like the trauma from abuse and depression, even Green Lanterns struggle with those. Izuku was silent, not knowing what to say to that. A construct of a chair appeared before him. Have a seat, Lantern Midoriya. Thanks, he said. Even after all his training at OA, he was still a little reluctant to sit in a chair that looked like a hologram, but he forced himself to ignore that and took a seat, finding it unsurprisingly solid. Also, you can call me Izuku. So, Izuku, tell me about your world, Mogo prompted him. Izuku barely even knew where to begin with that. He'd had no idea that this was what was in store for him when Arisa asked him to travel here, but if this was required for him to be a Green Lantern and thus a pro-hero, he supposed he'd just have to do it. Finally, after a long moment, he took a deep breath. We, humanity, live in a superhuman society. He spoke for several minutes, talking about the Earth and his place in it. Mogo occasionally asked a question or nudged Izuku back on topic when he'd begun to go rambling off on a tangent, but for the most part the sentient planet was content to listen, despite clearly already knowing a lot about Earth from the Corps' central knowledge repository, judging by its infrequent contributions to the conversation. It was sort of nice to be able to just talk without being told to shut up because he was being long-winded and creepy, or worrying that a stray word might get back to Kaken and spark an explosive fury in the other boy or something. So, that's about it, Izuku finished, eventually. Earth and hero society and everything. You come from a unique world, Lantern Midoriya, Mogo remarked. Izuku nodded. Yeah. Quirks don't seem to be a thing outside of the Earth, he said. Not so far as I've seen anyway. Mogo grunted in agreement. It will be interesting to see what your world's society looks like when it fully gets past the upheaval brought about from the emergence of those powers and adjusts to having them. Izuku blinked. But the age of chaos ended before I was even born. We got past the upheaval from Quirks appearing a long time ago. I'm sure it would appear that way to a member of your society, yes, Mogo replied. Izuku didn't know what to say to that. In any case, I want to talk about you, rather than your world society, Mogo continued. Me? Izuku asked. Why? With the exception of his mother, nobody ever cared to talk or think about him, unless he was the target of their ire. You're a Green Lantern now, Mogo replied, as though that explained everything. I've noticed that you have an enormous admiration of professional heroes and an intense desire to save people. That's a good thing for a Green Lantern to have, but you seem to care far less about your own life, judging from the way you speak of yourself and how you rushed in to save that other boy on the day you got your ring. It seems you would sacrifice yourself without even giving it a thought to save another person. Any person. Of course I would. Izuku said at once. How could I not do that if I could? I'm nobody special. Mogo's avatar seemed to tisk, though it was hard to tell with the ring construct. I don't guide power rings to just anyone, Lantern Midoriya, he said. Even if that were true, though, you'd still deserve to live. Your life would still have value. I don't. Izuku stammered, unsure of how to reply. From what I've heard of you, Lantern Midoriya, you possess an incredible will to help and protect others, Mogo said. But it seems your will to live yourself is lacking. That is one of the most fundamental aspects of any sentient being's willpower. You won't be able to realize your fullest potential as a Green Lantern unless you address this. You must think I'm pretty screwed up, Izuku said quietly. I think, Momo replied, that you've been poorly served by too many of the authority figures in your life. It's not your fault that your world taught you that you're worth less than your peers because you were born without a quirk, but it is something you need to address. Izuku wanted to protest against that, to say it wasn't everyone else's fault, that he was just Deku. It was normal for everyone to act that way around a Deku. He didn't. His main reason for that, the one that really mattered, was because he still didn't want to do anything that would jeopardize his status as a Green Lantern, and thus his only real chance at becoming a pro-hero. Izuku would be lying if he said there wasn't a part of him that really wanted to believe Momo was right, though. How do I do that? He asked. For now, think on what I've said, and do try to remember that out of everyone on your whole world, you were the one chosen to become the next Green Lantern of Sector. That's not something that happens to someone pathetic or useless, Momo said. We can discuss it further next time you come to see me. Izuku blinked. Next time? Yes, Momo replied. I'd like you to come visit regularly, or at least as regularly as your duties as a Green Lantern and your responsibilities on your world will allow. Izuku wanted to ask if him making these visits was required for him to keep his ring. It seemed logical to assume that if Momo could guide the rings to people, the sentient planet could also take them from people, but that struck him as a bad idea. Okay then, he agreed awkwardly. Wonderful, Momo said. For now, I think I've taken up enough of your time, and you must be eager to return home after spending so much time on OA. Have a good flight back, young lantern. Thank you, Izuku said weakly, before taking off into the air. He was eager to be away, though he was surprised that he didn't entirely hate the idea of coming back and talking to Momo again. Izuku Midoriya was, by her very nature, a worrier. She always had been, at least to a degree, even when she'd been young. Needless to say, this tendency had only been supercharged when her son had been labeled as quirkless. Having to raise him alone certainly hadn't helped, of course. Yet she'd always carried on as best she could, doing everything she could to provide for him and be there for him. Over the years she had long been torn between wishing he'd give up on his dream of becoming a pro-hero and hating herself for not telling him he could do it. She had figured that he would take the UA entrance exam, and possibly the entrance exam for a few other hero schools, and likely fail. Inko had been prepared to comfort her son when this happened and ultimately help him find a new dream to pursue. She'd been determined to support him regardless of what he chose next, to make up for her failure to support him the first time. What she had not expected was for her son to get attacked by a villain and then basically abducted by aliens in the immediate aftermath. She definitely wouldn't have expected said aliens to give Izuku some magic ring that would allow him to achieve his dreams. Inko had been highly tempted to order Izuku to come home immediately when he'd sent that little green hologram of himself in order to communicate with her the first time, and not just because she'd feared it was some villain using his quirk to trick her at first. Ultimately, she'd done as Izuku had asked and called him out of school, telling them he was recovering from the villain attack. After all, having the police and the heroes looking for him would be a waste of time if he was literally out of this world, and having him declared missing would just make things very uncomfortable when he returned. However, with each day that passed, she worried more and more that a villain really had tricked her with his quirk, despite how the green holographic version of her son had known things only Izuku would. If he didn't return soon, she would contact the authorities. Inko was yet again having an internal battle as to whether this evening should be the one where she finally called the police when the apartment was suddenly flooded with green light, the source of which was obviously coming from behind her. She spun around just in time to see the green, black, and white outfit her son was wearing. Transformed back into the same ensemble he'd been wearing on the day, he disappeared in a puff of what looked like green flames, the emerald light winking out once his clothes were back to normal. He gave her a nervous smile. "Hi, Mom." "Izuku!" Inko exclaimed, rushing forward and embracing her son in a crushing hug. She burst into tears a moment later, releasing a stream of relieved but largely incomprehensible babble for several long minutes as she simply held Izuku and rocked him back and forth. By the time she had, mostly, composed herself, Izuku was teary-eyed and sniffling a little himself, something that made her smile a bit. Her son had always taken after her in how quick he was to turn on the waterworks, and the two of them had bonded over a good cry many a time. It probably wasn't exactly helpful to him to have inherited that from her, but she had to admit she was glad to see something of herself in her son other than their shared hair and eye color. "So, it's true then?" she asked. "Everything about this green ring? Being chosen for some interstellar hero group? All of it?" Izuku beamed. "It's all true, Mom," he said, holding up his hand to show her the ring. It was big, almost like a class ring from a college, but lacking a stone. Instead, a symbol with a circle and 2 lines was on it. It started to glow, and then projected a hologram of a cube, a sphere, and a pyramid. "I can use it to fly, shoot energy beams, and create solid light constructs. It's like I have a powerful quirk. I can finally be a pro-hero." Seeing the sheer joy radiating off her son, Inko's vision blurred with fresh tears. Izuku must have misinterpreted her renewed crying. "Mom?" He suddenly sounded uncertain. "I'm sorry about disappearing like that." "No!" Inko cried, startling him. "You were offered a chance at achieving your dream. Of course you took it." "You don't need to be sorry for that, Izuku. I'm the one who's sorry." "What?" He spoke, sounding confused. "You shouldn't have had to wait until people from another planet noticed you before someone believed in you." Inko exclaimed. "Mom, it's all right," he insisted. "You were just doing what you thought was best." "But I was wrong," Inko insisted. "Never again though. I promise, from here on in I'll never forget how amazing my son is." There were a lot more tears in the Midoriya apartment that evening. Despite the fact that he hadn't been gone for all that long, readjusting to life on Earth still took some doing. His first day back at school, he forgot both how easily he could attract unwanted attention and that he was supposed to have only just recovered from the trauma of a villain attack. The result had been Kaken cornering him in the hallways right after their last class had let out, demanding to know what he was hiding. Izuku might normally have confessed the truth immediately, except that he knew full well that the explosive blonde had a tendency to start assuming that someone was keeping something from him the moment a situation didn't go the way he expected it to. So he just pled ignorance, claimed he was glad to be back, and taken it when Kaken had grabbed his shoulders and triggered his quirk. Of course, part of him desperately wanted to reveal to his class that he now had a quirk as well, but he and his mother had agreed that it would make more sense to wait until after he'd finished with middle school to reveal that. He couldn't truly make a fresh start at hero school, at least, not if he went to UA, since Kaken would certainly get in as well, but it would still save him a lot of trouble and questions if most of the people at Aldra didn't learn of his quirk until he was a pro-hero. Once he'd finally escaped school, Izuku had headed to Dagoba Beach. "Wow, this place is even worse than I'd heard," Izuku remarked to himself as he gazed out at the mountains of scrap metal and general trash that covered the sand. "Ring, guide me to where Abin-Sur's ship crashed." "Acknowledged." A tiny orb of green light emerged from the top of his ring and then headed a short distance into the beach-turned dumping ground, hovering in midair as it waited for him to catch up. Izuku carefully picked his way through the mountains of old appliances, old cars, and other garbage, climbing over unsteady piles of trash when going around wasn't an option and following the emerald point of light as it led him on. Of course, he could have simply flown to his destination, but the last thing he wanted to do right now was attract attention to himself. Eventually he found it. The vehicle that had carried Abin-Sur on his final journey was battered, half-crumpled, and scorched in several places, but it was still identifiably a spaceship. The wet sand beneath it suggested that the water got very close to it during high tide. Izuku felt sure someone would have spotted it by now, if it was closer to the street. As it was, it could remain largely unseen for a century, or it could be discovered by someone next week. Abin-Sur's remains were gone, as Izuku had known they would be. Something no doubt a Green Lantern's power ring had cut a clean hole into the cockpit, and the pilot's chair lay empty, though dried blood stained it and the walls, the color too pinkish to be from a human. "Ring, is there anything dangerous in this ship?" he asked. "The contents of the fuel tank have potentially mutagenic properties to the native species of this planet," it answered. Well, that settled it. Izuku had been leery of allowing Abin-Sur's ship and its alien technology to remain on Earth to begin with, and in fact he had half a mind to mention to Salik that the team he'd sent to retrieve Abin's remains hadn't bothered to do anything about the downed craft. Now, allowing it to stay was completely out of the question. Looking around to confirm no one else was about, as unlikely as that would have been, Izuku sent a trickle of willpower into his ring. His school uniform immediately changed into his Green Lantern suit, and he sent a beam of energy outwards at the ship, enveloping it in a jade cocoon. "Ring, keep the light levels to a minimum," he commanded as he slowly took to the air, bringing the ship with him. Acknowledged. He and the ship still would have been blazingly obvious at night, of course, but in the bright orange glare of late afternoon sun, they weren't the most easily spotted thing for kilometers around. Or at least, Izuku hoped that was the case. He still ascended as quickly as possible, and in only seconds the sky had become star-spangled. "Ebony, just because you can do something the hard way, doesn't mean you should," he recalled one of Arisa's lessons. "Don't give a huge push when a little nudge will do." With a thought, Izuku sent the destroyed spaceship heading away at a leisurely pace. "Ring, confirm the ship's course. The ship will impact the surface of this system's sun in approximately 539 Earth years." "Perfect," he said. His task completed, Izuku returned to the beach, his Green Lantern uniform being replaced with his normal clothes again as his shoes met the sand. Izuku briefly checked to ensure that there weren't any significant pieces of the ship that he'd missed still kicking around, and he was about leave when he caught a good look at the ocean. With the ship gone, he had an unobstructed view of the water stretching off to the horizon, the afternoon sunlight sparkling on it. "Wow, the view here is so beautiful," he muttered to himself. "It's such a shame this place has become like this." He was tempted to clean it all up, knowing he could manage the task in mere minutes with his ring and send all this garbage heading to the sun as well. However, he also knew that was a bad idea. Everyone would notice that the beach had been instantly cleaned, and someone would see him at it, bringing him the attention he'd just been so careful to avoid. Still, he hated the idea of just shrugging and walking away from the ruined beach. "Just because I can't use the ring to clean it up overnight, who's to say I can't do anything about it at all?" he mumbled, thinking aloud. Smiling, he took out his phone and sent a quick text to his mother, letting her know he'd be later in coming home than he'd initially expected. Then he rolled up his sleeves. He couldn't properly execute his duties as a Green Lantern until he had his pro-hero license, at least not on Earth. The lower demands made of junior lanterns and the Guardian's edicts about obeying local laws where possible meant that wasn't a big deal, but he still felt like he'd be derelict in his duties if he basically ignored his own home planet for so long. A little community service seemed like just the thing. He could haul most of the trash away the old-fashioned way to avoid any accusations of illegal Quirk usage, reserving the ring for the really big stuff. As an added bonus, it would help him train his body in the run-up to the UA entrance exam. Arisa had suggested he take steps to try and get physically stronger, warning him that having a power ring run out of juice at a bad time was something that happened to just about every Green Lantern at some point. Now was as good a time as any to start. No hero worth their salt was just their quirk. After all, no more than any decent Green Lantern was just their ring. The next 10 months passed with both agonizing slowness and incredible speed for Izuku. School was, if anything, even more unpleasant to deal with than it had been before, with only the knowledge that there was light at the end of the tunnel allowing him to resist the urge to let everyone know he now had a quirk early. Meanwhile, clearing the beach felt a lot more productive and entailed way less harassment, but it was still a difficult, brutal slog. He also received a few missions from Salik as the days and weeks crawled by. All of them were quite simple and were finished in only a couple of hours, usually involving things like preventing old satellites from crashing onto planets or helping lock down spaceports so some interstellar criminal could be apprehended, but Izuku still welcomed the excuse to get off planet and get real experience using his ring. He rather wished he was given more missions, though he supposed he should be thankful at the same time. He was pretty sure that his superiors in the Corps wouldn't be nearly so considerate of his time once he was old enough to be a licensed pro-hero and a senior Green Lantern. Aside from these missions, Izuku also took several trips back to Mogo. It was always interesting and exhausting to talk to the living planet. On the one hand, Izuku couldn't deny it was nice to be able to just talk about things with someone who wouldn't belittle him or try to beat him up, or be worked into a frantic worry like his mother might. On the other, Mogo had a way of looking at things that regularly threw Izuku for a loop and had him defending or explaining things that he'd always viewed as immutable facts of reality. At times it was confusing or frustrating, and at others it was cathartic and enlightening. That didn't mean he was quite ready to take the sentient world's advice in regards to Kaken quite yet, though. Still, Mogo did make some good points, Izuku grudgingly had to admit, and he found his patience with the explosive blonde growing shorter as a result. Which was probably why he didn't quite react like normal when Kaken cornered him in the hallways of Aldera, mere days before the UA entrance exam. "Listen, you useless Deku, I'm only going to say this one more time." Kaken snarled as he shoved Izuku against a locker. "Don't you FNG dare take the UA entrance exam." Not too long ago, Izuku would have unleashed a frantic mutter storm about how he wasn't trying to compete with the volatile boy and they could both become heroes before quickly dissolving into incoherence. Kaken would get annoyed, hit him or use his quirk on him or both and then stomp off, his lackeys laughing at Izuku as they followed him away. "Why do you care if I do or not?" he demanded instead. Kaken actually recoiled a bit. He was so surprised and taken aback at Deku talking back. "What? Why do you care if I take the exam or not?" Izuku shot back. "If I'm as weak and useless as you're always saying, I'll fail miserably, everyone will forget I existed in a few years, and you'll be the only person known for having gone from this school to UA. It won't mess with your perfect origin story at all. So why do you care?" "I don't." Bakugo snapped. "Good," Izuku retorted, quickly slipping away and rushing down the hallway before the blonde teen could recompose himself and chase him down. He didn't quite know why he was feeling so angry after that encounter, but he cleared trash from the beach with much more aggression than usual that afternoon. He did know one thing. Kaken wasn't going to be the only one from Aldera who made it into UA. Despite how badly Izuku had wanted the day of the entrance exam to come, he'd still found himself a ball of nerves when it actually arrived. "I swear, this place is bigger in real life," he said. As he gawked up at the UA main building, he found himself reaching down to grab his power ring and twist it around his finger, an anxious habit he'd developed in the months since it had chosen him, and pulled his hand back. After quite a lot of practice, he managed to figure out how to use the ring's powers to bend light around it, rendering it invisible, but it wouldn't do much good if he was constantly seen playing with something on his finger. "I should probably get a hero costume with gloves and keep the ring underneath them so I don't need to worry about it," he mused. "Would that work? Or just destroy the glove?" "Move the hell out of my way, Deku." Kaken snarled, shoving Izuku aside. The green-haired boy hadn't even realized he was there, or that he'd been lingering in place. "Good luck to you too," he muttered in response, not quite loud enough to be heard by the volatile blonde. Then he tripped on an uneven stone in the path and the ground rapidly rose up to meet him. A halo of green light appeared around his body and his fall came to an abrupt halt a fraction of a second before someone reached out and placed a hand over his shoulder blade. "Oh," he heard a voice squeak behind him, and he quickly righted himself and let his protective barrier fade. "I'm so sorry." Turning, Izuku found himself suddenly face to face with a cute brunette with rosy cheeks. "I saw you trip, and I thought it was bad luck to fall right before an exam, so I went to use my quirk on you," she quickly explained. "But you already had it handled. I wouldn't have done that if I'd known." "Oh, that's okay." Izuku somehow managed to will himself to speak, and the volume of his voice was only a little too loud. "I don't mind, and it was nice of you to try to help me." He wasn't sure if it was having been around Arisa, who was very pretty and looked more human than many people with mutation quirks, despite being an extraterrestrial, even if she did seem too grown up to fully register as an attractive girl to him, or some hidden power of the ring that was allowing him to seem almost normal while conversing with a girl his own age. Izuku didn't really care. To be honest, he was just glad for the minor miracle. It seemed like a good omen. "Well, guess we'd better get going," the girl said. "See you inside." "Good luck." Izuku waited only a little too long before managing a response. "You too." Yes, a very good omen, he decided as he headed inside after having lingered only a bit too much after bidding the girl goodbye. A couple of hours later, Izuku and the other would-be future heroes had finished up the written exam and were on buses heading out to the testing grounds, which were faux city sections, populated by robots that the would-be pro-heroes would soon be unleashed upon. Seated near the back of the vehicle, Izuku tried to keep his nerves down as best he could, telling himself over and over again that he had powerful abilities at his command, even if he was still technically quirkless. It didn't help that the sour taste of recent events still lingered. Getting to see present Mike and having the practical portion of the entrance exam explained to them by a real pro-hero were amazing, but getting growled at by Kaken and then called out by the loud guy with the glasses in front of everyone else in the auditorium for his muttering had been just unpleasant. Also mortifying. Though things could be worse. At least measures meant to prevent people who knew each other from being able to cooperate on the test meant that he and Kaken were going to different testing areas. The bus pulled to a stop just outside one of the imitation urban sections, and the students got out, a voice crackling over the bus's PA system alerting them that the test would begin shortly after they all disembarked the vehicle. Izuku used the breathing exercises that Arisa had taught him to try and keep calm and focused. Looking up, he spotted the brunette from earlier and wondered if it would make him seem weird if he wished her good luck again. A large hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. Izuku turned and suddenly found himself looking up at the bespectacled boy who'd loudly scolded him in the auditorium. "That girl is trying to center herself for the test," he said sternly. "Were you planning to go over there to disrupt her focus?" No, of course not, he frantically denied, thrown for a loop at being accused of such a thing out of the blue. "Then what?" "And go!" Present Mick's booming voice shouted out, startling everyone. For a few seconds, the assembled applicants just stood there, surprised and maybe a little disoriented. "Well, what are you waiting for?" Mike asked. "There are no countdowns in real life. Go, go, go!" Izuku powered up his protective aura, green light encircling his outline. "Excuse me," he said to the other boy, before taking off into the air. Flying above the fake city, he briefly considered asking his ring to locate the robots for him, but it quickly became clear that wasn't necessary. There were a ton of robots, they weren't trying to hide, and from the air they were especially easy to spot. "Let's do this, Ring," he whispered as he descended toward a large cluster of them that none of the other applicants had come across yet. The robots turned toward him as he approached, weapons quickly moving to point directly at him. Izuku didn't give them a chance to fire, unleashing a barrage of emerald blasts from his currently invisible ring, quickly disabling the whole pack of mechanical opponents. I guess they really made those things to be broken," he remarked to no one in particular. "Ring, how many points did I just score?" 22, the ring answered into his mind, silent to everyone but him. "I won't even need to use constructs for this," he muttered to himself, actually a little bit disappointed. Nevertheless, he zipped around the testing area, targeting robots he found, though after the first couple of minutes he started to only attack the ones that other students weren't dealing with, not wanting to steal anyone else's points. Foolish, maybe, but he was confident he'd have enough points to pass at the end of the exam. Izuku could barely believe that this didn't count as using the ring for personal gain. After all, it had turned a task that would have once been insurmountable for him into one that now felt, if anything, too easy. Meanwhile, up in the control room, the assembled teachers were watching the test play out on a bank of monitors, which kept cycling from one camera feed to another. "Good crop this year," Present Mike remarked. "Indeed, an exciting display of youthful passion and vigor," Midnight agreed, liking her lips. They look good so far, but they haven't encountered the real test yet," Snipe rumbled in his usual drawl. All Might, currently in his skinny form, took in none of this exchange. Though he'd been paying close attention to the other teachers at the start of test, clearly hoping to gain some insights from their observations of the applicants, that had come to an end when something on one of the monitors caught his attention. Now he was staring at the screens, the intensity in his sunken blue gaze unmistakable. It didn't take long for Nizu to notice. "Are you all right, Yagi?" the Chimera asked. "That young man there," All Might said, pointing to one of the monitors, which currently showed an applicant haloed with green light. "Who is he, and what is his quirk?" Nizu tilted his head, curious. However, even he wasn't about to play his usual games with All Might, not when he was like this. Even in his emaciated state, the man was imposing, with intensity radiating off of him in waves. Nizu tapped his paws on a small keyboard. Izuku Midoriya, he answered. His quirk is registered under the name Greenlight. May I speak with young Midoriya after the test is over? All Might asked. Nizu hesitated for only a moment before answering. If you like, he said. What is this about? Something I need to look into it, was All Might's cryptic response. Very well, but I expect you to inform me if you come away from your meeting with any suspicions that Midoriya may be a danger to this school, Nizu said. All Might nodded. Of course. Very good, the principal said cheerfully. Now then, let's begin the most fun part of the test. At the back of the room, a sleepy, disheveled-looking man sighed wearily. With the end of the test drawing near, Izuku was confident he had enough points to pass and actually wasn't entirely sure what to spend the remaining time on. There were still robots running around the faux city, of course, but there were few that weren't already engaged in combat with other applicants, and while Izuku had blasted a few that were clearly overwhelming his fellow test-takers, he hated the idea of potentially stealing points from any of the others. It only took a moment for everything to change. Izuku couldn't feel the ground shaking, since he was in midair, but it didn't take him long to see the buildings trembling as though in the grip of an earthquake. Before he could even properly wonder what was happening, a massive robot, easily the size of one of the fake city's modest skyscrapers, erupted out of the ground, a great plume of dust rising up as it knocked over some of the buildings in its way. The zero-pointer, Izuku whispered. Nothing in present Mick's description of it had even hinted that it would be so enormous. The logical part of his brain told him he should make a beeline in the opposite direction of that thing, get as far away from it as possible without leaving the testing area entirely. After all, the thing wasn't worth any points, and in any case, he was confident he had enough already. The smart play in his situation was just to retreat and wait out the remainder of the time in safety. Yet he hesitated. Something felt wrong about the whole thing. Izuku's brain started racing, trying to reason out the point of unleashing this thing so late in the test, when most people wouldn't be able to take out that many more of the smaller robots anyway. A cry for help brought his train of thought to an abrupt halt long before he was able to reach a conclusion. Gazing down, he was just able to spot someone pinned amidst the rubble, the zero-pointer bearing down on her. The nice girl from the entrance. His breath stopped dead for a second as he managed to identify her. Izuku's willpower flooded into his power ring. Uraraka couldn't die here. She still had so much to do. She had to become a pro hero, make a bunch of money, and allow her parents to retire early and comfortably. And while she didn't consider it a must-do, it would be very cool if she could become the first pro hero to travel to outer space. So, dying was definitely not something she was willing to do right now. Unfortunately, with the zero-pointer bearing down on her, it looked like she wasn't going to have much choice in the matter. No, this is just a test, she thought, even as she made increasingly frantic efforts to be able to get all 5 fingers of either hand onto the piece of rubble pinning her down. The thing is going to stop. It has to stop, doesn't it? If the zero-point robot was supposed to refrain from delivering the final blow to the applicants, it looked like no one had remembered to tell it that. Uraraka squeezed her eyes shut. Then, the end didn't come. She opened her eyes and gasped at what she saw. An lady had gotten between her and the zero-pointer and was holding the massive robot back, but the giant heroine was enrobed in green from head to toe and ever so slightly transparent. A hologram? The gravity girl wondered. Then the green MT lady's fist slammed onto the zero-pointer's blocky head, leaving a huge dent in the robot's armor. The sound of shrieking metal was deafening. A very solid hologram, if it was one. She felt the weight of the rubble being lifted off of her and turned to see the pro-hero death arms, just as green as MT Lady, doing the lifting. She tried to get to her feet, but her right leg gave out the instant she attempted to put weight on it, sending her tumbling back down again. A jade tendril wrapped around her waist, and she was almost unsurprised to see an Emerald Kamui Woods picking her up before he extended his free arm to grab onto a nearby building and swing away. As he was carrying her through the air, she finally noticed the green tethers of light that the luminous duplicates of the popular new pros shared, all of them leading to a single glowing green figure hovering in the sky. Is that the boy from the entrance? She wondered. Then a thunderous crash pulled her attention away, and she turned just in time to see the green MT lady deliver a roundhouse kick to the zero-pointer. It was obviously a lethal blow to the mechanical titan, which collapsed to the ground, unmoving, just as the horn signaling the end of the test blared. By the time Izuku had changed back into his street clothes and gotten prepared to leave the UA campus, the adrenaline surge from the end of the practical portion of the exam had long since run down, and he was feeling tired and more than ready to go home. Of course, he was extremely glad he'd been able to help that nice girl, and he was even pleased that the test had forced him to do more than simply fly around and shoot energy beams. However, he'd never needed to make a construct as big as the one of MT Lady he'd created to fight the zero-pointer, and it had taken more out of him than he'd expected. I'll have to work on that before the school year starts, he thought, already trying to figure out when he could go off-planet to practice. Hey, wait up. He turned to spy a familiar brunette jogging up towards him and stopped to allow her to catch up. Hi, Izuku said. He was a little too tired to be quite as wound up and nervous as he was before, but this was still an actual, real-live girl. One who was his age, even. I wanted to thank you, she said. You really saved me today. Oh, well, I mean it was nothing and he stammered helplessly, bowled over by the simple, sincere expression of gratitude. She laughed, though not in the malicious way he was all too accustomed to having directed at him. You know, if you're going to be a pro-hero, you should probably get used to people thanking you, she remarked. Excuse me. They both turned to see the tall boy with the glasses rushing forward. Izuku tensed, wondering what he'd done to upset him this time, and was shocked when the other boy instead came to an abrupt halt and then bowed deeply from the waist. I wanted to apologize to you, he said, voice barely below a shout. I believed you were a troublemaker, but when the zero-pointer emerged, you moved to help another while I ran. Oh, that's okay, he said awkwardly, the apology catching him only slightly less flat-footed than the girl's gratitude. I'm sure it was an honest mistake? The other boy was about to say something when yet another figure approached them. Hey there, little listeners. Present Mike called cheerfully. Sorry to interrupt what looks like a real sweet impromptu jam session, but one of our staff wants a word with you before you leave. Midoriya, was it? Izuku felt his blood run cold but did his best not to show it. And me? He pointed to himself with a shaking hand. His best probably wasn't very good. Shouldn't take more than a few minutes, Present Mike said cheerfully, either not noticing the green-haired boy's discomfort or pretending not to. Come on. Izuku nodded and followed Present Mike off, managing to mumble a goodbye to his new acquaintances. He seemed most uncomfortable at being requested by a member of the staff, the blue-haired young man remarked once the two were gone, making a chopping motion with his hands. Well, it is easy to immediately jump to the conclusion that you're in trouble for something, in that sort of situation, the brunette replied reasonably. I can't deny that, but considering what just happened, it seems far more likely that whoever requested him simply wishes to commend him on his performance. The girl held back a giggle at how formal he sounded. Yeah. I hope that's what that's about, anyway, she said. I'm Ochako Uraraka, by the way. Tenya Ida. A pleasure to meet you. They knew. That was the only thing Izuku could think as he followed Present Mike through the school's winding hallways, feeling like he was being marched to the gallows. He didn't know how they could possibly know, but somehow, at least one of them did. One of them knew he was really quirkless and was about to inform him that his application was going to be thrown into the shredder. He was probably also about to discover that there was some law against faking a quirk, too. And they'd probably try to force him to hand over his power ring to ensure he never did it again, and so they could make copies and give the duplicates to people who already had amazing quirks and here we are. Present Mike announced, stopping at the door to a teacher's lounge and interrupting Izuku's spiral. Feel free to ask a staff member for help if you get turned around on your way out, once you're finished. Izuku nodded. He briefly considered just not going into the room after Present Mike left without waiting for him to head in. However, he decided that would only be delaying the inevitable, and probably earn himself more trouble than whatever he was already in. Taking a deep breath, Izuku opened the door, walked inside the room, and promptly did a double take. All Might. The number one hero, currently in his skinny form, laughed and briefly sent blood flying before he covered his mouth with a handkerchief. And this is why I asked Mike to bring you here, instead of going down myself, he remarked, mirth shining in his sunken blue eyes. He said one of the UA staff wanted to speak to me, Izuku stammered. On the one hand, All Might's presence explained how they knew, because he had told the pro that he was quirkless all those months ago, so naturally him conjuring a life-sized replica of Empty Lady in her giant form to combat the zero-pointer would come off as a little suspicious to him. On the other hand, All Might being here at all just did not compute in Izuku's brain. Yes, well, Principal Nizu may have offered me a position at you, All Might said, belatedly cagey. Please don't tell anyone though. It's not supposed to be public yet. Izuku might have laughed if he wasn't still so shocked and terrified. All Might could use the fact that he was really quirkless to destroy any chance he had of ever becoming a pro hero, and here he was asking Izuku to keep something so relatively minor a secret. Of course, he managed to get out instead. All Might nodded. Thank you, he said. Anyway, before anything else, I wanted to apologize to you, young Midoriya. What? Izuku was so surprised that he forgot for a moment to be afraid of how this was going to play out. It was wrong of me. No, not just wrong, it was both hypocritical and unbecoming of me to tell you that you couldn't be a hero, All Might said. Later that day, you showed me just how wrong I was when you were the most heroic person present after that ooze villain escaped, despite your lack of a quirk. I tried to find you to apologize then, but it was like you had disappeared off the face of the earth. Izuku chuckled nervously, both at All Might's choice of words and the reminder that the injured pro knew he was actually quirkless. It's fine. You forgive people quickly, All Might noted. I hope it's not because forgiveness has been demanded of you too many times in the past. His mind immediately flashed back to numerous incidents where a teacher or other authority figure had ordered him to tell Kaken or someone else that had hit him or broken something of his that it was fine, no hard feelings, despite the other party not being the least bit contrite about it. He made a mental note to discuss that the next time he went to Mogo, assuming All Might didn't just destroy any chance he had of becoming a pro hero right now. He wondered if the Corps would keep a Green Lantern who couldn't legally operate on his own home planet and never would be able to. Izuku abruptly realized that he'd been quiet for too long at this point. I just don't like to hold grudges, he said. Especially against people who made honest mistakes. All Might looked like he didn't quite believe him, but he didn't push the issue. A noble aim, he said instead. Thank you, Izuku said. Now, with that taken care of, it's time for the obvious question, All Might said. Izuku tensed. You told me you were quirkless when we met all those months ago, the pro hero continued. When I saw you taking the practical, I asked Principal Nizu for your file, and it did indeed show that you were registered as such until fairly recently, when your registration was changed to show that you have a quirk named Green Light. Izuku swallowed. He'd had a minor freakout about changing that, but there was really no way around it. His mother had informed him that it was common for those to be changed a couple of times as young people discovered new nuances about how their quirks functioned, telling him that she'd had to get her own updated when she discovered that her quirk only worked on small objects, and that no one at the records office would look twice. He supposed she'd been right. Neither of them had ever accounted for All Might, though. In hindsight, that was looking extremely foolish. Izuku had just assumed that he'd probably never garner the number one hero's attention again, even if he successfully managed to become a pro hero. He certainly hadn't foreseen All Might becoming a teacher at UA. So, young man, how did you get that quirk? The number one hero asked. Just a late bloomer, he said. All Might looked unamused. Is that so? He asked. Quite the surprise then, since there's never been a case of a quirk naturally manifesting in someone after the age of 7. You'd have already been twice that when you got yours. Wow, really? I guess I broke a record then, Izuku said with a nervous chuckle that made him sound like a liar even to himself. All Might's frown deepened, Then he seemed to reach a decision and leaned back in his chair. Because you've kept the secret of my injury and my weak form so far, I'm going to let you in on another one, so long as you swear to never repeat it, he said. It'll make it clear why it's so important that I know about this. Okay, Izuku said. I mean, I swear, I'll keep it a secret too. All Might nodded. Many years ago, I faced an extremely dangerous villain with the power to steal and transfer quirks, he said. I've long believed him to be dead, but I never had absolute confirmation of that. If there's any chance he's still alive and plotting his return, I need to know about it as soon as possible. Izuku's eyes widened. And you think? I can't ignore the possibility, All Might said. Mind you, I'm not accusing you of being a villain. There's no law against receiving a quirk from someone else. And this villain often liked to present himself as a benevolent figure. A guardian angel who would swoop in and give someone something that they desperately need. He expects repayment, of course, but will downplay that part until it's time to collect, and his victim realizes they've made a deal with the devil. All Might. I understand, better than you might expect, just how tempting it would be to have someone offer you a quirk out of the blue, and how easy it would be to let that temptation make you throw caution to the wind, All Might went on, his sunken blue eyes piercing. I swear to you, young Midoriya, on my honor as a hero, if you tell me now that that's what happened, I'll do everything I can for you. I'll make sure your loved ones are protected and put all my weight behind making sure you're not punished for the actions of that villain. Assuming that the stolen quirk can't be returned to its rightful owner, I'll even advocate for you to be allowed to continue pursuing a career in heroics. Izuku abruptly realized that the number one hero wasn't just determined, he was also terrified. He remembered what All Might had said about smiling to hide his fear. This villain is the one who gave you your injury, wasn't he? He blurted out. All Might hesitated for only a moment before nodding once. He was. Izuku sighed. It was obvious that there was no way All Might would let him just leave without explaining where his new powers came from. I wasn't given a quirk, he said. I'm not sure you'll believe what did happen to me. Try me, All Might replied. Believe me, I've seen some strange things in my career. Izuku raised his hand and allowed the power ring on his middle finger to shimmer into visibility, the light glinting off the viridian metal. Super advanced aliens who seek to bring order and justice to the universe created rings that give people superpowers, and one of them chose me the day of the ooze monster's attack. All Might was visibly thrown for a loop. Well, young man, I must say, that is indeed one of the most fantastic things I've ever heard. It's true though. I still don't have a quirk, Izuku whispered. The ring just lets me fake it. All Might tilted his head. Young man, I don't want to be cruel to you. Frankly, I feel like I already did too much of that on the day we met, he said. But I can't just let this go. I need to be sure you're not in league with my old foe. Izuku nodded and took the ring off his finger. Try it, he said, holding it out to the pro-hero. Even though he knew that All Might was someone who could be trusted with awesome power, Izuku's hands still shook as he held the ring out. Old habits and old expectations died hard, and Izuku couldn't help but think that the first person who realized he was quirkless would take the ring from him, because as a quirkless Deku, he was clearly the least deserving of its power, no matter what Mogo or the Guardians had to say about it. Also, while allowing someone else to try his power ring wasn't strictly against the rules, he felt quite safe in assuming that neither Salik nor the Guardians would be exactly thrilled about this. All Might examine the ring warily for a moment before taking it and sliding it onto a long, bony finger. My goodness, he exclaimed as green light haloed his form, though his clothes didn't change into a Green Lantern uniform, Izuku noted. How do you use this thing? Izuku might have giggled at how mystified the pro sounded if not for how serious the whole situation was. You really just will things to happen, he said. There's a bit more to it, but that's the basic idea. All Might frowned in concentration. Izuku let out a yelp and dove out of the way of the glowing green fist that suddenly erupted out of the ring, which narrowly missed him and slammed into the far wall with enough force to put a crater in the plaster. The emerald smash, he said weakly. I'm so sorry about that. All Might exclaimed, speckles of blood flying. I didn't mean to attack you, I was just trying to figure out how to use this thing, and that just happened. That's really okay, Izuku said. But I'll just take that back now if you don't mind. The ring glowed with a gentle jade light and flew off of All Might's hand, returning to its place on Izuku's finger before shimmering and vanishing from sight once more. How am I going to explain this to Nizu? All Might was muttering to himself, studying the damage to the wall with dismay. Izuku cleared his throat. So, do you believe me now? He knew there was a chance the answer would be no. In all his time studying and analyzing quirks, he'd never encountered one that allowed someone to generate an object that empowered another person like a Green Lantern ring, even temporarily. Or one that would allow him to both do the things he'd done during the test and weave an illusion to make the ring look real when it wasn't. However, compared to space aliens empowered a random quirkless kid, it was entirely possible that All Might would find the idea of such a quirk to be more plausible. Yes, I do, All Might said. Thank you for answering my questions, young man, and for not holding this old man's lapse in judgment on the day we met against me. Izuku blinked. That's it? He blurted out, then wanted to smack himself for it. All Might tilted his head. Were you expecting something more? Well, I just admitted that I don't actually have a quirk. In fact, that I faked having one, he said with a wince, realizing it probably wasn't a great idea to include that second sentence. And you're just letting me go? All Might smiled. It was nothing like the ones he'd display when doing hero work, and not just because he was in his skinny form. Yet there was something warmer there for it. I see no reason to deny the world a future hero just because someone recognized his potential and chose to give him a power, rather than him gaining it via genetic good fortune, All Might said. Thank you, All Might. Izuku went limp with relief. No thanks necessary, young Midoriya, All Might said. Now, it's probably best that you run along. Wouldn't want your family getting worried about you. Right, thanks, Izuku agreed, more than happy to take the chance to finally escape. I hope I see you at UA. Remember, that's a secret. Right, of course. Izuku said as he made his exit at last. That dent in the wall really was going to be a nuisance, All Might mused after Izuku had left. Nizu would want to know how it got there, and it would be hard to come up with an explanation that neither revealed the true nature of young Midoriya's quirk, nor made it seem like his encounter with the young man had gotten violent for a moment. At least he supposedly stopped planting surveillance devices in the teachers' lounges after the staff threatened to quit en masse over it, he mused. Well, it would be a headache, and Nizu would no doubt see through any story he concocted, but it wasn't the end of the world. It had been worth it to confirm that All for One wasn't involved. Unfortunately, it looked like someone, or at least something, had realized how exceptional young Midoriya was and had beaten him to the punch. He was glad now that he hadn't held out and waited in hopes of finding young Midoriya again before moving forward with alternate plans for a successor. The young man already had enough on his plate as it was, having to deal with being the ambassador/champion of a race of super-advanced aliens. He normally would have been extremely skeptical of such a story, but it was impossible to doubt after having worn that ring and felt its otherworldly power. In any case, it would be hard enough for him to explain suddenly gaining such a powerful quirk to anyone who knew he'd been quirkless his whole life. Having to explain a super-strength quirk in addition to his Green Lantern powers would be impossible. Besides, it was simply unfair to place the weight of one for all on him along with that power ring. No, he just needed to accept that space aliens had beaten him to the punch with a potential ideal successor. Now there's something I never thought I'd have happen, he mused. Izuku mostly kept to himself after the entrance exam, slipping off to Dagoba Beach as soon as school let out every day to finish cleaning the last of the garbage there. Everyone at Aldra assumed he'd failed the entrance exam miserably, and he was content to let them keep believing that. He really hadn't given it much thought before, but it was going to be awkward if he got accepted into UA and everyone found out. Despite that, he was still filled with a mixture of giddy relief and deep anxiety when his mother announced that he'd gotten a letter from UA in the mail one afternoon. Ducking into his room, Izuku tore open the envelope and was surprised when a small metal disc fell out. Before he could even wonder what it was, it projected a hologram into the air above itself. I am here! All Might boomed. As a projection. Huh, guess him joining UA isn't so secret anymore, Izuku muttered to himself. Once again, I must apologize for misjudging you on the day we met, young Midoriya. I don't lie when I say it's a source of great regret for me, the pro hero said, his famous smiling dimming a bit. No longer terrified that All Might was about to reveal him as a fraud and strip him of his shot at his dream, Izuku felt almost absurdly touched by this. One of the most powerful people in the country was apologizing to him, when so many others had made him feel miserable and had only laughed about it. But now isn't the time to reflect on the past, it's a time to think of the future. All Might proclaimed dramatically, just before someone's hand entered the picture and motioned for the number 1 hero to speed things up, prompting a brief, muffled conversation between him and whoever the hand belonged to. All Might can be surprisingly awkward sometimes, Izuku noted. Your performance on the written was comfortably in the top 20% of applicants, All Might continued, and your score on the practical was nothing short of spectacular, I'm happy to say. You easily dispatched enough robots to earn 55 villain points. More than enough to gain entry to the hero course. Yes. Izuku pumped his fist. But the green-haired boy froze mid-motion. He quickly told himself that if All Might was about to tell him that he was disqualified, the pro wouldn't have been all smiles and congratulations this whole time. Also, if he was going to pull the rug out from under Izuku, he would have done it the day of the test. Still, all the logic in the world couldn't prevent the trickle of fear in his heart. There's more to the test than what the proctor explains. All Might said, pointing at the camera. What kind of hero school wouldn't reward students for displaying heroic behavior? He asked as the image shifted to recordings of Izuku swooping in to save other applicants in peril from the robots, culminating in him saving that brunette from the zero-pointer with his constructs. Not the kind of school that UA wants to be. All Might proclaimed. Which is why there's another way to earn points on the practical, rescue points. For your heroic deeds during the test, the facility awarded you a whopping 75 points. That brings your total up to a staggering 130, which not only puts you into first place but is also a new record. Izuku's eyes widened, jaw going slack with shock. First place? The record score? At this point, it goes without saying that you're in, young Midoriya. All Might said. It is my pleasure to welcome you to your hero academia. Izuku started crying with joy the moment the recording ended. Do you have your tissues? What about your handkerchief? Inko asked as Izuku hurriedly put on his shoes, desperate to not be late for his first day at UA. Yes, I have them, he said, heading for the door. Gotta go. Izuku, wait. Inko called. Yes? He asked, trying not to let his impatience turn into irritation with his mother. You're really cool, Izuku, she said, giving him a watery smile. And you belong at UA. I don't know anything more about ancient space aliens than what you've told me, but these guardians made a good choice when they gave you that ring. He smiled. Thanks, Mo. I'll see you later. A short train ride later, and he was walking onto the UA campus as a student for the first time. Izuku couldn't help but be a little awed by it. The citadel of the Guardians on OA was much bigger than the main building, but this was still UA. Also, while not the largest building he'd ever been in, it was still huge. He got a little turned around, and didn't find the classroom until it was closer to the start of the school day than he would have liked. Still, he found the door to his homeroom with a few minutes to spare. Izuku almost wasn't surprised when the first thing he encountered upon opening it was the blue-haired, bespectacled guy from the entrance exam barking at Kaken to get his feet off the desk, and Kaken throwing out one of his casual death threats in turn. That's reprehensible, the guy with the glasses exclaimed. Are you sure you even want to be a hero with that kind of attitude? Shut the hell up for eyes before I show you your place. Kaken snapped. The other young man was about to retort when he noticed Izuku. Seemingly forgetting his dispute with the explosive blonde, he practically rounded on Izuku. I believe that Present Mike said your name was Midoriya, correct? Izuku blinked, shocked that he'd remembered. Yes, that's me, Izuku Midoriya. I'm Tenya Ida, he smiled. I'm glad we can finally introduce ourselves properly, as we were interrupted on the day of the exam. Oh yeah, nice to formally meet you too, Izuku said, slightly awkward. He wasn't the most social of creatures to begin with, and it was especially difficult to be at ease with Kaken glaring daggers at him. I must commend you again for realizing the correct course of action during the entrance exam and acting to save Uraraka, Ida said. You saw things that I didn't until after the test had concluded. Despite not daring to look directly at him, Izuku could still see a vein throbbing in Kaken's forehead. You mean the rescue points? He asked, blinking. I didn't know about those. I just couldn't stand by while she was in danger. He added, making a mental note that the nice girl's name was apparently Uraraka. Then you're even more deserving. Hey, it wasn't that big of a deal, Izuku stammered out, both uncomfortable with the praise and wanting it to stop before Kaken went nuclear. Oh, hey Midoriya, a new voice called from the doorway. That's your name, right? I'm glad to see you here. You looked so worried when Present Mike said somebody wanted to talk to you, but I guess it was okay, right? Izuku blinked, turning to find the nice girl standing there. Oh, yeah, it was fine, he said. He felt nearly bowled over, in a good way, by the amount of bubbly positive energy the girl was putting out. Uraraka, right? Yup, that's me. Ochako Uraraka, she confirmed with a nod. If you're just here to socialize, you may as well leave now. Yet another new voice spoke, in something between a mumble and a tired groan. Everyone looked down to see a yellow sleeping bag laying in the hallway. A hand reached out and unzipped it part of the way, revealing a disheveled, tired-looking man with long black hair drinking a jelly packet. The class slowly went silent, everyone staring at the guy as he stood up and shed the sleeping bag. It took you 8 seconds to quiet down, he said. Time is a precious resource, and you can't afford to waste it. You lot aren't very rational, are you? Everyone just stared at the man, wondering who this very bedraggled-looking individual was. I'm Shota Aizawa, your homeroom teacher. Pleased to meet you, he added, sounding like the brief pleasantry had cost him far more effort than he'd wanted to spend. The shocked silence continued as everyone took in the fact that this man was a teacher and their teacher at that. Aizawa held out one of the school's blue and white gym uniforms. Now put these on and head out to the grounds, he said. Quickly now. Why? Uraraka blurted out, the strangeness of the whole scene finally catching up to her. I'm going to be testing your quirks, Aizawa answered, his tone suggesting he felt the question was very silly. But what about orientation? Or the guidance sessions? Uraraka sputtered. Meaningless ceremonies, Aizawa replied flatly. No time to waste if you want to become heroes. Now move. He added, making it clear that he'd brook no further arguments. Izuku wasn't so sure that the usual day one activities were pointless, but with little choice, he headed down to the locker rooms, quickly swapped his regular school uniform for the PE one, and made his way to the grounds, along with the other students in Class 1A. Middle schools in this country refuse to allow students to use their quirks on the standard physical tests, Aizawa was saying as everyone lined up. It's irrational. The education department is just procrastinating. Izuku arched an eyebrow at that. On paper, people without hero licenses weren't supposed to be regularly using their quirks, and thus couldn't really be expected to have a good enough grip on them to safely apply them to physical exams. This went double for people with powerful ones that could potentially cause injury or mayhem if used improperly. From that viewpoint, not allowing students to use their quirks was the only rational course of action. On the other hand, Izuku knew all too well that students used their quirks all the time, and teachers just looked the other way, especially when it was the students with the flashy, powerful quirks were doing it. So expecting students to have a good handle on their quirks by the time they reached high school was in many ways simply acknowledging reality. Still, something didn't sit right about it with Izuku. No middle school principal had the power to change the country's laws governing quirk usage, after all, so it felt like Aizawa was grumpy at them for not totally disregarding the rules. He also had a sneaking suspicion the man would extend that annoyance to anyone who didn't have a great grip on their quirk already, despite the fact that technically they shouldn't have been able to practice with them that much. For his own part, Izuku was just glad that Arisa had trained him thoroughly on how to use his power ring. Midoriya, Aizawa spoke. Izuku stiffened. Yes, sir? Aizawa gestured for him to step into a large circle drawn on the field and tossed him a softball. How far could you throw in middle school? 56 meters, Izuku answered. Great, Aizawa grunted. Now try it with your quirk. Do whatever, so long as you don't leave the circle. Izuku nodded, quickly deciding how best to handle this. A beam of green light shot out from the currently invisible ring on his finger and quickly formed into a construct of all might. What the F dash? Kaken snarled, startling Izuku so much that the construct winked out. Izuku belatedly realized that this was the first time the blonde boy had ever seen his quirk in action. Explain yourself, Deku. Kaken roared. He went rocketing towards his target, using explosions from his hands to propel himself at greater speeds. For his own part, some of Izuku's lantern training must have kicked in, because he automatically brought his protective aura up and got into a defensive stance, even as the larger part of him wanted to cower in terror. Seconds before Kaken could reach him, however, a strip of cloth suddenly wrapped itself around him, stopping him cold. The explosions erupting in his palms fizzled out. What the hell is this cloth? The explosive boy growled as he struggled against it. It's my capture weapon, Aizawa said. Made of carbon fibers and a special alloy weave. Now quit using your quirk already, I'm getting dry eye over here. The erasure hero, Eraserhead, Izuku whispered, finally figuring out the pro-hero identity of their homeroom teacher. Kaken struggled a bit more but finally relented, allowing Aizawa to stop using his quick and withdraw his capture weapon. What a waste of time, the pro-hero grunted. Midoriya, proceed. Alright, Izuku said. Most of the rest of the class murmured to each other, surprised that their teacher would just continue like normal after that, without doing anything to the student who just tried to attack another unprovoked. Izuku, however, wasn't the least bit incredulous. 3 years at Aldera made it the expected outcome where Kaken was involved. Focusing his willpower once more, he dropped his protective aura and created the all-might construct again, handing the softball to it. The ring construct wound up like a major league pitcher, then hurled the softball with tremendous force, rivaling what the real number 1 hero could muster. There was a loud crack as the ball broke through the sound barrier, causing one girl with what looked like AUX jacks dangling from her earlobes to wince. Huh, must have made it into orbit, Aizawa remarked as he held up his phone so the class could see. The device was currently displaying an infinity symbol. Whoa, amazing! The infinity sign actually came up. So we can use our quirks for real? The hero course is awesome. Something dangerous sparked in Aizawa's surly gaze. You're hoping to become heroes after only 3 years here, and you think it'll be all fun and games? He asked. Right. The student with the lowest score will be deemed hopeless and expelled from the hero course. It's only the first day. Expelling someone so soon is totally unfair. Uraraka protested. The world is full of unfair things, Aizawa retorted. Heroes are called upon to correct that unfairness, but you need to be run through the ringer before you'll be ready for that. As a teacher at UA, I'm empowered to do exactly that. I can expel you at any time, for any reason. So use all your strength to overcome it all. Go plus ultra. Or get out. If you're expecting to spend your evenings hanging out at McDonald's, you may as well spare all the time and exit the hero course now. There was no more talk about how awesome UA was after that, no more excitement. The students turned to the tests with single-minded determination. For his part, Izuku had little trouble with the events themselves, easily able to use the power of his Green Lantern ring to help him through them. For the 50-meter dash, he created a construct of ingenium and placed himself inside of it, much to the surprise of Ida. He simply flew over the sand pit for the standing long jump. Green Might returned for the grip strength test. Not every test was one he could easily use the ring to assist himself with, but still, he was soon confident that he'd be well above the bottom of the pack. Yet with each success, he felt like a pit was forming in his stomach and getting bigger. He didn't really have a quirk. Was someone who deserved to be there going to be expelled because he was using the ring to cheat, for personal gain? No, stop it, he thought, squeezing his eyes shut for a moment. Izuku reminded himself that Salik had given him the okay to use the power from his Green Lantern ring to pursue a career in heroics. His mother had told him just that morning that he belonged at UA. All Might himself had had no issue with Izuku going to UA after he'd learned the truth about his quirk. It still didn't quite blunt the feeling that he was doing something terribly wrong, and Izuku wondered if he would forever feel like a fraud in hero society, assuming he achieved his goal. Seeking to distract himself from that depressing thought, Izuku spent the time he spent waiting on the sidelines observing his classmates, using his old love of quirk analysis to occupy his mind instead. Everyone had such cool quirks, which was just to be expected from UA students, but he quickly noticed a pattern as he watched them. Almost everyone was able to use their quirk to excel at one or two events, but only a handful were able to do it with almost every event. Really, the only ones who were managing that, aside from himself, were Kaken, a boy with a large scar on his face and ice generation powers, and a tall girl with her black hair in a ponytail who seemed to be able to pull any object she wanted from her own body. He paid particular attention to this last one, both because he was insanely curious about such a versatile quirk. What were the limits? How many things could she make at once? Was there any substance she couldn't make? The questions were seemingly endless, and because her ability to create things was so similar to his own power to make constructs. His eyes widened as he watched her create a pair of shoes with springs to help her in the side-to-side stepping, struck by the cleverness of it. I should have done that, he thought, recalling his own mediocre performance on that exercise. Izuku grimaced as the ponytailed girl's ingenuity made him realize how much he'd been limiting himself. Virtually every construct he'd ever made since he'd gone past giant fists and spheres had been various pro-heroes. Of course, given how many heroes there were and how varied their quirks were, not to mention his own encyclopedic knowledge of them, he still had a significant number of tools in his toolbox. But this test had already proved that there were some situations that those wouldn't cover, and creating a construct of a pro-hero took more time, willpower, and mental focus than making a simple object. The only problem would be shifting his way of thinking. His brain just automatically went to heroes whenever he was confronted with a complex problem. Arisa had praised him for his ability to create such elaborate and powerful constructs so quickly, but now he felt like he'd skipped learning an important skill, having gone from very basic constructs directly to more advanced ones. It figures I'm actually really good at something for once and it comes back to bite me, he thought. Izuku reached up and slapped both his cheeks with his hands, trying to snap himself out of it. This just meant that he had to work on it going forward, to get more creative with his quirk, and go plus ultra. Unfortunately, most of the events were already over. He wasn't able to come up with anything to help him with the seated toe touch, though neither did almost anyone else, and he also initially came up blank when Aizawa announced they'd finish up with an endurance test. Then the raven-haired girl opened her gym top and pulled a small motor scooter out of her body. Oh, he breathed, before focusing his will into the ring and creating a construct of a bicycle. He could have made a motor vehicle of some sort, of course, but a bike was still a huge advantage, and he saw no reason not to get some exercise during this test. Unlike with the previous tests, Aizawa allowed them all to do this one at once. Nearly everyone started off strong, despite having gone through the rest of the series of tests already, but it wasn't too long before several students slowed and eventually stopped, with the kid with the purple ball for hair being first, probably thanks to his short legs. Kaken, the guy with the scar, and the pink-skinned girl lasted longer than average, first using their quirks to help propel them and then simply jogging when they exhausted them. When Ida's engine sputtered and he was forced to stop, only Izuku and the creation girl remained, neither of them having any difficulty so far. Okay, that's enough, Aizawa grunted. I'm giving you both top marks on this one. Izuku stood, allowing his construct to disappear into nothingness, while the girl brought her scooter to a stop and parked it next to the track. Explaining how the scores are tabulated to rank you all would take too long, so here they are, Aizawa said, pressing a button on a remote control he had, which projected a hologram of the list into the air. Izuku smiled at seeing he was in second place, only behind someone named Momo Yaoyorozu, who he assumed was the girl with the object creation quirk. The short boy with the purple ball for hair let out a horrified-sounding squeak, and Izuku gave him a sympathetic look, the guilt he'd felt earlier returning in full force. Also, I was lying about expelling someone, Aizawa added, with a grin Izuku could only describe as sadistic. That was a rational deception, meant to bring out your best efforts. Most of the class reacted with shock and horror, with Yaoyorozu being one of the rare exceptions. Well, of course it was a lie, she said. I thought it was obvious. Should I have said something? She added. Everyone was still too stunned to answer her. Anyway, we're done here, Aizawa said, abruptly turning away and jamming his hands in his pockets. Your papers about the curriculum and all that are back in the classroom. Make sure to pick them up before you leave for the day. All might, Aizawa grunted as he turned around the corner of one of the nearby buildings, unsurprised to see the huge pro in his awful pinstriped yellow suit. I see you were watching me. I would have thought a man in your position wouldn't be so keen to waste time. The number one hero ignored the jab. I merely wanted a look at the class I'll be teaching soon, he said instead. It was a lie, of course. He'd mainly been curious to see how well the young man who might have been successor had things gone different would perform, and if he could actually keep that ring invisible when under stress. Aha, Aizawa grunted. And it has nothing to do with you still being paranoid about Midoriya for some reason? Not at all, All Might replied. The underground pro's expression shifted to one of mild, sleepy surprise at the other's easy denial. Apparently, he'd expected the number one to either be cagey about the subject or respond with nervous stammering. What did you think of them? All Might asked, seeking to move past the moment. They're not completely without potential, Aizawa muttered tiredly. All Might hummed thoughtfully. You know, it may not be my place to say this, considering I'm a complete newbie when it comes to teaching, but was it really a good idea to lie to them all, and on the first day at that? Aizawa stopped and silently appraised All Might for a moment, possibly wondering if the blonde man knew where the deception truly was. As it turned out, All Might did know. A cursory glance at the school records, he was now privy to having made him aware of how quick the underground pro was to expel students. The lie hadn't been the threat of expulsion, it had been the claim that he'd never intended to carry it out to begin with. Not that it made a difference. Even if the students didn't know the exact source of the dishonestly, they still knew he'd lied to them. You're right, Aizawa said eventually. It's not your place. And with that, he turned and continued walking off. Excuse me, Izuku called, running forward. He thought he'd lost track of the creation girl after the students had all gone back to their respective locker rooms to change out of gym clothes and into their regular uniforms. Izuku had swapped outfits at basically warp speed, not wanting to be in the locker room with a still seething Kaken for a moment longer than necessary, and then waited around in the classroom after grabbing the syllabus and other documents that were waiting there for them, hoping to get a chance to speak to her. However, the explosive blonde had appeared first, and Izuku had decided to make himself scarce again, opting to try and catch her outside instead. He'd just about given up on getting to speak to her when he'd spotted her talking to the girl with the EUX jacks dangling from her earlobes near the entrance to the school. Yes, what can I do for you? She asked as Izuku drew near, while the shorter girl eyed him warily. I wanted to thank you, he stammered out, suddenly having trouble properly forming words and regretting his decision to seek this girl out like this. She was really very pretty, more so than he'd realized during the tests. She was also quite curvy, especially for their age, something the shapeless PE uniforms had largely concealed but was a lot easier to see now that she was in the regular school uniform. She tilted her head slightly, looking confused. Whatever for? She asked. And may I ask your name? I'm Izuku Midoriya, he managed to get out. And you're Yaoyorozu, right? The one who got the top score on the test today. She nodded. Yes, that's me, and this Kyokajiru, she said, indicating the shorter girl. Sup, she greeted him with a nod. So, what was it that you're thanking me for? Yaoyorozu asked. Izuku's face reddened, feeling like a moron for needing to be asked that a second time. Watching the way you use your quirk helped me use my own more intelligently, he got out, talking only a little too fast. I don't think I would have done nearly as well on the endurance test at the end without your example. I wanted to thank you for that, and I hope you don't mind if I continue to use some of your ideas on what to create in a situation. He added with a bow. Oh, you're very welcome, then Midoriya, Yaoyorozu said with a pleased smile. And of course, I don't mind. In fact, I take it as a compliment. Hey, no offense to either one of you, but could you really not have thought to make a bike for that test without watching what Yaoyorozu did? Jur asked, though she looked a lot less wary of him than she had a second ago. He blushed again. I mean, probably. Eventually, he said. My quirk came in really late, so I don't really have as much experience with it as most people. And my mind just sort of always goes to heroes. I usually don't make stuff, even if it would make more sense. I'm hoping to work on that. Yaoyorozu smiled kindly at him, which didn't do anything for the redness in his face. I hope we can all help each other become better future heroes, so I'll be happy if I can assist you with that. In fact, she checked her wristwatch. My driver won't be here for a while, since we got out so much earlier than expected. I'm feeling a bit peckish after those tests. Why don't we get something to eat and we can talk about it? Sure. Izuku squeaked without stopping to think about it, voice at least half an octave higher than normal, causing Jairu to smirk. Yaoyorozu either didn't notice how awkward he was or was polite enough to pretend not to. He might have wondered about the "my driver" remark if he hadn't been using all his faculties to try to keep at least some semblance of composure while talking to a gorgeous girl. Lovely, Yaoyorozu smiled. Jairu, would you like to join us? That would be cool, but I have other stuff I gotta do, Jairu replied. Have fun, you two. Oh, okay. Suddenly I'm doing something that sort of looks like a date with a girl who looks like she belongs on a magazine cover or something. Impossibly Stunning Women Monthly, he swallowed, then steeled himself. Yaoyorozu didn't deserve to be treated differently because of how she looked. Also, a lot of female pro heroes were extremely attractive. Popularity was always beneficial to pro heroes, at least those who didn't go underground. And the simple fact of the matter was that good-looking people tended to be more popular, something that often hit female pro heroes harder than their male counterparts, so he supposed he'd have to get used to interacting with beautiful women at some point if he wanted to be a hero himself. No fear. But sheer force of will, he managed to make himself act at least relatively normal as they walked away from the UA campus in search of a snack, the two exchanging small talk as they went. Thankfully, it wasn't too long before his nervousness at talking to a pretty girl he'd just met today started to ebb. It didn't go away entirely, to be sure, but it diminished enough that it took minimal effort to maintain his composure. Or at least, for him to seem reasonably sane. I hope I didn't come off as arrogant to everybody back there, Yaoyorozu said. I really just assumed that everyone would realize that Mr. Aizawa was bluffing with his expulsion threat. I don't think it'll be an issue, he said, even though he privately thought she had seemed a little arrogant then. I'm sure people will realize you didn't mean it to come off that way when they get to know you. He added sincerely. Yaoyorozu was very proper and formal but very nice for all that. How did you know he was bluffing, by the way? Izuku asked. He kept talking about being rational and logical, Yaoyorozu answered. It would have been very irrational to expel someone on the first day, and as a result of that physical test, which limited how creative a number of us could be with their quirks. However, if he wanted to make everyone try as hard as possible, then it made more sense. Izuku realized he couldn't find a hole in her logic. You're really smart, Yaoyorozu. Oh, thank you. I do try, and I've had the benefit of some of the best tutors, she said, a dusting of red appearing on her cheeks. Cute. Izuku thought, nearly getting overwhelmed again. I'm not entirely sure that ruse was really a good thing to do though, he said, somehow forcing his mind back to the conversation. Maybe it was just because the first people to believe in him were all about courage and overcoming fear, but the underground pro's scare tactics definitely rubbed him the wrong way. I can't say I disagree. While it may have made sense in the short term, I know that I'll certainly be on guard for more such ruses in the future, Yaoyorozu said. But enough of that for now. Let's choose a place to eat. A small, rarely heard from subversive streak in Izuku wanted to suggest McDonald's, but he quickly dismissed the idea. While his main power was his Green Lantern ring, he still made sure to get in shape, and greasy fast food wasn't really compatible with a pro-hero diet. He doubted that Yaoyorozu would like it either. They eventually selected a build-your-own-salad bowl type restaurant. It was part of a chain that had rapidly become popular in Japan, but Yaoyorozu was clearly unfamiliar with the process of ordering, following his lead to the point that she ordered almost exactly the same thing he did, only swapping out the chicken for salmon. She smiled the whole time, though, like the whole experience was a wonderful novelty. By this point, Izuku was becoming increasingly sure that she came from money, probably quite a lot of it, but he refrained from remarking on it. So, you said you believe I can help you use your quirk more effectively? Yaoyorozu asked between daintily taking bites of her salad. Izuku nodded. Right, he agreed. Like I said, my quirk came in really late. I've done my best to train with it, but I guess I don't think as creatively as I'd believed. How late did your quirk come in, and what exactly is it if you don't mind my asking? Yaoyorozu inquired. I got it about 10 months before the entrance exam, he answered, getting a soft gasp in response. A quirk awakening so late is unprecedented. Yaoyorozu exclaimed softly. He nodded. Believe me, no one was more shocked than me, he said. As for what it is, I call it green light. It allows me to generate, well, green light that I can use to create a protective aura around myself, fly, shoot energy blasts, or create what I call constructs. To demonstrate, he created a pint-sized construct of All Might. The green version of the number 1 hero gave Yaoyorozu a jaunty salute before quickly fading into nothingness. That's an extremely versatile quirk, she remarked, smiling delightedly. He blushed. Thanks, though I'd say yours is even more versatile. I can't say I agree, Yaoyorozu replied. I certainly can't fly. But the things you create actually stick around once you've made them, he countered. If I lose focus, my constructs just disappear. Yaoyorozu looked ready to argue further but then shook her head. This debate isn't getting us anywhere, she said. Why do you have trouble with making constructs that aren't pro-heroes? I guess I'm just too much of a hero fanboy for my mind to go anywhere else, he admitted, blushing. She giggled, covering her mouth with a hand. It works a lot, he added. But not always, and it's not as efficient as creating a construct of a simpler object when one will do the job just as well. So, I was hoping to maybe get some pointers from you, he shyly asked the last part. There were actually stars in her eyes at that. Of course. I'd be happy to, she said. Since your quirk is different, I'm sure your limitations are too, but I hope any tips I can offer will be helpful. Normally when I need to choose what to create, I like to. She went on for a good 20 minutes, Izuku eagerly recording everything she told him in one of his notebooks. Yaoyorozu was correct in that they had very different limits on their abilities, and therefore not all the advice she had to give was applicable to him, but a lot of it would be really valuable all the same. And hearing about how her quirk worked alongside it was super interesting as well. Oh, look at the time. Yaoyorozu said eventually, checking her wristwatch again, well after their bowls were empty. I have to get back soon. I don't want to leave my driver waiting. Before you go, one more thing please? He asked. She nodded and gestured for him to go on. I made a habit of analyzing heroes' quirks since I was little a kid, he stammered out. I've always loved it, trying to figure out exactly how they worked and coming up with new potential applications for them. But I've had trouble doing it with my own. Guess it's kind of a blind spot for me. I was wondering if it would be okay if I did an analysis of yours? I think it might help me come up with more uses for my own quirk, and I'd share it with you, of course. But you don't have to say yes. I know a lot of people in my old school thought it would be creepy, so I'd understand if Midoriya, she cut him off gently, would be fine with me if you wanted to do that. Thanks, Yaoyorozu. You're very welcome, she smiled. I hope it helps you, and I look forward to seeing the results of your analysis. When she'd given Midoriya permission to do an analysis of her quirk, Momo really hadn't given it much thought afterwards aside from hoping it would help him improve the use of his own, despite his promise to share that analysis with her. At most, she'd expected he would eventually provide her with some moderately useful insight, though more likely it would be a suggestion that she attempt to make a specific item with her quirk. Most people did that sort of thing when they learned about creation. Ultimately, she'd given him permission to do the analysis because he clearly believed it would help him further his mastery of his own, very late emerging quirk. Momo didn't need or expect anything in return, and if the promised analysis had failed to ever materialize, she never would have brought it up with her classmate. So she was more than a little caught by surprise when he shyly presented her with a notebook the next morning before homeroom began. "Is this the analysis you mentioned yesterday?" she asked, even though he had clearly written Quirk analysis, creation, on the front in a slightly messy hand. Midoriya nodded. "I, was able to write a lot more than usual because your Quirk is so versatile, and because you told me so much about it yesterday," he said bashfully. "I think it really helped me organize my thoughts when it comes to using my constructs better. I hope it can help you too." "Thank you, Midoriya, I'll give it a look," she said, accepting the notebook. He nodded rapidly, face red, and the warning bell chose that moment to go off. "I guess we'd better get to class," Midoriya said. He waited long enough for her to agree before making a hasty retreat, and Momo allowed herself a brief giggle before she also started making her way to the classroom. The young man's shyness was rather adorable, and she had to give him credit for working to overcome it in order to seek her out in hopes of improving his use of his quirk and helping her in return. Making it to homeroom comfortably before it started, she cracked open the notebook and took a quick look, surprised to find a rather good pencil sketch of herself from the shoulders up on the first page. The first few paragraphs contained conclusions and observations about creation that she had made years ago, that she needed exposed skin in order to create things, that the potential to run out of lipids and the time she needed to create things were the main weaknesses of her quirk, and that for her, knowledge was literally power, as the more things she knew the composition of and the schematics for, the more things were in her arsenal. At least he didn't immediately launch into the list of support items and other gadgets I should create, she mused, lips quirking into a small smile. An extensive checklist of objects and gadgets she should create with her quirk in a combat or disaster situation was pretty much what everyone who'd ever attempted to help with it had ever produced, including the private quirk counselors her parents had hired after she'd informed them that she intended to pursue a career as a pro hero. Midoriya had surprised her once already, but she couldn't imagine he could have done more than that in one night, especially given the sheer amount he'd apparently written. The next portion pointed out that, where her quirk was concerned, efficiency was using the simplest, least massive creations possible to achieve whatever her goal happened to be at the given moment, which was interesting. It wasn't news to her exactly, as she was certainly aware that simpler things were easier and quicker for her to create, and that smaller objects taxed her reserves less. However, that wasn't quite how she'd thought about it when using her quirk, especially as she'd gotten better at creating larger, more complicated objects over time. "At the very least, he's given me a useful new reference point when it comes to how I view problems," she mused with a small smile. Then she moved to the section containing suggestions, and her dark eyes widened as she skimmed the first couple of paragraphs. She spent just about all of her ordinary classes reading through the notebook. Good thing she was a top student, and the first day was largely about going over the syllabus of each class anyway. "I am coming through the door like a regular person," All Might proclaimed as he burst into the classroom for their first real heroics class, clad in his Silver Age costume. The buzz of whispered conversation from the class was electric as All Might strode toward the podium, which looked almost comically undersized before the huge pro hero. For his own part, Izuku was just glad that he wouldn't have to keep this secret anymore, having to remain silent while everyone wondered who the heroics teacher would be had been killing him. He'd never realized how difficult it could be to keep a secret when he actually had people who wanted to talk to him. "No time to dally, zygotes," All Might proclaimed. "This is the class that teaches you the basics of how to be pro heroes. It also gives a ton of credits," he added with a chuckle. "So let's dive right into today's activity." He held out a card that had the word battle written on it in big, bold letters. The buzz of excited murmurs returned, this time mixed with surprise and a bit of trepidation from a few, who were taken aback at having this so early. Izuku decided he didn't like the wide grin on Kaken's face one bit. "And for battle training, you're going to need these," All Might said, pressing a button on a small remote and causing the classroom's far wall to open up, shelves with numerous numbered containers on them. Everyone realized what was in there before the number one hero even said anything, giddy excitement permeating the class at getting their real hero costumes. "Get changed and then come to Training Ground Beta, on the double," All Might said, marching out of the room as there was a small stampede for the cases. Izuku hung back until after Kaken had muscled his way to the front and grabbed his costume first, long experience having taught him that to do anything else wasn't remotely worth the hassle. Once the explosive blonde got what he wanted, Izuku moved forward, grabbed his case, and scurried over to the locker room to change. His haste and nervousness at potentially being thrown into a situation where Bakugo had full permission to attack him, or even worse, one of his new friends couldn't overcome his awe at opening the case containing his hero costume. Which was perhaps a little bit silly, really, considering that the design he'd sent into the support company was basically the same outfit he'd settled on for his Green Lantern attire when on OA. He really didn't need someone to make a costume for him, but he'd rather not have to explain how his quirk could generate an outfit for him, in addition to everything else. Still, he was putting on his hero costume. No one would ever be able to convince Izuku that that wasn't awesome. Finished changing, he headed out of the locker room and toward the first real exercise of his hero course education. Momo was one of the first students to report to ground beta, so she took a few minutes to review part of the notebook that Midoriya had given her again before striking up a conversation with Uraraka. "I wish I'd been more specific with my costume request," the brunette said. "This outfit is so tight and puffy." "I think it complements you very well," Momo replied. "Thanks," the brunette replied. "What about you? Did you want your costume to be that, revealing?" "Oh, I'm quite happy with the design of mine, thank you," Momo assured her. "I need as much exposed skin as possible to properly use my quirk." "And you're not embarrassed about that?" Uraraka asked. "I've made a point of training in revealing outfits to get over my self-consciousness," she replied. "Did you do it around a bunch of gross little creeps?" Jair asked as she approached the two of them, looking warily at the short boy with the purple ball for hair who was leering at them. "That's not something I've had experience with yet," Momo admitted, hoping she didn't have to work with him during this exercise. Jairu grunted. "Personally, I'm just glad my quirk doesn't require a lot of skin exposure or a tight outfit or anything, and not just because my figure's not much to look at." Momo was about to tell Jairu that she was very pretty when Izuku jogged out to join the rest of the class. "Oh hey Midoriya." Uraraka greeted him. "Cool costume, really stylish." Momo nodded in agreement. Midoriya's costume consisted of green, light body armor, white gloves and knee guards, and green boots over a black bodysuit. It really was a very nice design. She wasn't sure how practical the outfit truly was, but she supposed his ability to generate a protective aura with his quirk would make that largely irrelevant. "Not as versatile as my quirk indeed," she mentally scoffed, smiling slightly. "It's very nice," she added. "Having an emblem on the chest is an interesting choice. I thought those had mostly fallen out of fashion outside of the US. "They have," Midoriya answered, reaching up to scratch the back of his head bashfully. "I guess it just sort of felt right." The gesture, plus the clingy material of the black bodysuit, allowed Momo to realize for the first time just how muscular Midoriya actually was, her eyes widening slightly at the way his chiseled biceps bulged with the movement. Before anyone could comment further, All Might strode out. "Looking good, my students," he said. "So let's begin the battle training." He explained the way the battle trial would work. Teams of 2 would face off, with one team playing the role of villains attempting to protect a large bomb, while the other would act as heroes attempting to reach and secure the weapon. If someone could wrap some clear tape around a member of the opposing team, that person would be considered captured and removed from the match. If one of the heroes could touch the bomb, their team would immediately win. However, there was a time limit, so the villain team could win simply by running out the clock. The number 1 hero seemed a bit overwhelmed when the students started asking questions, especially when Ida asked if choosing teams by drawing lots was the best way. "It makes sense, really," Midoriya said. "Pros often have to team up with heroes from other agencies on the spot during emergencies." Momo nodded in silent approval, privately a little surprised that Ida had needed that pointed out to him. They all quickly drew their lots, and Momo was somewhat disappointed when she wasn't placed on a team with any of the people she knew already. Friends? Momo would dearly love to have friends her own age for once, instead getting paired up with the boy with the tail, Ojiro as Team C. All Might quickly drew another set of lots to determine which team would be against who. She heard Midoriya release a quiet hiss as the number 1 hero announced her team would be up against Team D, which consisted of Ida and Bakugo. Be careful, he told her softly. Kaken, Bakugo's very good at using his quirk, and he can be very… Midoriya trailed off, clearly looking for the right word. Team A. All Might called, which Midoriya was on. You're up first as villains in round 1 against Team B. Midoriya gave her one more worried look before he scurried off, leaving Momo wondering what he was so concerned about. After all, this was only a training exercise, right? Hi, I don't think we've exchanged names before. I'm Tsuyu Azui, Izuku's partner said as they made their way to the bomb room. Please call me Tsu. I'm Izuku Midoriya, he replied as he absent-mindedly sent a small cascade of emerald caltrips falling down the stairs behind them. Any ideas on how we should approach this? I think it's best if I stay away from Todoroki, Ribbit, Azui replied, tapping a finger to her chin. My frog biology means I start going into hibernation mode if I get too cold, so his ice powers could easily put me out of commission. A bad quirk matchup then, he thought. Not really fair, but it happens all the time in real life, something that heroes have to deal with. It's still weird that Todoroki has only used ice so far. With that name and being a recommended student, I assume he's Endeavor's son, so why no fire? Does he really have none, or is he not using it for some reason? Midoriya, you're mumbling. Azui broke into his thoughts. Oh, sorry, he said, even as he unleashed more traps, along with an emerald CCTV camera. Anyway, how do you think you'd do against Shoji? Certainly better than against Todoroki, Azui replied. He's strong, but I'm fast and agile. So long as I don't let him get a grip on me, my odds are good. Izuku nodded. Okay, in that case, if it comes to a fight, I'll take Todoroki and you handle him. But if we're lucky, the traps will stop them. He added as he acted a glowing green fence around the faux bomb. Azui turned her gaze back to the hallway they had just from. The whole thing practically pulsed with green light from the numerous constructs Izuku had left behind them. Hard to believe that they wouldn't, she remarked. But I suppose if anyone in our class can just bull through, it would be Todoroki Ribbit. How do you want to approach this? Shoji asked as he and Todoroki approached the building, waiting for All Might to give them the signal to begin over the earpieces that the teacher had handed out to them all. Just stay out of my way, the shorter boy said. Shoji's eyes narrowed. I don't think. And time starts now. All Might's voice cracked over the radio. Ignoring Shoji, Todoroki strode forward and placed a hand on the side of the building. Immediately, ice began to spread out from beneath his palm, rapidly expanding to cover the wall. The multi-armed boy's eyes widened when, in seconds, the entire building is completely encased in a thick layer of ice. Then, nothing. Todoroki and Shoji shared a look, wondering whether being trapped in ice was enough to count as capturing the villains. Mon Dieu! That is one crazy display of power. The control room where All Might and the students not currently doing the exercise was abuzz with awed students, many of them never having personally witnessed a quirk with so much raw power in action before. It's very impressive, Yaoyorozu said. However, if Todoroki was expecting to land a knockout with that, he failed. Uraraka finished with a grin, gesturing to the monitor that showed the feed from the room with the bomb. Midoriya had put his protective aura up and hastily started floating in midair when Todoroki's ice had begun to encroach on the room to avoid being frozen himself. Not only that, but he'd been able to do the same for Azui, generating constructs of a thick winter coat and a wool cap, complete with pom-pom on the top, to keep the cold from getting to her. I can't believe he can just shrug off having the building frozen around him like that. Mineta exclaimed. If I was there, I'd be a grape cycle by now. Kirishima grinned, pumping his fist. Looks like this first matchup is going to be a real clash of the titans, he said. So manly. The clock is still ticking, heroes. All Might's voice crackled over their earpieces. Get a move on. Todoroki's eyes narrowed. He supposed it was possible that their teacher was making them go through the motions of completing the exercise even when their opponents were trapped in ice blocks. Frankly, It seemed like something All Might would do, but something told him that wasn't the case. He'd learned a long time ago to trust his instincts. "Wait here," he ordered his teammate. Despite the mask he wore, it was obvious that Shoji wasn't happy about that. He agreed, however, no doubt able to feel the intense cold even from outside the building. "This won't take long," Todoroki said as he entered the building. "He's coming, Ribbit," Azui observed, looking at a bank of green monitors that Izuku had created, which were displaying the feeds from the CCTV camera constructs that he'd left around the building earlier. Izuku silently thanked Momo again, with a little bit of tweaking to account for the differences in their abilities. The techniques she'd given him on how to avoid decision paralysis and choose what to create were nothing short of game-changing for him. Now if only his traps were more effective, he mused, watching as Todoroki used his ice to push them aside. "We better get ready," Azui said. Izuku nodded, the two getting into position. The door swung open, revealing Todoroki. Izuku and Azui both pulled the levers on the modest green catapults they were manning, sending a couple of massive snowballs flying at their opponent. If Todoroki was caught by surprise, he didn't let it slow him down one bit. A wall of ice blocked the doorway, then surged forwards like a wave, blocking the snowy assault and forcing Izuku and Azui to scurry away from the catapult constructs, which quickly winked out of existence. Izuku quickly rang up a new construct, this one a huge Gatling gun-type device. However, when he pulled the trigger, it began to rapid-fire snowballs rather bullets. At the same time, Azui leaped into the air, bouncing off one of the concrete pillars in the room and at Todoroki. Their foe scowled, a layer of frost forming over one side of his body. Another wave of ice exploded outwards, wrapping around both Izuku and Azui like the hand of a giant and sending them rushing backwards. "Rip!" Azui groaned softly, head lolling forwards as the cold got to her, rapidly slowing her metabolism and making her drowsy. "It's over," Todoroki said, his breath steaming in the air as he spoke. "Give up." "No," Izuku responded, pouring willpower into his ring. Emerald flames danced around the construct of the number 2 hero as it advanced on Todoroki. Izuku first suspected that something was wrong when the boy with the two-toned hair released a sound that was a strangled combination of a yelp and a growl. He was certain of it when Todoroki, who'd been so composed earlier, started frantically hurling icicles at the construct of Endeavor, most of which were reduced to steam before they reached their target. Todoroki was so fixated on the Endeavor construct that he didn't even notice when Azui managed to break free and, despite a noticeable sluggishness to her movements, grabbed her roll of capture tape and wrapped it around his wrist. "Todoroki has been captured," All Might announced. Izuku immediately dismissed the construct. For a moment, he thought that Todoroki was going to attack him despite being eliminated, but he regained control of himself with a visible effort. "I'm sorry," Izuku said. "I didn't know." "It's nothing," Todoroki interrupted him. Izuku didn't agree with that, but he recognized the tone of finality in the other hero student's voice. It was clear that Todoroki would not be talking about it right now. "You okay, Azui?" Izuku asked as he created a couple of hand warmers for her. "Call me Tsu," she said as she slipped them inside her emerald coat. "And I'm fine, thanks." He nodded. "Shoji's on his way up now," he said, recreating one of the monitors, which showed the multi-armed team carefully picking his way through the icy hallways and slick stairwells. "Yes," Azui agreed. "But time's up. Villain team wins," All Might announced. "That, Azui." "Well done, students," All Might said as the two teams returned to the control room. A very impressive display of power from the hero team, but the villain team showed that clever countermeasures and teamwork can overcome raw might. Todoroki just grunted in response. "Can anyone tell me who was the MVP of this match?" All Might asked. "I mean, it has to be Midoriya, right?" Sato asked. He seemed uncertain, as though he thought it had to be a trick question, thanks to how obvious the answer seemed. "Indeed, but can anyone list the reasons why?" Yaoyorozu raised a hand. "I can, sir." Midoriya was able to not only use his quirk to protect himself and his partner from Todoroki's initial attack, but he was also able to shield Azui from the cold, as well as laying traps and surveillance devices. His effectiveness in combating Todoroki was also undeniable. All of it displayed the extreme versatility of his quirk, she said, giving him a quick smile before proceeding. Todoroki gave an impressive display but completely failed to exercise any teamwork, sidelining his partner entirely. Azui acted decisively and was able to capture Todoroki, but while her contributions were significant, it's clear that Midoriya was the main factor in his team's victory. Ahem, yes, all might look taken aback. You forgot to add that Midoriya was the most stylish of the group, but you nailed all the most important parts. The MVP of this match was indeed young Midoriya. But none of you here are losers so long as you learn something from it. Always remember that no matter how powerful your quirks may be, you'll regularly need to depend on other heroes out in the field if you want the best possible results. Now on to the next match. Team C versus Team D. Izuku's pleased smile quickly morphed into a grimace as he looked at the darkly scowling Kaken standing in the back. Momo wished Midoriya had had more time to tell her about Bakugo. She had a few guesses on the type of things he wanted to tell her. Bakugo had attempted to assault Midoriya for absolutely no good reason yesterday, despite being aware that a teacher was watching, but it still would have been nice to hear his full insights. He clearly knew the explosive blonde very well. Still, pro heroes had to take on dangerous individuals with little to no knowledge of them all the time, she reminded herself. She would just have to deal with a less than full accounting of Bakugo. So, any ideas on how you want to handle this? She asked her teammate as the two approached the building. Ojiro shook his head. You're the recommended student. I'll follow your lead. Momo frowned. That doesn't mean your input is less valid than mine. He shrugged. Okay, but I don't really have any input, he said. Kind of difficult to when we only met everyone yesterday. Frankly, it seems too early for us to be doing this sort of exercise. Momo wasn't certain she agreed with that, though debates about the curriculum would have to wait for another time. It's a shame that we ended up on the hero team, so I can't fill the building with traps like Midoriya did, she mused aloud. Ojiro nodded. Agreed, but we've got to play the hand we've been dealt, he said. Personally, I'd just go for a straightforward assault myself and adapt as necessary. Momo hummed thoughtfully. Given the time limit and their quirks, she supposed they didn't have too many options. Still, she was loath to go in with just attack head-on as their only plan. Bakugo doesn't strike me as the sort who has time for niceties like patience or cooperating with teammates, she said, recalling how he'd asked if he could just win by destroying the opposing team when All Might had first explained the exercise. I think he'll come looking for us and leaving Ida to guard the bomb. That gives us an advantage then, Ojiro said. We can double-team Bakugo and then Ida. Not if we use up nearly all our time capturing Bakugo, she countered. Assuming my intuition about how Bakugo will approach this is correct, I think it will be better if you went ahead and found the bomb while I deal with him. Are you sure that's a good idea? Ojiro asked, frowning. Bakugo's clearly no slouch. Neither am I, Momo said, doing her best to sound confident and ignore the fact that she'd never been in a real fight in her life before. It's a risk, but I think it's one that's worth taking. If I can capture Bakugo, we can work together to secure the bomb. If I fail or the result is a stalemate, you can make an attempt at getting to the bomb on your own. All right, Ojiro said. If you feel up to it, then I'm fine with this plan. Momo nodded, hoping that she hadn't just made a terrible mistake. Time starts now, All Might announced. The two of them went into the building, moving as briskly as they dared. Neither of their opponents had a quirk that was particularly conducive to setting traps, and she was very confident that Bakugo would view doing such as cowardly or some such nonsense. She wouldn't put it past Ida, but with a ticking clock to worry about, they couldn't afford to be overly cautious. They hadn't been inside the building for 2 minutes when they heard a series of loud pops rapidly approaching them. Momo gave Ojiro a look, and the tailed boy nodded. Bakugo rounded a corner a moment later, an absolutely feral grin on his face. Momo knew it was unkind and unwise to judge people based off of appearances and not very much knowledge of them, but in that moment, she strongly suspected that the blonde teen wanted to be a hero mainly so he'd literally have license to attack other people with his quirk. Ojiro didn't waste any time in making a retreat, giving her one more brief nod before rushing off down one of the adjacent hallways. "You think you can take me one-on-one, Ponytail?" the explosive student demanded. Momo scowled. The impromptu nickname, if something so uncreative could even be called as much, didn't sit right with her, mostly because of the contempt that dripped from her opponent's tone when he used it. "It's a calculated risk," she replied, quickly forming a bow staff. "It's a stupid decision," Bakugo scoffed. "Don't think I'll go easy on you because you're a girl. You'd better not." With a chuckle, he launched himself forwards, fist flying in a massive right hook. Momo retaliated with her staff, intending to hit him before he could touch her, but an explosion erupted from his other hand, changing his trajectory at the last moment. He just avoided the arc of her swing, altering his own attack so it connected. "Ah!" she cried out in pain as his fist impacted against her side and she went flying, an explosion adding to the power of the attack. "I think I understand what Midoriya was trying to warn me about now," she thought, pressing a hand to the throbbing pain in her side, even as she scrambled back to her feet. Despite the pain and his uncouth attitude, part of her had to admire the sheer skill he displayed when using his quirk. "Prissy Beach," Bakugo sneered. "I'll bet you think that getting good grades or whatever means you know shit about the world. Well, guess what? You're just another useless extra." He launched himself at her again, propelling himself forward with his explosions and launching a savage kick directly at her head, forcing Momo to retreat a couple of steps to avoid the strike. He immediately followed up with another punch, not letting up for even an instant. It was all Momo could do to keep him at bay with her staff. She knew that it would only take a few more hits like the one he'd opened with to immobilize her. Not good, she thought. I can't just fight defensively, not if I want to win this. What's the matter, Ponytail? He taunted. Realizing that a real fight is more than you bargained for? Just trying to get a feel for how you approach combat, she countered, before using her staff to vault over to him, intending to hit with a kick of her own. Dums, he roared, hands popping and smoking as he moved to intercept her. Then another small explosion burst forth, changing her course just a little bit and causing him to miss. Coming down for a graceful landing, Momo lashed out with her staff, catching him in the abdomen with the butt of the weapon and then bashing him across the back when he doubled over from the first blow. He staggered backwards out of her range before a third blow could land, cursing loudly. What the F dash, Ponytail? He snarled. That looked like your quirk? Indeed, Momo agreed. Midoriya approached me yesterday, since he believed I could help him use his quirk more intelligently. In return, he did an analysis of my own and pointed out that I could use it to imitate a surprising number of other quirks. Most of them would require information from the quirk holders themselves, but he knows your quirks so well that he was able to provide me with everything I need to know. She held up her free hand, the pinkish glow of creation briefly appearing in her upturned palm as she made a small portion of the nitroglycerin-like substance his quirk produced. A tiny amount of a chemical that reacted with air was all it took to ignite it, and a fireball briefly sprang to life in her hand to punctuate her point. It stung less than she would have expected. She had no doubt that she didn't have nearly the resistance to the explosions that Bakugo himself did, but it seemed that her quirk offered her at least some degree of protection from her own creations. Good to know. Beach! Bakugo snarled, lunging at her again. Momo retreated a step, this time making colorful streamers erupt out of her thighs. The thin reams of paper flew directly into Bakugo's face, momentarily blinding him, and she took the chance to strike with an open palm, fire and smoke erupting as she made contact with his shoulder, causing him to howl in pain and fury. The explosive blonde redoubled his attack, but it was clear that having a facsimile of his own quirk turned against him, or perhaps just his own burning rage, had thrown him off his game. He has much more practice at this than I do, she thought as she used a combination of an explosion and another staff groan from her upper arm to push herself out of the path of one of his attacks. But that's not helping him as much as it should here. He's not used to doing this in such a cramped space. You were asking me if I was taken off guard by a real fight? Momo asked. She was panting, but if her muscles were crying out in protest, the adrenaline was preventing her from feeling it. What about you? Unaccustomed to fighting someone who actually hits back. He growled wordlessly and launched himself at her. She dodged the initial blow, quickly realizing that it was a feint. He altered his course with another explosion, swinging his fists. Momo managed to dodge well enough that he merely grazed her with the blow. She hissed as the flames of the explosion licked at her, but aside from some pain, she didn't think he'd done much other than blacken a portion of her already damaged costume. She detonated another couple of explosions, filling his field of view with sickly sweet-smelling smoke, then retaliated with 3 sharp jabs from her staff. Time to end this, she thought. Just as the grenade-like gauntlet on Bakugo's left arm released a soft ping sound, and her opponent's feral grin from before returned. I guess the shitty little stalker told you this already, but my palms excrete something like nitroglycerin instead of normal sweat, he said, holding an arm up. What he probably didn't know is that, assuming the support company honored my request, this gauntlet's been storing up all the excess fluid the entire time we've been fighting. Momo's eyes widened. Bakugo, stop this? All Might demanded over their earpieces. Momo had nearly forgotten that a teacher was viewing and listening into this. Are you trying to kill her? She won't die so long as she dodges, he yelled, pulling the pin on his gauntlet. Momo reacted without thinking, and it was probably the only thing that saved her. Firing off a pair of explosions powerful enough to burn her palms, she launched herself to the ceiling. Creating a couple of climbing picks, she dug into the plaster and held on for dear life as a column of white-hot flame filled the hallway just beneath her, the heat enough to make her wince. Then it was over. Momo tumbled painfully to the floor. Still think I can only beat down useless wimps? Bakugo asked, looking down at her with contempt. Enough. All Might barked. This match is over. The villain team is disqualified. Momo hated how relieved she was at that. Almost as much as hated how she couldn't stop shaking. The mood in the observation room was sober when the 4 students returned, to put it mildly. Most of the students present were more than a little shocked at having witnessed such unrestrained violence during a training exercise, and their first training exercise at that. All Might awarded the title of MVP to Yaoyorozu, praising her creative use of her quirk, which wasn't exactly a difficult call. Considering Ojiro and Ida hadn't really done much and Bakugo's actions had gotten his team disqualified. That done, he briefly lectured the class on the need for restraint during real hero work and the importance of heroes not letting their emotions running away with them in the field, pointing out that extensive property damage or even loss of life could easily occur otherwise. Still, it was obvious that he wasn't exactly prepared for this situation, the famous symbol of peace projecting significantly less confidence than he did normally. He seemed particularly awkward and unsure about what to do with a completely unrepentant Bakugo, saying only that he'd be discussing the matter with their homeroom teacher. In a way, it made All Might seem a lot more human and less like the invincible demigod he often appeared to be, Izuku mused, as the huge man rapidly looked through the little note cards he'd prepared for himself, obviously searching for an answer that wasn't there. It only made sense, Izuku supposed. Someone could be the best in the world at one thing and a complete rookie at another. It was probably a good thing to remember that even the number 1 hero didn't always know what to do or have all the answers. He probably would have been a lot less devastated after All Might had told him he couldn't be a hero if he'd kept that in mind, Izuku thought. Eventually All Might declared that they had to move on and sent the next 2 teams off to run the exercise. They'd have to use a different building. After Bakugo's attack, they couldn't be sure that the first one was structurally sound. With the teacher and the rest of the class now paying attention to the next matchup, Izuku took the opportunity to make his way towards Yaoyorozu. Talking to a girl, especially one as attractive as Yaoyorozu, and especially when she was in her revealing and now somewhat damaged hero costume, was still pretty intimidating, but she looked so scared and shaken at that moment that he never thought about not speaking to her. "Are you okay?" he asked quietly. "I'm fine," Yaoyorozu said, though it was clear she was anything but. "Hey," Jair broke in. "You don't need to be all strong right now." Uraraka had also come over. "We won't think you're weak or anything," she agreed. "What you did back there was super impressive. And it's okay if you're not okay right now." Izuku was enormously grateful to the other 2 girls for jumping in to offer reassurance as well. "You did just go through something really terrifying," he said. He almost added that he understood what it was like to be facing down the full brunt of Kaken's fury, but then stopped himself. The last thing he wanted to do was to make this about himself. Yaoyorozu nodded, looking a bit more composed and not a little relieved. "Thank you, everyone. She hesitated for a moment. "I will be fine." "And you'll go to see Recovery Girl after class to get those burns taken care of," Jiraiya added. Yaoyorozu's lips quirked with the ghost of a smirk. "That as well. Don't you think some form of punishment for that stunt is in order, Eraserhead?" "He was a teenager put into a simulated combat scenario," Aizawa said. "The whole thing was just asking for trouble. You shouldn't have been the one running that exercise to begin with." The symbol of peace held back a sigh. His entire first day as a teacher had been more difficult than expected. Thankfully, there had been no more incidents with the battle trials following Bakugo's use of his gauntlet, but that had frankly been enough. On top of that, his time limit had forced him to literally sprint away from his students immediately after class. Lacking an outfit other than his hero costume, he'd had no choice to hide out in one of the teachers' lounges and rest until he regained some use of his muscle form. Perhaps not, All Might allowed. But it's too late to go back and undo that. But it's not too late to address the fact that young Bakugo ignored a direct order from a teacher and unleashed a potentially lethal attack at another student. He'd sought out Eraserhead once he regained some freedom of movement, quickly finding the man cocooned in his sleeping bag in another, more central teacher's lounge. So far the conversation wasn't proceeding like he'd expected. "I viewed the recording. It's clear he didn't intend to kill her," Aizawa said. "Frankly, it would have required her to do essentially nothing to save herself, especially considering how versatile her quirk is. Some rookie heroes have been known to freeze up in combat, never mind students," All Might pointed out. "Any hero student who couldn't act to save herself couldn't be trusted to act to save others and would therefore have zero potential," Aizawa retorted. There were a lot of things that All Might found uncomfortable about trying to be a teacher, something he knew very little about, especially after spending so many years as a pro hero, a career he'd long known virtually all the ins and outs of. He decided that chief among them was that he wasn't sure which of them was being the unreasonable one here. For someone who was throwing around threats to expel students on day one because you felt they weren't taking the course seriously enough, your reaction to this is surprisingly lenient, he remarked. "I work to weed out students with no potential, which doesn't include Bakugo," Eraserhead replied. The number one hero decided to try a different tact. "You know, young Yaoyorozu's parents could make things very difficult for UA over this, and they're more likely to do so if the student who did this receives no punishment," he pointed out. All Might could tell immediately that he'd said the wrong thing. "And here I thought the symbol of peace was above worrying about the politics of a situation," Aizawa said. "I'm not going to alter my treatment of a student because another's parents are wealthy and well-connected. Good day," he said, gathering up his sleeping bag and departing the lounge. "Deku, you want to tell me what the F that was about?" Izuku held back a sigh as the angry shout halted his departure from the school. He knew what was coming, and under other circumstances, he would have been genuinely apologetic. He'd known that Kaken wouldn't be happy about the discovery that someone could imitate his quirk, and that he'd like it even less knowing that it was the result of Deku sharing his stalker knowledge, but he'd gone ahead and given Yaoyorozu all the information she'd need to do it anyway. He hadn't been able to resist after. She'd been so nice and so eager to help him just because he was a fellow hero student and had cheerfully given him permission to do an analysis of her quirk. And maybe he'd hoped to impress a pretty girl for once in his life. Was that so wrong? Okay, silly question. So far as Kaken's concerned, it definitely is, he thought. "What do you mean, Kaken?" he asked as mildly as he could. "Don't you play dumb with me, idiot," the explosive blonde snarled, totally missing the irony of his own statement. "You know what I'm talking about. You helped Ponytail rip off my quirk. I asked her for help with mine, and in return I gave her an analysis of her own," he said evenly. "You told her how to imitate mine." Kaken raged. "You used your goddamn creeper knowledge to help someone else imitate my quirk." "She didn't think it was creepy," Izuku retorted. "And it did help her, which was what I was trying to do. Besides, it's not like the way your quirk works is so secret. Pretty much everyone in Aldra knew the basics by the time we'd finished middle school. She's smart, she could have figured it out on her own pretty quickly. If anything, the explosive teen only looked more furious at this reasonable argument. You don't get it, you useless nerd. Kaken growled. You helped her rip off my quirk. What is wrong with you? Me? I'm not the one who fired a bazooka at a classmate in a training exercise, he snapped. The decade between Kaken getting his quirk and Izuku getting his power ring had taught him it was never a good idea to meet the blonde's anger with his own, that Kaken would just escalate and unleash more fury and violence until he got his way, but he couldn't stop himself this time. And to his surprise, Izuku found that a small part of him wanted the explosive blonde to turn this into an outright fight. He could shrug off any attack Kaken might unleash on him, but attacking Yaoyorozu was a very different matter. Izuku saw Kaken's eyes flash and knew that an attack was coming. Young Bakugo! All Might swooped out of nowhere, placing a massive hand on Kaken's shoulder. I realize that it may have been disturbing to essentially have had your own quirk turned against you in the battle trial. However, heroes must be prepared for all manner of surprises. You have the makings of a pro, young man, but you need to learn to control. Get off of me, All Might, Kaken interrupted in a low growl. The number one hero looked taken aback, probably unaccustomed to people reacting that way to him. I'll become a hero who surpasses even you, he vowed, before turning and stalking off, not even noticing that Izuku had already taken the opportunity to quietly depart the scene. The second full day of classes at UA saw a huge crowd of reporters milling outside of the school, looking to find any piece of information they could about All Might. Izuku stammered out something incomprehensible when one of them asked him a question and then scurried inside. I'll probably need to work on that at some point. Seems like most heroes are always talking to reporters, unless they're underground pros, Izuku mused as he made his way to the main building, face burning. He very briefly considered going the underground route, then discarded the idea. Someone who basically turned into a living nightlight when they raised their defenses would make a terrible underground hero. Also, it would be hard to make people feel safe the same way All Might did if no one knew who he was. That seemed relevant. Hopefully UA would help prepare them for dealing with the media eventually. For now, he'd just avoid the reporters as best he could, he decided. He arrived at the classroom only a few minutes before Aizawa did. Everyone quickly sat down at their desks and quieted down, not wanting to invoke the ire of the teacher who'd casually thrown around threats of expulsion on day one. The perpetually bedraggled-looking pro gave a tiny nod of what might have been satisfaction. Good work with yesterday's battle training, he grunted. I looked over the recordings. Bakugo, grow up already and quit wasting your talent. The explosive teen scowled darkly but didn't argue. Yeah. Now, onto other business, Aizawa said. Today, you're going to have to pick a class representative. There was a brief moment of stunned silence as the class processed how utterly normal that was, then everyone was volunteering all at once, half the class shouting as they tried to convince the others that they were the right choice for the job. Izuku smiled even as he shyly raised his hand. In normal schools, being the class rep just involved some extra work and thus wasn't a coveted job. However, for hero students, the role meant getting leadership experience before even graduating, which could be a big boost for a freshly licensed hero looking for a job at an agency somewhere. Enough! Ida barked, abruptly quieting the others. The only proper way to pick the person who will occupy this sacred office is democratically. We must choose our leader via an election. But we haven't known each other long enough to build any trust, Azui pointed out. And won't everyone just vote for themselves, anyway? Jair asked. Which is why anyone who's able to earn multiple votes will definitely be deserving of the post. Ida countered. Jair looked like she wanted to ask what they'd do if everyone got only one vote, but Ida was already asking Aizawa if he was okay with this method of selecting the class rep. Aizawa, who was already in his sleeping bag, just grunted out, I don't care so long as you decide by the end of homeroom. With no better prospects for settling the matter by the deadline their teacher had imposed, they all agreed, or at least didn't protest as Ida handed out slips of notebook paper to serve as ballots. Izuku almost voted for himself without thinking about it, then changed his mind, writing another name instead. He wasn't really sure if he was cut out for any kind of leadership position anyway. Once everyone had filled out their makeshift ballots, Ida collected them with far more formality than the election of a class representative really warranted, and minutes later, a full list of how many votes everyone received was on the board. I got 2 votes. Izuku thought, shocked. Normally it wouldn't have been a very impressive tally, but in this case it put him firmly in second, behind only Yaoyorozu with 3 votes and in front of nearly everyone else with only 1 or 0 in a few instances. Who the hell would vote for Deku? Kaken snarled angrily, having received only 1 vote like most of the rest of the class, presumably his own. Ida, meanwhile, had gotten 0 votes, which was more than a little surprising, considering how enthusiastic he'd been about the role himself. Fine, Aizawa sighed, emerging from his sleeping bag. Yaoyorozu is your class rep, and Midoriya's the vice rep. The raven-haired girl smiled brightly. I promise to do my best as your class representative. Izuku was just glad that being the vice rep meant he didn't need to say anything. Okay, so fate seems to keep shoving me into situations where I'm with the intimidatingly attractive girl. This is fine, Izuku thought. Tamura had never been a fan of games where you had to avoid the NPCs, the exceptions being the ones where the player was a stealthy predator of some kind, swooping out of the shadows to slay his unsuspecting prey. That wasn't what today was about, however. Much as he would have liked to have left a trail of disintegrated paparazzi in his wake, he knew he'd completely fail in his mission if he drew any attention before he had his objective in hand. It was way too early to be drawing aggro from the heroes. Still, he mused as he carefully made his way toward the UA barrier. He could tolerate some stupid stealth segments before slaughtering all the heroes and shaking this shitty society to its very core. After all, lots of great games had annoying segments you just needed to tolerate before you got to the really fun parts. The cafeteria was a bustle of activity and noise, quite unlike the small, elite private schools that Momo had attended up until now. Privately, she had to admit she found it a bit jarring. It was surprisingly easy to forget that there were multiple tracks aside from the hero course, but she was confident she'd grow accustomed to it soon enough. Also, it certainly wasn't the case that everything that was different at UA was bad. She'd never had such a large crowd of acquaintances to eat lunch with before. It felt a bit too early to call them all her friends just yet, but she was feeling optimistic about it. Indeed, she didn't think it was too presumptuous to think of both Jairu and Midoriya as such already. Ochako and Ida clearly were both only present because Midoriya was, so it felt a bit too early to think of them as friends yet, but it was entirely possible they would get there eventually. Congratulations on getting elected, Yamamoto, Uraraka said between enthusiastic bites of rice. Momo smiled at the nickname. Thank you. Midoriya nodded. Yes, congratulations, he said. I have to admit, I'm a little glad I'm only the vice rep. Even though I volunteered for the role, I was worried about whether or not I could really do it. I think you'd have done fine. Not that I believe you're a bad choice, of course, Yaoyorozu, Ida added, to which Momo nodded in acknowledgement. The blue-haired boy turned back to Midoriya. Your grit and decisiveness in a pinch make you perfectly suited to lead. That's why I voted for you. Momo suppressed a smile at the shocked look on Midoriya's face. So that's why you had 0 votes despite wanting the role yourself, she said to Ida, having been wondering about that. Ida nodded. Ambition and suitability are different matters, he said. I humbly made the choice I felt was best. A very mature decision, then, Momo said. Hang on. I voted for Midori too, Uraraka said, ignoring the way the freckled boy did a double take at either that information, the nickname, or both. So who did you vote for, Midoriya? Oh, he stammered for a bit before regaining his composure. I voted for Yaoyorozu. She blinked. So, you could have been the class representative if you'd only voted for yourself. Yeah, I guess so, Midoriya replied with a shrug, clearly not regretting it. May I ask why you voted for Yaoyorozu instead of yourself? Ida asked, tone carefully polite. Momo understood that he was afraid of insulting her if he came off like he thought Midoriya had made a mistake, but she wanted to know as well. After Mr. Aizawa's assessment test on the first day, I went up to Yaoyorozu and asked if she could help me use my quirk more intelligently in the future, and she was really eager to help a fellow student, he explained. She really wanted to see everyone in the class help lift each other up, so I thought she'd make a great class rep. That, and she's really smart. Midoriya, that's so nice of you to say. Yaoyorozu exclaimed, her usually dignified exterior momentarily forgotten. Midoriya's face turned so red that with his green mop of hair, he greatly resembled a tomato. Uraraka grinned, a surprised expression quickly changing to a knowing look. Momo probably would have noticed that, if not for the high-pitching wailing that suddenly started sounding from all around them. What is that? Ida shouted over the din. It's a level 3 alert, a panicked-looking upperclassman told him. It means someone's breached the UA barrier. This is the first time it's happened in my 3 years here. We need to evacuate. Let's go, Momo said, rather unnecessarily, considering a great rush for the exits was already underway. Ida was praising the ability of his fellow UA students to evacuate rapidly, but the attempt of everyone to evacuate all at once was rapidly becoming a dangerous stampede. The UA barrier seemed impregnable when we went in this morning, Momo thought, even as she struggled to keep her balance in the dangerous press of people. What in the world could have gotten in? She decided they needed to find out. Midoriya, see if you can get a look out the windows, she shouted to her vice rep. Thankfully, Midoriya didn't hesitate, judging from the flare of emerald light that came from nearby. Also thankfully, he was pretty close to the windows already, so getting a look outside didn't require aggressive use of his quirk. It's the press, he shouted above the noise. Her brow crinkled as she wondered how on earth a bunch of reporters had managed to get past the barrier before discarding the question as unimportant for the moment. Untucking her shirt, she quickly activated her quirk, forming a megaphone from her abdomen. Attention, everyone, her amplified voice called out, causing several people near her to wince. It's just the media. Everyone remained calm. The effect was nearly immediate. The panicked rush slowed until everyone was making their way for the exits rapidly, but not so rapidly as to risk trampling their fellow students. Momo breathed a sigh of relief, lowering her megaphone. From a distance away, Midoriya managed to extract an arm from the press of people long enough to give her a thumbs up, causing her to smile. It looked like she had passed her first test as the class rep. After the teachers investigated the cause of the alert and ordered the students to return to their respective classrooms, the rest of the day passed normally, and soon enough the final bell signaled the end of classes for the day. Once Class 1A was dismissed, Izuku quickly gathered his things up and made his way out of the main school building. A small crowd had gathered by the spot where the barrier had been breached, though the hole had long since been filled in by cementos. The new, unpainted concrete clearly marked where the opening had been. Izuku had only a passing interest in examining the area now. He thought he might have been able to figure something out about the quirk of the person who did it if he'd been able to take a look at the damage before the repairs, but he had little hope of deducing anything useful now. Still, he used the minor spectacle as an excuse to linger. He only had to loiter for a few minutes before he spotted Yaoyorozu exiting the building. Izuku immediately jogged towards the raven-haired girl. "Oh, hello, Midoriya," she greeted him. "I thought you'd already left the campus for the day." He shook his head. "I wanted to ask you how you're doing." She smiled. "I'm quite well. The alert was rather alarming, but I'm glad we were able to restore order, and of course I'm very happy about us becoming the class reps. I think we'll work well together." Yeah, I do too," he said, feeling some heat rising in his face but managing to push onwards. "But that wasn't what I was talking about, actually. I saw the look on your face when Mr. Aizawa told Bakugo, to grow up and left it at that. It had been a quick thing. Though he had only known Yaoyorozu for a few days, Izuku definitely got the sense that she rarely lost her composure for very long. Still, he'd seen the brief flicker of surprise and then dismay that had overtaken her expression before she'd schooled her features. "Oh, that," she said, mood clearly lowering. "Yes, I was rather surprised about that. When All Might said he was going to discuss it with Mr. Aizawa yesterday, I took it as a given that they'd do something. All Might tried to have a talk with him after school," Izuku said. "Kaken didn't seem very receptive to it, though." "I'm not surprised," she said flatly. She shook her head. I expected they'd actually punish him in some way though. But it seems Mr. Aizawa felt it didn't merit that. Perhaps it wasn't so bad as it seemed to me? She added in a smaller voice. Mr. Aizawa also tells us time is so important and limited that we shouldn't be taking more than 10 seconds to quiet down after he comes in. Then he takes a nap during class time, Izuku pointed out. Yaoyorozu's lips curved in the hint of a smile. True. A beat passed in awkward silence. What did your parents say about it? He asked. I didn't give them the full details, she confessed. I just told them we did a training exercise and my team won because the opposing team was disqualified. Do you think they wouldn't care? He asked with a sinking feeling. No, quite the opposite. Yaoyorozu was quick to assure him. Seeing his questioning look, she continued. I went to a private middle school for the children of wealthy parents. I knew several people who liked to throw around their family's influence and the threats of legal action when they didn't immediately get their way, and I never wanted to be like them. I suppose I also feel that, as a hero student and a recommended student at that, I should be able to deal with this myself. That the student part is just as important as the hero part, Izuku said gently. And we just started. I don't think anyone would expect us to be able to handle everything a pro-hero could already. She gave a little hum of acknowledgement. May I ask you something, Midoriya? If you'd been in my shoes, would you be reporting Bakugo, or just letting it go? He grimaced. I'd let it go, he said reluctantly. But... Izuku trailed off in frustration. It felt like there were a million reasons why he would just shrug and move on, but that she shouldn't have to, yet he couldn't seem to put any of them into words. Why do you call him Kaken, if I may ask? She inquired after he was quiet for a few moments. We used to be friends, Izuku answered. Mogo had convinced him to admit that the explosive blonde wasn't his friend anymore, but it still felt strange and a bit sad to him to say it aloud. It was easier than it had been, though, now that he had other friends. A long time ago, before his Quirk came in. I couldn't pronounce Katsuki back then, so I called him Kaken instead. You've known him for a long time, she noted. Has he always been like this? Izuku shrugged. More or less. He never gets punished for it. Everyone knew he'd be a great hero someday, and none of the teachers wanted to mess that up for him, he answered. He never did anything as extreme as yesterday, though. I guess seeing someone copy his Quirk really snapped his brain. I knew he wasn't going to be happy about it, but I didn't think he'd get that mad. I'm sorry about that. You have nothing to apologize for, she said firmly. Bakugo alone is responsible for his actions. Izuku blinked. On a logical level, he knew she was right, but there had been so many times in the past where Kaken had hurt him, and the teachers had scolded him for upsetting the hot-tempered boy, that the statement felt like a radical one to him. Anyway, Yaoyorozu said, I appreciate you checking on me, though I won't be asking my parents to sue you. Perhaps it's not the wisest course, but it feels like the one I need to take right now. Okay, Izuku nodded. He wasn't happy about it, but he'd be lying if he said he didn't understand it. If you feel like that's what you need to do. She nodded. It is. Hopefully the teachers will be more vigilant when it comes to Bakugo going forwards. And if not, I now have a truly excellent vice rep to help watch my back. Izuku was pretty sure steam came out of his ears after that. Good morning, everyone, Momo greeted the rest of the class, arriving in the crucial few minutes when she could expect all her fellow students to be present, but Aizawa had yet to arrive. I went to see Ms. Kiyama earlier today about something, and while I was there, she was able to give me some documents with useful information we all should have. She allowed me to use the copier in one of the offices, so I was able to make enough for all of us. The kind of helpful action that's to be expected of a good class representative. Ida exclaimed. Truly you were the correct choice for the role. Thank you, Ida, Momo said, caught somewhere between pleasure at the praise and exasperation at the blue-haired boy shouting. Midoriya, would you please assist me in handing these out? Sure, he agreed, quickly taking half the stack from her and moving to distribute it. What is all this stuff? Siro asked as Midoriya gave him one of the modest stacks of stapled papers. Information about the school's alarm system, so we won't be taken by surprise again like yesterday, Momo answered. as well as information about the various resources that the school provides us, if necessary. It was really all information that they should have either been told or otherwise received during orientation on the first day but hadn't due to their teacher deciding to instead give them a surprise quirk assessment test. Momo didn't think it would be very productive to come out and say that, however. As though summoned by the mere thought of him, their homeroom teacher appeared in the doorway just as Momo and Midoriya finished handing out the papers, stepping out of his bright yellow sleeping bag as he walked in. The perpetually bedraggled-looking man eyed the neatly stapled stacks of papers that all his students had suspiciously before seeming to shrug them off as not worth the effort to investigate. "You're getting quicker about getting to your seats, that's good," he said. "Anyway, today's class is going to be a special one, conducted by myself, All Might, and one other pro hero. Also, we'll be taking a field trip in order to practice rescue training." That got excited reactions from the class, though Momo was pretty sure she heard Bakugo grumble something about how he'd rather destroy villains than save extras. "You have the option to wear either your hero costumes, or, if you feel they wouldn't be conducive to this kind of work, your PE clothes," Aizawa continued. "Either way, get changed and be down by the front entrance in 10 minutes. All right, everyone, please enter the bus in an orderly fashion," Yaoyorozu told the rest of Class 1A, exactly 10 minutes later. Izuku took a quick head count as everyone else boarded, reaching the unsurprising conclusion that everyone was present and accounted for. "I'm surprised that we're going on a field trip this early," he remarked as he and Yaoyorozu boarded the bus at last, followed by Mr. Aizawa, who was curling up in his sleeping bag before he'd even collapsed into one of the seats. "That's you for you, I suppose," Yaoyorozu replied briskly as the two of them found seats and buckled up. The bus began to move a moment later, with the students chattering excitedly. It seemed almost unbelievable that, less than a week after starting at UA, they'd be dressed in their hero costumes and heading off to a special facility to practice rescue training, but here they were. It was like a dream come true, if Izuku said so himself. "Hey Midoriya," Azui spoke up. "I generally just say what's on my mind, and I'd like to ask you a question." "Oh, what is it, Azui?" Izuku asked, just stopping himself from reaching out to touch the green lantern ring he wore. "Call me Tsu," she said. "And I wanted to know why Bakugo's always calling you quirkless when you're clearly not." Izuku couldn't help himself this time and shot a quick glance in Kaken's direction, but the explosive blonde wore a bored, annoyed look, rather than an expression that suggested an imminent eruption. He noticed Jairu and Uraraka looking at him intently, clearly wanting to know the answer themselves. Izuku wondered if they'd been curious about it but had just felt it was rude to directly ask. Then he realized he'd probably been quiet for too long. "I, got my quirk late, really late," he explained. "And we've known each other pretty much since we were babies, so for most of our lives I've been quirkless Deku to him." "It's really unmanly that anyone ever called you that," Kirishima remarked. "But you're neither of those things now. And I'm sure you weren't useless before." "Indeed," Yaoyorozu agreed. "Despite what you say, I still believe your quirk is more versatile than even my own. And I'm sure your analysis skills predate your quirk awakening." Izuku blushed ferociously at the praise, getting a giggle from Ishido. "Oh, does someone have a crush?" she asked in a sing-song voice. "Don't make such accusations," Yaoyorozu scolded in her best-class rep voice. The horned girl was completely unfazed by the reprimand. "But it is true though, Midoriya," she said to him. "The most popular pro heroes have quirks that are strong or flashy, and yours is both. Only Todoroki and Bakugo can really hope to compete. I can do way more than compete with that shitty nerd." Bakugo snarled. "I'll leave him in the dust, just you watch." "Bakugo," Yaoyorozu began, frowning. "We're here," Aizawa broke in, rising from the floor of the bus as it came to a stop. "Look sharp, everyone." The group quickly disembarked the bus and headed inside the massive, domed facility. "Whoa!" The students gasped in awe as they saw the inside, seeing the array of simulated disaster zones. It looked like something out of a movie, or maybe an elaborate theme park. "Welcome, students," spoke a tall figure in a puffy white hero costume, complete with full head helmet. "To the unforeseen simulation joint. I built this facility myself. Here, you can find simulations of every natural disaster you could possibly imagine. Uraraka's face lit up. "Oh my gosh, that's the Rescue Hero 13, she exclaimed. "She's the best." Aizawa stepped forward, and the two UA teachers had a brief, hushed conversation. Izuku noticed 13 hold up 3 fingers, following by the underground pro's expression turning to one of annoyance. Could it be that All Might already used up all his time for today? He wondered. Finished with their short discussion, the teachers turned back to their students. "Before we begin today's exercises, I'd just like to say a few things," the rescue hero said, before launching into a brief speech about the dangers of quirks when used carelessly. Izuku smiled at the way Uraraka was practically vibrating with excitement at getting to learn from her favorite hero. Honestly, he didn't see why it annoyed so many people when he did this sort of thing. Maybe it was just way more endearing when a cute girl did it? That seemed entirely plausible, really. Warning, the ring abruptly whispered into his mind. Unidentified spatial portal detected. Izuku blinked, turning to look at the fountain in the middle of the huge facility just in time to see a hole in reality open up, and a man with a severed hand gripping his face to emerge from it, followed by dozens of other figures, including a giant with an exposed brain. Well, that can't be good, he thought, bringing up his protective aura even as Aizawa took notice and warned the class to get back. "What the heck's that?" Kirishima asked. "More robots like from the test? Is this another test?" Mineta asked nervously. "Don't move," Aizawa ordered the class sternly, pulling down his goggles. "Those are villains." For the briefest of moments, Momo suspected the whole thing might be another logical ruse, like from before. However, the great crowd of villains who emerged forth from the portal, especially the huge figure with the exposed brain, made it abundantly clear that what she was seeing was real. 13, get the students to safety. Aizawa ordered the other pro. "I'll hold them off while you all evacuate." "Mr. Aizawa, you can't, your quirk isn't suited for," a certain green-haired teen was protesting. "Midoriya," she called out. His green eyes met her darker ones, and she saw a kaleidoscope of emotions run through them with almost shocking clarity, starting with a desperate desire to prevent someone from getting hurt or worse and finally settling on acknowledgement and acceptance that, as vice rep, his place was at her side, helping her get their fellow students to safety. It felt like they'd had an entire conversation without either of them speaking a word. Momo would have likely thought it was remarkable if they weren't in an insane, extremely dangerous situation. Midoriya jogged forward to her side just as Aizawa leaped down the stairs, taking him away from the raised central area of the USJ and toward the cluster of villains and thugs. "Hurry, everyone, we need to get to safety immediately," Momo urged the class on. "I cannot allow that," a deep, surprisingly cultured-sounding voice spoke as a wall of inky darkness sprang up from nowhere, blocking the class's escape route. "Greetings." The darkness coalesced into a humanoid shape with glowing eyes and a metal brace of some sort around the neck area. "We are the League of Villains. Excuse our boldness, but we're here to kill the symbol of peace. Do you know where we might find him? We were told he was supposed to be here today." For a brief moment, no one spoke, too shocked that any villain would so casually proclaim such an audacious goal. "His schedule was changed then?" the villain asked. "No matter to me. My job remains the same regardless." His body lost cohesion again, and suddenly most of the class was surrounded by swirling dark miasma. "You won't get to do anything if I kill you first." Bakugo roared, hands popping with small explosions as he rushed forward. "A real man faces enemies head-on," Kirishima bellowed, eagerly joining the explosive teen's charge. "No!" Momo shouted at the two of them, fearing their wild attack would get them killed. To their credit, they came surprisingly close to landing their attacks on their foe, something the villain himself was quick to admit. Though students you may be, you truly are the cream of the crop," the misty figure said. "Too dangerous to keep you all in one place, to be sure." The darkness spread out again, then leaped at them all like a predator lunging at its prey. Momo abruptly felt like she was falling, terror and confusion gripping her before she landed hard on her rear on a rocky surface. The adrenaline kept her from feeling any pain, and she reflexively sprang back to her feet as the mist withdrew like a curtain being pulled aside. Momo looked around rapidly, almost wildly, taking stock of the situation. She was in a rocky area, probably one intended to simulate mountain rescues, her frantically racing mind concluded surrounded by a large number of villains. To her immense relief, Midoriya and Jiraiya had come along for the ride, she noted while creating a bow staff from each thigh, handing the extra one to the other girl. Heh, looks like that creepy hand guy was telling the truth about how this was going to go down, chuckled one of the villains, a burly man with horns like those of a ram. 3 hero kitties presented on a silver platter. Stay back, Momo shouted, brandishing her staff. I'm warning you. Another one of the villains laughed. You really think you can threaten us? We outnumber you by at least 5 to 1. Count again, Midoriya said. There was a flash of green light, and then suddenly jade doubles of the other 17 members of Class 1A appeared and charged at the villains, catching them completely by surprise. A laugh burst out of Momo's mouth before she'd even realized it was bubbling up inside of her, and she lashed out with her staff at the nearest villain, while Jiro plugged her jacks into the speakers built into her costume and started blasting away at their foes. It was chaos, but considering it easily could have been a slaughter, Momo wasn't about to complain. Thank you for evening the odds, Midoriya, she said as she struck a villain who ventured too close with her bow staff. The trio of students fought furiously for what seemed like a very long time but was probably only a couple of minutes, trying to subdue the villains or at the very least trying to create a gap that would allow them to escape. Being completely surrounded by villains was far from ideal, to put it mildly. Hey, I really don't want to complain, considering how much worse things would be without these holograms here, Jiraiya said, even as she blasted a villain using one of the speakers built into her costume. But these guys don't seem as impressive as the ones you made during Aizawa's test. Momo belatedly realized that she was correct. Izuku's constructs were displaying none of the skills of their classmates, let alone their quirks, unlike the constructs he'd made the quirk assessment test. Instead, they were acting like so much dumb cannon fodder. Which was still useful, given the situation, but wasn't exactly ideal. I'm not used to controlling so many constructs at once, Midoriya said through clenched teeth. Either one of the villains happened to overhear them over all the fighting or was smart enough to realize that the Emerald Hero student was having trouble. This hero brat's tricks ain't shit. Just charge them and they'll die. Several of the other villains obeyed, rushing forwards in a renewed charge with quirks blazing. Several of Midoriya's constructs were destroyed, though he recreated them a second later, the green figures forming a luminous wall between the villains and the real hero students. Meanwhile, Momo and Jiraiya furiously attacked the villains who managed to squeeze through. This situation isn't sustainable. I need to come up with a way to get us out of this. Think, Momo, think. She urged herself, mind racing as her body fought largely on autopilot. She needed a non-lethal way to take out all the villains, preferably all at once, one that wouldn't harm Midoriya and Jiraiya, but what could she make that would? It suddenly came to her, and Momo would have smacked herself in the forehead if she'd had a free hand. She couldn't believe how dense she had been not to think of it immediately. She managed to catch Midoriya's eye and, not wanting to say anything to tip off their foes, reached up and covered her mouth and nose with a hand, giving him a meaningful look. She watched as her fellow students' currently glowing eyes briefly filled with confusion before widening with comprehension. Good, she thought, certain that Midoriya had taken her meaning. Now she just had to warn Jiraiya and... Ugh! The other girl hissed in pain, clutching her shoulder as an attack from one of the villain's quirks grazed her. Never mind, Momo thought, deciding she didn't have time to wait another moment. She activated her quirk, the glow of creation appearing over her face, and a moment later she was wearing an oxygen mask. That done, she used creation again, the familiar purplish light now covering every exposed portion of her skin, even though she tapped into her fat reserves far less than she had for many other things. Pink gas began to billow out from her body, rapidly spreading in all directions. Smoke screen, one of the villains shouted, and Momo smiled beneath her mask as the world disappeared into a fuchsia haze. The sound of bodies collapsing to the ground filled the air for several seconds afterwards. Then, silence. Midoriya, she called. I got it, he replied, voice distinctly muffled. A powerful gust of wind blew through the air, sending the gas away and revealing their surroundings once more. Momo looked up to see Midoriya with a glowing green gas mask on his face, and an equally emerald, oversized oscillating fan getting rid of the last of the gas before he dispelled both constructs. All the villains were completely unconscious, laying passed out on the ground around them. Unfortunately, so was Gyru. Momo quickly removed her oxygen mask and created a small vial of smelling salts, then squatted down next to the other girl, waving them under her nose. Ugh, germed as she came to, weakly pushing the vial away from her face. What happened? I created gas just like the kind Midnight makes. I'm sorry I knocked you out too, she said hurriedly, even as she carefully capped the vial, not wanting to accidentally rouse any of the villains. I wanted to warn you and create a mask for you, too, but it seemed like there was no time. I know that Midnight's quirk is less effective on women, so I hoped you might stay conscious, but… It's okay, Gyru interrupted, raising a hand. Under the circumstances, I'm not about to complain. That was brilliant, Midoriya said, eyes shining. I never would have expected you to be able to create Midnight's gas already. Momo allowed herself a small smile, a dusting of red appearing on her cheeks at the praise. I didn't expect her to know the chemical formula for it off the top of her head when I went to ask her about it this morning, she said, making a mental note to thank the R-rated hero again when she saw her next. But never mind that now, we need to decide what to do next. She added, forcing her mind to get back to the task at hand. I don't think there's an exit anywhere near here, so we should probably try to rejoin the rest of the class and the teachers, Midoriya said. Agreed, Momo nodded. Let's make our way back toward the plaza. Shouldn't we tie these guys up first? Gyru asked, gesturing toward the villains who lay unconscious on the ground. Midoriya frowned. I could bind them with constructs, but they'd disappear if I were to lose concentration too badly or run out of power. So Midoriya's quick has a stockpile element to it as well. Interesting, Momo noted, filing away that bit of information for later. I could create zip ties, but putting them on all the villains would take forever, Momo added. Midnight's gas should keep them all passed out for hours, assuming no one shows up and does anything to take them up, Midoriya said. Unless some of them have quirks that give them heightened metabolisms, but there really weren't any obvious signs of that sort of thing from them, and… Momo placed a hand on his shoulder, gently bringing his rambling to a halt before he could go any further. The material of his costume was surprisingly thin, and his deltoids were like granite, she noted, quickly shoving the thought away. Given the situation, it would probably be best to just go, Momo said. The authorities should be here long before they wake up. Gyru shrugged. Okay, you two are the class reps, so if you're sure, I'll follow your lead. Momo nodded. Let's go. Oh man, this is really bad. Mineta whined as Azui unceremoniously tossed him and Kaminari onto the deck of the boat that floated in the middle of the USJ's flood zone. These villains are going to kill us. We're gonna die. Azui had grabbed both of her classmates when the trio had appeared in the flood zone after that one villain had warped the class to various locations. She hoped the small one didn't make her regret grabbing him, but he was already making a good start at it. Mineta, I understand that you're afraid, but you have to calm down, she said, voice quiet but stern. Yeah, seriously dude, panicking won't help anything, the electric boy agreed. How am I supposed to not panic? Mineta demanded. There's a ton of villains out there, and they're ready to murder us. Mineta, I get that it's scary, but freaking out will only make things worse, Kaminari reiterated, though he looked plenty worried himself. How do you expect to be a hero if you go to pieces like this? Azui added. Oh, screw you both. Mineta spat. Acting like being calm in this situation is normal, but this is only our second hero class. Being terrified is normal. It's not like we're not terrified, or at least I know I am, Kaminari said. This whole situation is bad, especially for me. What do you mean, Kaminari? Azui asked, putting a finger to her chin. My quirk is electrification. I can emit an electric charge and zap people who I touch, he explained. But it can be difficult to control, especially when I'm stressed, and being soaking wet only makes it worse. If I get freaked out enough, I just emit one big discharge that messes with my head for a while. He gazed out over the railing of the ship at the group of villains floating in the water, failing to notice his two classmates exchanging a grin. Sorry about this, Kaminari, Azui said. Sorry? What? His question dissolved into a yelp of surprise and alarm as both Mineta and Azui shoved him hard, causing him to go falling overboard. The electric boy flailed wildly before plunging into the drink. Almost immediately, there was a loud crackling sound, followed by the villains crying out in pain before abruptly going silent. Kaminari slurred dopily. Mineta and Azui exchanged a brief fist bump. You think they're dead? The frog girl asked. Nah, Mineta replied. Water's not that great a conductor of electricity, and given the sheer mass of liquid in this lake, the shock would have been less than lethal. And wait, did you not realize that before you helped me push him? He demanded, wide-eyed. Azui just gave him a blank look. Mineta swallowed. Frogmelons is ice cold. Better not get on this one's bad side. We should probably make sure all those guys are floating face up, Mineta stammered. Don't want to just leave them to die, after all. Then grab Kaminari and get out of here. I'm on it, Azui said. She jumped over the side, splashing down gracefully into the water. Hero class girls, man, Mineta muttered to no one in particular as he climbed up and over the short railing before diving in himself. He never noticed Azui's smug little smirk. So, you're the final boss, huh? Aizawa grunted as he charged at the villain wearing all the severed hands. 15 seconds, the hand villain noted, ignoring the teacher's question and evading his foe's capture weapon with jerky but somehow deft movements. The cannon fodder we brought along aren't smart enough to notice, especially with the way you're constantly running around, but every now and then your hair stops floating. And your duration is getting shorter. Your power's no good for long battles, is it? He lunged, managing to place a hand on Aizawa's elbow, causing the fabric of the man's shirt and then the skin and flesh beneath to start disintegrating. Get off me! Aizawa grunted, striking the villain with a fierce kick and sending him tumbling to the ground. So cool, Eraserhead, the villain said as he got to his hands and knees. This battle doesn't play to your strengths, but you dove right in. Almost won too, but you made one major mistake. I'm not the final boss. Aizawa released a cry of pain and surprise as the massive figure with the exposed brain rounded on him, appearing from seemingly nowhere, and slammed him to the ground. Meet the anti-symbol of peace, Eraserhead, the hand villain rasped. The bioengineered creature known as Nomu. It was made to kill all might and given multiple quirks. You don't stand a chance. A scream managed to rip itself out of Aizawa's lungs as the Nomu broke his arm like it was nothing. The Nomu then grabbed hold of his head with one enormous hand, palming the pro-hero's skull as easily as most people could do the same with a piece of fruit. Minute, I know I'm nullifying his quirk, but he's still so med strong. He must be in the same league as All Might. Aizawa thought with frustration. This could be the end for me. Just as he was sure his skull was about to shatter like an egg, a huge green fist slammed into the side of the Nomu, sending it flying off of the underground hero. What the hell? The hand villain hissed. Aizawa forced himself to look up despite the way his entire body seemed to throb with pain, seeing a Jade All Might doppelganger standing protectively beside him. Most people would have just been relieved. The perpetually bedraggled man would admit to some of that, but his initial reaction was a mixture of annoyance and exasperation. Exasperation because of course Midoriya needed to use an All Might construct. Annoyance because he had to insert himself into this battle rather than leave things to his teachers, risking the possibility that he might draw the villain's wrath. Though he did notice that there was no obvious energy strand linking Midoriya to his construct, as seemed to always be the case with him. Looking closer, he spied a green glowing thread, as thin as a length of fishing wire, starting from the bottom of the All Might construct's foot and running along the ground. Following the direction it went in with his gaze, he was just able to spy Midoriya, Yaoyorozu, and Jiraiya hiding behind some rocks, peering out at the scene unfolding in the central plaza. He might have smirked if he wasn't in so much pain. At least the boy could exercise a little common sense. No, Seriously, what the hell is this green mic crap? A decoy? A summons? The hand villain demanded, caught somewhere between fury and confusion. Aizawa activated his quirk, doing his best to keep his gaze on the Nomu. He didn't think that Midoriya's construct could defeat that beast. The boy's quirk was powerful, and it was obvious that the All Might construct was stronger than his typical ones. The thing was nearly opaque, almost like it was made of living jade rather than a hologram, but even with its quirk disabled, the Nomu was terrifyingly strong. Still, Midoriya might be able to keep that monster busy for a bit, and every second they could buy was more time for the heroes to arrive before students died. You know what? The hand villain snarled. I don't care what that is. Nomu, kill it. The monster charged the construct, and the two became a blur of black and green as they traded blows. My god, they're brutal, Gyro breathed as she watched the battle from their hiding place just off the USJ's main plaza. Midoriya, are you really able to keep this up? Yes, barely. Raw power's not actually a problem, but it's hard for me to think fast enough to keep my construct moving as quick as that thing, Izuku grunted, not taking his eyes off the fight for a second. I didn't approach this right. Didn't expect it to be so tough. How is it still so strong? Momo wondered aloud. Mr. Aizawa seems to be canceling out its quirk. It shouldn't have any special abilities right now. I've been listening in on them, and that one villain with the hands was talking about how that thing was bioengineered to kill All Might and given multiple quirks, Gyro said. What? Momo hissed, barely suppressing a yelp of shock. Is that even possible? Hand guy seems to think so, Gyro said. And that thing is crazy strong even with its quirk cancelled out by Mr. Aizawa. Frankly, I'm pretty impressed you're able to keep it to a standstill like this, Green. She added, turning to Midoriya. He gave a little grunt of acknowledgement before he went back to focusing everything he had on keeping his construct in the game. So, it may be possible that what the villain is saying is true, Momo mused. If that's the case, then that monster is extremely dangerous. Especially if it's actually anywhere near as strong as All Might, Gyro added grimly. We have to do everything we can to disable it or at least keep it busy here, or who knows what the hand villain will order it to do, Momo said. Midoriya, it looks like it all rests on you now. You got this, Green, Gyro added, mustering as much encouragement as she could. Midoriya smiled, even as he continued to stare at the battle with the intensity of someone who knew lives were on the line, his left hand wrapped in a death grip around his right wrist as the tiny beam of light that connected him to the All Might construct flowed out of it. Aizawa should have known better than to feel hopeful. Years of working as an underground hero had taught him that the moments you allowed yourself even the smallest shred of optimism were the most dangerous. Unfortunately, it was just human nature when a very bad situation suddenly started looking like it might not turn out so terrible, so he'd let himself think that at the rate the green construct was going, maybe Midoriya could keep the Nomu busy until the heroes showed up. Which was when the hand villain, who he'd completely ignored in his focus on keeping the Nomu's quirk, or quirks, if the villain leader was to be believed, decided to kick him hard in the ribs. Already battered and beaten by the Nomu, Aizawa released a cry of agony, automatically closing his eyes as a grimace overtook his features. Naturally, this meant that monster was no longer under the effects of erasure. Nomu, destroy that thing already, the hand villain screamed. The underground hero turned back just in time to watch as the Nomu put its fist through the All Might construct's torso. He was a little surprised when the strike was accompanied by the sound of breaking glass. He never would have expected it to sound that way when one of Midoriya's constructs was forcibly broken. Then pink gas began to erupt out of the rapidly fading construct, and he saw shards of glass falling to the ground just before the vapors spread and completely obscured his vision of the Nomu and the immediate area around it. What the hell? Nomu, get out of there. Nomu, the hand villain roared. There was no response from the previously obedient beast. Aizawa frowned. That looked like the gas rapidly dissipated, revealing that the Nomu was lying face down on the ground, quite unconscious. Nomu, wake up. Nomu, the hand villain shrieked, reaching up and scratching at his neck with quick, jerky motions. What the hell is this? What could possibly do this to Nomu? Somnambulist, Midoriya called as he, Yaoyorozu, and Jiraiya emerged from their hiding places. That thing is apparently supposed to be an anti-All Might, but it's definitely no anti-Midnight, Jiraiya said with a smirk. Your trump card is down for the count, and the thugs you brought here aren't up to the job of defeating UA students, Yaoyorozu said imperiously, brandishing her bow staff while Midoriya recreated Green Might, along with constructs of several other members of the UA staff. Surrender and come quietly. Minute, the hand villain said to himself, scratching his neck harder, enough that he was at risk of making himself bleed. I knew that even the new students wouldn't be pushovers, but they're not supposed to be able to take out Nomu. We can't have come all this way only to get sent back to the title screen before we even see the final boss. Tamura Shigaraki, I too am disappointed, but it seems we have no choice at this point but to cut our losses, the mist villain said nervously. It can't end like this. It can't. Shigaraki growled, seemingly lost in his own little world. Tamura Shigaraki, the mist villain spoke again, a bit more loudly. If we withdraw now, you may yet have another chance at your goal. Not if we're captured here and taken to Tartarus. Fine, Shigaraki growled. Get us out of here, Kurogiri. No! Midoriya exclaimed. A great green hand appeared and surged forward, grabbing the metal brace on the warper villain's neck. The misty figure let out a grunt of alarm, but he managed to keep enough composure to open up a new portal around himself. He, Shigaraki, and the Nomu vanished and the portals closed, severing Midoriya's construct in the process. There was a thunderous bang almost as soon as they were gone, something knocking the huge main door to the USJ off its hinges. Fear not, students. All Might's booming voice sounded through the facility. I am here. Part of Aizawa wanted to be exasperated at the #1 hero for his late arrival, but he knew that the ringleaders had left behind all their cannon fodder thugs, and such villains could still pose a threat to freshly minted hero students like the members 1A. With both himself and 13 down for the count, he had to be grudgingly grateful for the way All Might went to work tearing through the remaining villains. Then Midoriya, Yaoyorozu, and Jiraiya were rushing over to him. He opened his mouth to scold them for breaking cover and attacking the villains like that. Please don't try to talk, sir, Yaoyorozu said, while Midoriya created a construct of a stretcher. We should be able to get you some medical attention soon. He grunted, deciding it could wait until later, and that now was a good time to finally pass out. Is he okay? It seems like he lost consciousness, Midoriya said worriedly, even as he used his powers to carefully load Aizawa onto a green stretcher he'd created. His heartbeat is steady, Jiraiya reassured him. He just passed out from the pain. She added, getting a grimace out of Midoriya. Let's get him outside, Momo said. I'm sure there are emergency vehicles on the way now, and we'll want the ambulances to find him right away. What about the others? Midoriya asked. The plaza should be safe now, and he'd probably want us to see to the other students first. Now that All Might's here, I'm sure he'll rescue anyone who needs it, Momo replied. Also, she doubted their teachers would want them tangling with villains any more than necessary. Midoriya looked reluctant, but agreed, and the trio headed for the entrance, the stretcher carrying their teacher floating on its own. You did amazing back there, Midoriya, Momo said after a few seconds of silence. That you were able to hold off that Nomu creature for as long as you did was very impressive. Midoriya blushed. Not as impressive as you being able to duplicate Midnight's quirks so soon. Momo felt a little warmth in her own cheeks at the enthusiastic praise. It wasn't difficult once she gave me the chemical formula, she protested. And you were the one who gave me the initial idea to copy the effects of other people's quirks, including hers. But you ran with it, he countered. And it was a brilliant idea on your part to hide a canister of somnambulist gas inside of my construct. It could have been bad if you hadn't come up with that. Oh gosh, just get a room already you two, Jiraiya huffed. Jiraiya, Momo scolded, while Izuku erupted into panicked mumbles and turned so red he resembled a tomato. Diamanit. Shigaraki Tamura raged as he rematerialized in the bar. Shigaraki, Kurogiri began, hoping to calm the young man. Shigaraki ignored him, picking up a shot glass that was sitting on the bar. It immediately began to crumble to dust in his grasp, but he somehow still managed to hurl it quickly enough that there was a sufficient amount of intact glass for a spectacular shattering sound. A television seated on the far side of the bar came on, though the picture displayed only the words, "Audio only." "Calm yourself, my young apprentice," a voice rumbled from the TV's speakers. "The end result may not be what you desired, but it was better than it might have been. You did manage to escape with Nomu, after all. But we didn't even get to the final boss." Shigaraki protested. "Those Dmed UA brats managed to send us packing before All Might even showed up. Like we were just a bunch of Dmed scrub lords." There was a brief pause before the figure continued. "UA students were able to defeat Nomu? Bunch of cheaters. They spawned a decoy All Might and then managed to sneak the sleep effect onto Nomu." Shigaraki seethed. It took a few minutes, but Kurogyari and the mysterious figure were eventually able to get him to convey the series of events that had led to Nomu meeting with defeat before All Might had even made an appearance. And somehow the Dmed cheaters were able to fill that green All Might copy with gas like the kind Midnight makes, like they were able to duplicate her quirk somehow. Shigaraki seethed, still raging as he finished his story. "The stuff completely knocked Nomu out, and then Kurogyari convinced me we needed to retreat." A UA student was able to duplicate a pro hero's quirk, you say? And another who can spawn creations able to keep up with Nomu? Fascinating. The mystery figure spoke. "Do you know which students managed this?" "It's safe to assume that it was one or two of the ones who came out to confront us following the Nomu's defeat," Kurogyari said. "However, it's difficult to say which one, I'm afraid." "No matter. The sports festival will reveal more, I'm sure." The figure paused. "Don't fret, Tamura. As I promised you, you can try again as many times as you need. And while this didn't go as you had intended, you certainly managed to acquire some interesting information." "So then Jair made a joke about how the two of you should get a room already," Izuku said, nervously twisting his power ring around his finger. "And, I guess I haven't been able to stop thinking about it since then." He added in a small voice. "And why is that?" Mogo's avatar asked in its usual deep voice. "From what I understand of Earth culture, such teasing is quite common, especially among young people. Do you believe this Jair meant it maliciously?" "No, I don't think that. I guess I just never gave the idea any real thought before," Izuku said. "Are you attracted to young Yaoyorozu?" Mogo asked. Izuku chuckled, blushing. "It kind of feels like it would be impossible to not be," he said. "I mean, she's gorgeous and really smart and super nice. Almost anybody would jump at the chance to be with her." "Then why don't you simply begin courtship?" Izuku blushed furiously at Mogo's choice of words, which made it sound so much more serious than simply asking someone out on a date. The sentient planet usually managed to do a shockingly good job of making Izuku forget that it wasn't a human counselor of some kind, especially considering he presented himself to Izuku as a luminous, humanoid ring construct. Yet despite having clearly gotten a tremendous amount of data on Earth and human culture from the Green Lantern's central knowledge repository on OA, there were sometimes moments where Mogo accidentally reminded Izuku how alien the two were to each other. In a weird way, it made the living world easier to open up to. Not only was the chance of anyone he knew back home ever speaking to Mogo practically zero, but it felt like, despite his vast knowledge, the massive Green Lantern might not truly get humanity, which made it a bit less embarrassing to talk about certain things with him. "Well, I'm not really sure if I really do like her, or if it just, seems like I do because she's one of the first pretty girls that was ever nice to me and seemed to view my analysis and stuff as useful," Izuku admitted. "Are you also attracted to the young Uraraka person you mentioned before?" Mogo asked. Well, yeah," Izuku squeaked out. "She's also really cute." "I see," Mogo said thoughtfully. Izuku completely failed to pick up on the amusement in Mogo's tone, instead expecting the sentient planet to accuse him of being a cad and to tell him to leave and never return. "Why don't you simply begin courtship of young Yaoyorozu anyway?" Mogo asked. "Huh. You seem to expect that you need to entirely sort out your feelings first, but that may be impossible outside of a romantic setting," Mogo said plainly, causing Izuku's already pleasant blush to intensify. My understanding is that the early stages of human courtship aren't extremely serious or require lifelong commitments to be made, so why not? But wouldn't that be wrong? Izuku protested. I think your feelings for young Yaoyorozu are stronger and more certain than you believe, Momo said. Regardless, you would not be playing with her heart, as you humans put it, if you were giving the relationship a real chance, rather than commencing courtship when you know yourself to be uninterested in her, or interested in XL relations only, Momo pointed out. Izuku went so red it was amazing that steam didn't shoot out of his ears. I sense there may be something else behind your reluctance, Momo said. I just feel like Yaoyorozu deserves someone so much better than me, Izuku admitted softly, playing with his ring again. So would Uraraka. Or pretty much any girl, really. Certainly any girl at UA. You are a top hero student, one who was recently instrumental in defeating an enormously powerful foe, Momo was quick to point out. But that's only because of the ring, Izuku was equally quick to counter. If the Guardians ever decide to take it from me, like if they decide that my profiting from being a pro-hero means I violated the rule against using the ring for personal gain, then I instantly go back to being quirkless Deku. It's true that it's possible for another to take your power away, but certain injuries can render other humans functionally quirkless, if their quirk requires a certain body part to be functional in order to work, Momo said. Do they lose all value if they suffer such damage? That's different, Izuku said stubbornly. If you don't overcome your feelings of inferiority and the notion that you're essentially an imposter, they will forever hold you back, and in a multitude of ways, Momo warned him. This is only one example of that. I know, Izuku sighed in frustration. But how do I stop feeling like a fraud? Especially when I know that there are people who will think I'm one, if they ever found out that my quirk isn't really a quirk at all? I believe the human phrase is, fake it till you make it. Momo said. Izuku did a double take, looking incredulously at the planet's avatar. We become what we pretend to be, Momo replied with a shrug. You might be surprised to find how universal that is among sentient beings. I don't know, Izuku said dubiously, looking down at the ground. A moment of silence hung in the air. In regards to young Yaoyorozu specifically, there is one way to resolve the problem, Momo said eventually. Izuku blinked. What? Tell her about the ring, Momo said. What? The green avatar shrugged again. Many Green Lanterns keep their identities or the source of their power hidden for personal reasons, usually to protect their friends and loved ones, but the Guardians have no edict against Green Lanterns revealing who they are or what their ring truly is, Momo said. If you were to reveal the truth of your powers to young Yaoyorozu, she could decide on her own whether your quirklessness is disqualifying for her or not. Izuku couldn't deny the logic of it, but the thought of telling anyone that he was really quirkless was terrifying. It would only take one person to spread it around, and then he'd be doomed. Of course, he realized that, as a Green Lantern, he should be able to overcome his fears, but at the same time, just because he was afraid to do something didn't automatically mean he should do it. Some ideas inspired fear because they were obviously very stupid and would bring terrible consequences. I'm not sure that's a good idea, he said. Think on it, then, Momo advised. Perhaps as you spend more time with young Yaoyorozu, you'll discover better how you want to proceed. Izuku was about to say something in response when his ring emitted a brief chime. I have to go, he said. Until next time, Midoriya, Momo said politely. And remember what I said about overcoming your imposter syndrome. I will, Izuku said, taking off into the sky. Bye. Unfortunately, the quirk registry shows no known men in the correct age range for this Shigaraki Tamura who possess a disintegration quirk. Detective Tsukachi spoke to the assembled staff of UA in one of the school's conference rooms. The same is true for the teleportation quirk exhibited by the villain known as Kurogiri. So they're effectively ghosts then? Midnight asked, her grim tone bearing no resemblance to her usual stuck lilt. I'm afraid so, the detective confirmed. We apprehended over 70 low-level villains at the USJ yesterday, but so far interrogation has proved largely fruitless, as it seems they were told very little other than they were going to launch an attack on UA. I reckon we better learn about this group, and fast, Snipe remarked. Else what we don't know will hurt us. Most of the intelligence we did get came as a result of Shigaraki's boasting, Tsukachi added. The reports of this Nomu creature being engineered with multiple quirks is highly disturbing, to say the least, All Might remarked. Indeed, Principal Nizu agreed. Aizawa, you had the most interaction with this Shigaraki. What was your impression on him? Do you believe what he said? The heavily bandaged underground pro sighed gustily, not hiding his annoyance. I don't see the point of going over this again. I already gave my statement to the police, but fine, he huffed. Shigaraki was smart and fierce, but he also came off as immature, reckless, unstable. He was like a child with a secret who couldn't wait to tell it to everyone. I doubt he could have kept his mouth shut about his grand plan if his life had depended on it, let alone lie. So, you think he was telling the truth? Vlad King asked. I believe he believed what he was saying, Aizawa said. Hard to believe someone who's apparently so immature could convince that many villains to follow him, even if they were common street thugs, Midnight said. Some villains are drawn to audaciousness, and it's hard to get more daring than a plan to attack UA and kill All Might, Aizawa countered. Doubly so if the plan is apparently feasible. And that Demed Nomu creature was certainly strong enough that it could have given All Might a serious challenge, at the very least. Yet it never got the chance, Cementos pointed out. Instead, it was incapacitated by a couple of first years exploiting its vulnerability against other quirks. Overspecialization, Power Loader chuckled. I see it all the time in my students' inventions. Never thought I'd see it with a genetically engineered monstrosity. Weakness or not, can we agree it was a seriously impressive feat for some students to take down a villain that powerful? Present Mike grinned. You've got some potential greats in your class, Eraser. They shouldn't have engaged the villain at all, even in the indirect manner they did, Aizawa said peevishly. What a couple of first years in their second hero class PRD ever should or shouldn't have done isn't really relevant to this. Midnight broke in before the two could start bickering. Regardless of that, having his anti-All Might taken down by a couple of students before I even arrived is something this Shigaraki won't soon forget, I'm sure, All Might said. While impressive, it's possible that young Midoriya and young Yaoyorozu earned themselves the animosity of a dangerous villain yesterday. Do you think Shigaraki would be likely to seek revenge? Cementos asked Aizawa. He does seem like the type to hold a grudge, Aizawa said grimly. What can we do to protect them? Midnight asked. Short of moving them into UA and keeping an eye on them around the clock, not much, I'm afraid, Nizu replied. Then we'd best make like the early bird and catch that their worm, and fast, Snipe remarked. That and do everything we can to make sure our students are as prepared as we can make them, Vlad added. Classes resume tomorrow, correct? Yes, Nizu agreed. It seems all of us will need to go plus ultra ourselves. Izuku stretched as he touched down on the roof of the apartment building he called home, yawning as he blinked the sleep out of his eyes. Allowing the ring to put him to sleep for intergalactic trips certainly cut down on the monotony, but he always felt groggy for a bit afterwards. Arisa had assured him that that would fade with time, but so far it hadn't happened yet. With a thought, his Green Lantern costume, which looked exactly the physical one that was currently sitting in its case at you, dissipated like smoke, leaving him in a simple t-shirt and jeans. Ring, power check, he muttered. Power levels at 47%, it answered immediately. Making a mental note to recharge soon, he made his way through the rooftop access door and then down to his own apartment. I'm home, he announced him as he took off his shoes and stepped across the threshold. Welcome home, his mother called from the kitchen. Did you have a good trip? It was interesting, he replied. What even is my life now? Izuku wondered, realizing he was discussing a jaunt outside the solar system like he'd just gone to the next prefecture over or something. Part of him still expected his mother to proclaim that she didn't believe he regularly traveled to outer space and had been selected by ancient aliens to become an interstellar hero. He'd offered to take her into space, perhaps to visit the moon or Mars, but she'd adamantly declined, face taking on a greenish pallor at the very thought. Dinner will be ready in a couple of hours or so, she told him. Thanks, Mom, he said. Izuku went to his room and pulled his power battery from its subspace pocket, emerald light bathing his all-might merch as he reached into a hole in thin air. In brightest day, in blackest night, no evil shall escape my sight, he spoke, hoping, as he usually did, that he'd actually prove himself able to fulfill the oath. Let those who worship evil's might, beware my power, Green Lantern's light. Power levels 100%, the ring spoke. His phone pinged at the same moment, Izuku almost missing the sound as a result. Quickly putting his power battery back in its interdimensional hidey hole, the green-haired boy grabbed his phone and looked at it, eyes widening at what he saw on the screen. Yaoyorozu. Hello, Midoriya, how are you? Mogo's words about beginning courtship, and its suggestion to tell her about the ring, and his quirkless status, suddenly rang inside his mind. A blush appeared on his cheeks, and he was glad that she couldn't see him. He realized abruptly that he should probably respond. With almost frantic movements, he unlocked his phone and opened the chat app. Me, hi Yaoyorozu. I'm okay. How are you? Not exactly high poetry. On the plus side, though, at least texting meant she wouldn't hear him stuttering or anything. Yaoyorozu, you can call me Yamamoto if you like, Midoriya. Me, are you sure? It wasn't quite as familiar as calling her by her given name, but it still felt like a big deal to him. Yaoyorozu, quite sure. You've helped me realize my quirk's potential more than anyone ever has, including the professionals my parents hired in the past, and we fought villains together just yesterday. If the other girls in class can call me that, and they do, then you certainly can as well. Izuku tried not to ponder on how warm that made him feel. Me? Okay, Yamamoto. Me. I don't have a fun nickname, but if I did, you would definitely be able to use it. He initially felt like an idiot for saying something so stupid, but then Yaoyorozu sent a smiling emoticon. He'd never seen her use one before in the few times they'd previously exchanged texts. It immediately made him think of the way she'd cover her mouth with her fingers and giggle when she found something funny. Why don't you simply begin courtship? Mogo's words echoed through his mind again, which Izuku pointedly ignored. Yaoyorozu, that's quite all right. It's the thought that counts. Me, so, you never answered my question before. How are you doing? There was a pause before she answered. Yaoyorozu, truthfully, I have been better. I find that I can't get the battle off my mind. At the time, it barely even occurred to me to be afraid. I suppose there was too much happening. Yet now I just keep thinking about how easily things could have gone so much worse, despite my efforts not to dwell on it. Me, is there anything I can do to help? Yaoyorozu, to be honest, part of why I texted you to begin with was I was hoping you might help distract me from these thoughts. Yaoyorozu, I hope you don't think poorly of me for that. Izuku's fingers were in motion almost before he'd fully taken in her message. Me, of course not. Is there anything in particular you wanted to talk about? Yaoyorozu, as a matter of fact, yes. I was hoping we could talk a bit about quirks. Izuku's eyebrows shot up. Me, quirks? Yaoyorozu, yes. Usually I study things like chemistry and mechanics when I want to increase my range with my own quirk, but since you pointed out that I can mimic a number of other quirks, I've been looking into them. However, I haven't really studied much about quirks and quirk theory beyond what I had been required to learn for school. I'm sure I could learn the basics on my own, but it's clearly something you're knowledgeable on, so I wanted your insights. Izuku felt a rush of pride at knowing that his analysis of her quirk had impressed her, that she apparently viewed him as some kind of expert. He didn't really think he deserved that, if he was being honest. Frankly, between Yaoyorozu's amazing quirk and how blazingly smart she was, he thought the fact that he'd been able to help her so much said more about the quirk counselors her parents had hired than it did about him. He almost told her as much, half typing out the message, before recalling how Mogo had advised him not to protest any bit of praise he got during an earlier session. Izuku may not have always been willing to take the sentient planet's advice, and he'd initially been reluctant to accept that idea, but when Mogo had pointed out that he wouldn't be bragging, merely not disclaiming credit, he'd agreed to give it a try. Sure. Is there anything specific you were looking into? It seemed like his mother was calling him for dinner only minutes later, even though it was really almost 2 hours. Perhaps one of the things that Momo found most jarring about being a hero student at UA was how the glitzy, dangerous world of professional heroics and the mundane high school environment constantly overlapped. Usually this took the form of having pro-heroes teach all their classes, but the day school resumed following the USJ attack took it to an extreme when Mr. Aizawa, his arms still heavily bandaged and in a sling, had come limping in and segued directly from vague, ominous talk about their battle not being over yet to an announcement that the school sports festival would happen soon. Of course, UA and the heroics track being what it was, the sports festival was far more important than it would have been at another school. Not only would the whole country, if not the whole world, be watching avidly, but as Mr. Aizawa had made sure to point out to them, it was their chance to impress the pros and get important internship offers and other opportunities. Even disregarding the villain attack, we truly are in the big leagues, Momo mused as she headed down to the cafeteria with Midoriya and the rest of their group. We're not even a full month into our time at UA, yet everything truly matters. Are you okay, Yayiro? Yamamoto? Midoriya stammered. It was cute how bashful he got over the nickname, she mused as she gave him a reassuring smile. Just fine, she replied. Thinking about the sports festival. They quickly got their food and sat down at their usual table but had only been eating for a minute before Midoriya spoke up. Uraraka, I just realized I never asked you, why do you want to be a hero? Momo perked up at that, finding she was curious about it herself after seeing how intense her fellow classmate had become at the mention of the sports festival. Oh well, it's embarrassing really, the rosy-cheeked brunette said, putting a hand to her cheek. But I want to be a hero for the money. Midoriya blinked. The money? Uraraka nodded, her face reddening. I know it must seem pretty unheroic. No, there's nothing to be ashamed about. Midoriya quickly reassured her. Indeed. For all the talk of the ideals of heroics, practical financial matters can't simply be forgotten. Ida agreed. Get that coin, girl, Jiru said with a little smile. Thanks, Uraraka mumbled, though she still looked embarrassed. Please keep this quiet. My parents run a construction company, but business is bad, so we've always struggled. Wouldn't your quirk help cut costs if you could get a permit to use it? Momo asked. That's what I always said. Uraraka exclaimed, clearly feeling vindicated, but my parents always told me they'd rather I follow my own dreams. So I'm going to become a hero and make that money so my parents can have easier lives. That's so sweet, Momo whispered. Uraraka's fading blush returned at full power, and Momo's own cheeks went red when she realized she'd spoken aloud. Still, she supposed it was better than offering to ask her parents to deposit 1,000,000 yen into the Uraraka family's account. She doubted that would be well received. Even so, she made a mental note to try and find the name of the Uraraka family's company and refer them to her parents for any building projects they had in the Mie region. It humbled Momo to realize just how important becoming a successful pro-hero, and by extension, doing well at the sports festival, was to Uraraka. She herself had her heart set on becoming a pro-hero, but she knew that if it didn't work out for some reason, neither she nor her parents would feel any financial pain as a result. Let's all do our best at the sports festival, Momo said. Right. Uraraka smiled. It occurred to the raven-haired girl then that Midoriya had voted for her to be class rep because she'd spoken about hoping everyone in class lifted each other up. She decided it would be a good time to practice what she'd preached. Uraraka, my home has a training facility, she said. Let me know if you'd like to use it. You're welcome anytime. Oh, thank you, the brunette said, looking surprised. You may also want to ask Midoriya to do an analysis of your quirk, she added. He did one for me and it helped tremendously. Oh wow, Yamamoto, I'm not sure I can help other people like that. I was only able to help you because your quirk's so amazing. Midoriya protested, then went bright red as he realized what he'd blurted out. Momo could feel a bit of heat in her own face. You underestimate yourself, she muttered. Jiru smirked while Uraraka giggled. I guess we'll find out, she said. That is, if you're willing to do an analysis of my quirk, the brunette added, turning to look at the freckled boy. Oh sure, I'd be happy to, he agreed at once, pulling out his notebook. You may want to wait until later, Jiru pointed out. Lunch is nearly over. Right. Uraraka agreed and proceeded to shovel rice into her mouth as quickly as she could, clearly determined to finish before the PRD ended. By the way, Midoriya, I was hoping you'd join me for a day or two of training at my home in the run-up to the festival, Momo added. I was thinking we could help each get ready for it. Of course, he agreed immediately, then winced at his own response. Real smooth, green, Jiraiya chuckled. Midoriya was clearly very relieved when the lunch PRD ended a few minutes later. As a seasoned pro hero, All Might had learned that sometimes waiting until the proper moment to strike was just as, if not more, important than striking fast and true. Which was why he waited until just after school to make his move. I am here, he exclaimed, appearing from around a corner in one of the school's hallways just as the boy was approaching. Startled, Izuku jumped back a step. All Might. Behind him, his friends looked equally startled by his abrupt appearance. I was hoping to have a word with you, young Midoriya, All Might said. Join me for a cup of tea? Uraraka attempted to hold back a snicker and failed. Like a schoolgirl, she muttered. Oh, sure, I'd be happy to, Midoriya agreed before turning back to his friends. I'll see you all tomorrow. They said their goodbyes, and All Might led the green-haired boy into a currently empty staff room, proceeding to deflate to his skinny form the moment Midoriya closed the door behind them. I'll never get used to seeing him do that, Midoriya muttered to himself, waving a hand to dissipate some of the steam that had come off of the hero. I'll bet, All Might chuckled, getting a small yelp out of the student when he realized he'd been speaking aloud. Chuckling again, the pro hero sat down on one of the couches by the coffee table before gesturing for the student to take the other. He poured them each a cup of green tea and handed one to Midoriya. Thank you, the green-haired boy said softly. It was then that All Might belatedly realized that the Midoriya looked quietly terrified. Hey, you don't have to worry, he assured the boy. You're not in trouble, and I didn't ask you here to tell you I decided to let everyone know you're quirkless after all. Midoriya's shoulders sagged in relief. Thank you, he said. I knew it was silly of me to expect that, I really did. But sometimes, some fears are hard to put to rest, even when that sort of thing is literally in your job description. All Might finished, feeling a deep pang of sympathy for the student, who reminded him so much of a younger version of himself then. Not for the first time, he wondered what could have been if a group of space aliens hadn't managed to recognize this young man's potential before he did. Midoriya nodded. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Rest assured, I will not expose your quirklessness to the public at large. I swear it on my honor as a hero, All Might said. So if I call you in for another little chat like this, please don't think that that's what I'm about to do. Do you, plan on asking me for tea so we can talk again? Midoriya asked, taking a small sip from his cup. All Might smiled. Perhaps. We're each other's secret keepers, young Midoriya. You're the only student here who knows about my injury and this form, he gestured to himself. And I'm the only one in this school who knows your powers don't come from a quirk. That puts us in a unique position to help each other keep our secrets, he said, not bothering to point out that, as a teacher, he'd likely be able to help the student far more than Midoriya could help him. That's part of why I asked you here today. The young man blinked. It is. All Might nodded. I wanted to ask you how good you are at hiding that ring, he said. You seem quite adept at it, but the sports festival is very different from your classes. Everyone will be watching you, and it'll all be recorded. Midoriya swallowed but then seemed to steel himself. Thank you for your concern, but using the ring's power to conceal it is pretty much second nature to me at this point. Good, All Might nodded, taking a sip of his tea. That's good. It's possible that I'll be given a Green Lantern mission while I'm in school, Midoriya said. If that happens, do you think you could, cover for me? All Might hummed thoughtfully. Probably, though you'd be a lot safer with that if we told Nizu as well. Midoriya grimaced. I'd really rather not tell anyone else about the ring. You can trust the principal, All Might said. He knows my biggest secrets and he's never exposed them. I don't think he'd care about you being quirkless either. The principal of Indeterminate Species would probably have a lot of questions for young Midoriya about the universe beyond Earth, though. I still don't want to spread it around any more than I have to, Midoriya said. All Might shrugged. It's your decision, young Midoriya, but know that while I can cover for you once or twice, if you needing to leave abruptly becomes at all frequent, I won't be able to shield you from consequences or shut down questions. It hasn't happened during school hours at all yet, Midoriya replied. Fair enough, All Might said. A beat passed in silence. So, you said that talking about how we could help each keep our secrets was only part of the reason you asked me here? Midoriya prompted. All Might grinned. The young man had a keen mind. It was little surprise to him that he and young Yaoyorozu had managed to take down the Nomu together, and with far less collateral damage than many pros he could name would have done it with, at that. Indeed, he said. Rising from his seat, he parted the blinds enough to gaze out at the school below and the city beyond it. As you've probably surmised, my days as a hero are drawing to a close. The amount of time I can maintain my muscle form is gradually dwindling. Before too long I won't have enough to operate as a pro at all. I had suspected that was the case, Midoriya remarked, a slight quaver to his voice. All Might held back a sigh. He had never thought too much about how he was the lone pillar of the peaceful age he'd managed to bring about in the past, but now that retirement was approaching like an oncoming train, he was starting to see how ill-advised that had been. It's going to be a shock to the public when they find out, All Might continued. Which is why it's more important than ever to use the sports festival to show the country that the next generation of heroes stands ready to take the torch from the old guard. To show the world that you are here. All Might, Midoriya breathed. You could be one of the greats, the #1 hero said. Many in your class could, I think. That's why it's your responsibility to use the opportunity that the festival provides to the fullest. Midoriya paused for a moment, staring into his teacup, before he nodded. I think I understand, All Might, he said. Thank you. Of course. And please remember you can come to me if you need help with anything, whether it's related to your secret or not. After all, as a UA teacher, that is what I'm here for, he said with a chuckle. And I realize that Aizawa may not be the most approachable. In that case, there's something I'd like to ask you, Midoriya stammered. Of course, go right ahead. What's your opinion on pro heroes having, personal relationships? The young man asked, face reddening. All Might smiled. Some fine young lady or man caught your eye, young Midoriya? Something like that, the green-haired youth squeaked. Well, as you probably know, I never really had a serious romantic partner, All Might replied. Early on in my career there were special considerations that made it a bad idea. And later on, I threw everything I had left into focusing on the job. Midoriya looked slightly crestfallen. So a good pro hero should always give everything they have to helping people. Whoa now, I didn't say that, All Might stopped him right there. Just because I did it that way doesn't mean you have to. In fact, I'd urge you to not follow my example there. Green eyes blinked. All Might. The #1 hero sighed. As the end of my heroics career draws closer, I find myself realizing just how little there is to my life outside of being a hero, and I can't say I'm exactly happy about that, he said. Many pro heroes eventually marry, and most of them say that having a family to go home to helps motivate them to ensure they do get to go home. And while it's not common for heroes to marry other heroes, such couples often say that working with their partner makes them better at their job. So no, young Midoriya, you don't need to refrain from seeking companionship. I see, he said, looking relieved. Thank you. All Might smiled. He wondered what the leader of the League of Villains would think if he could see the young man who'd been instrumental in stopping his vaunted anti-symbol of peace like this, an uncertain kid asking about dating. Anytime, the pro hero said. By the way, have you given any thought to your speech for the sports festival? My what? Meanwhile, on the far side of the Earth's moon, a small alien craft came to a landing. Moments later, a humanoid figure clad in a spacesuit crept out, casting his gaze upon the silvery, desolate landscape all around him. Primitives haven't even colonized their only moon yet, he scoffed to himself. Hard to believe that there's anything in this system that anyone else could want. One matter he decided. His mysterious benefactor would pay handsomely for this job, so he would do it and collect. He still scowled at the thought. He had been a king once, and now he worked for shadowy figures with presumably sinister aims, like some sort of common criminal. Telling himself that this was the first step in regaining his rightful place as the master of Planet Door, he got to work. A pair of small robots detached themselves from his ship and began to drill into the surface of the moon, harvesting raw materials that they would process and refine into more useful stuff. Unfortunately, the instruments on his ship weren't powerful enough for the kinds of scans of the planet he needed to do, doubly so with his employer having forbidden him from landing on the side of the moon that faced the Earth. He needed to set up a base here, and even with the robots, that would take days. That was all right, he had no place else to be, and it wasn't like anyone on the ball of mud nearby would ever realize he was there, let alone be able to do anything to him even if they did. Oh, wow, Izuku remarked to himself as he stared at the elaborate gates to what he was pretty sure was the Yayorozu estate. Looking up and down the street, he couldn't see any sign of their next-door neighbors. The property was that huge. Ring, confirm that this is the correct address, he said. Confirmed, came the curt answer. Okay then, he muttered. He'd suspected from their first day at UA that her family was well off, something he'd only felt more certain about as time had gone by. However, he still hadn't expected to discover she was this rich. Deciding that standing outside and gawking at the property wasn't going to accomplish anything regardless of how intimidated he was by the obviously enormous wealth, he reached out and pressed the doorbell next to the gate. To his surprise, Yayorozu's voice immediately crackled out of the little intercom there. "Ah, Midoriya, you're right on time," she said cheerfully. "Please come in. I'll meet you at the training facilities." The gate began to swing open, and Izuku stepped inside with some trepidation. He followed the long driveway, street, deeper into the property, until he reached the front door of an enormous mansion, where a butler was waiting for him. "Greetings, Mr. Midoriya," he said before Izuku could even think of what to say to him. "Ms. Momo is expecting you. Follow me, please." "Thank you," Izuku stammered with a nod, immediately deciding that it was very weird to have an adult address him so formally. He was a bit confused when the butler started leading him down a stone path away from the mansion rather than into it, but then he spotted another structure and realized that the training facility Yayorozu had mentioned was actually its own building entirely. Izuku swallowed as he realized that, while dwarfed by the mansion, it was still much bigger than the average house. Did Yamamo's family build this whole thing just for her? He wondered. Several members of the Yayorozu family have been pro-heroes over the generations, so as such, the training facilities have existed since before Ms. Momo was born, the butler said, and Izuku realized with horror that he'd spoken his thoughts aloud. Her parents simply had it refurbished and modernized when Ms. Momo declared her intention to become a pro-hero. I see, Izuku managed to get out, amazed at the way he spoke about updating the whole big building like it was no big deal. They arrived at the front entrance to the building, and the butler opened the door for him, gesturing for him to enter. Izuku somehow managed to mumble out a word of thanks, then stepped inside, the butler closing the door after him and then walking off. The place, or at least the room he was in, looked like a commercial gym inside, except there weren't dozens of every piece of equipment. Still, the vast array of exercise and training equipment was nothing short of dizzying. "Midoriya," he heard Yayorozu call him. Relieved, he turned to face her, then immediately felt his face redden. Yayorozu was wearing a red jogging bra and black bicycle shorts. "I'm gonna die," he decided immediately. The outfit wasn't that much more revealing than her hero costume, and in fact it was probably more modest in some places, but Izuku still felt like steam was about to start shooting out of his ears. "Hello," he greeted, voice cracking badly, causing him to wince. Yayorozu giggled softly, though whether she realized the reason behind his lack of composure, he didn't know. One thing he'd observed about her was that she seemed to think nothing about going around in revealing attire, likely because she'd done her best to inure herself to it for the sake of being able to use her quirk to its fullest potential. "Thank you so much for coming," she said, smiling brightly in a way that made his heart pound even harder than her outfit did. "Of course," he replied, in some semblance of his normal voice. "You, said you thought we could help each other prepare for the festival?" "I did," she said. And since I was the one who invited you, we'll start with training for you. Let's go to the sparring room. Oh, we don't have to, he said at once. Nonsense, the last thing I want is to give you the idea that I invited you over solely for my benefit, she said. As the class rep, it's only right that I prioritize other members before myself. Besides, we'll do both today, and one of us has to go first. Izuku didn't have an answer that, so he allowed Yaoyorozu to lead him into a room where the floors were covered in blue training mats. At this point, he wasn't the least bit surprised to see that it was more than 4 times the size of his apartment's living room. So, what did you have in mind? He asked. I thought we could have a spar, but with you only using constructs and limiting yourself to objects, she explained. Hopefully that will help you improve on that skill and improve both our creation times. All right, he nodded. That makes sense. I'm game. She smiled, the glow of her quirk already manifesting from her arm. Then let's begin. Yaoyorozu created a dull-bladed katana from her thigh. Izuku quickly responded by creating an emerald shield, bringing it up in time to block her first attack. However, she moved with impressive speed and managed to tag him with the weapon shortly afterwards. It looks like the first round is mine, Yaoyorozu said, putting aside what she'd made. Are you ready to try again? He nodded, and his classmate activated her quirk yet again. This time, she created a gun-like taser, and Izuku made himself a set of jade body armor just in time to prevent a painful shock from the weapon. However, she rapidly closed the distance between the two of them, a small, weighted club appearing in her hand, and stopped just short of cracking him over the head with it. He swallowed. Guess you also win round 2. Indeed, she agreed. I think I see what the problem you're having is, though. You're not taking too long to think over what to make, even when the rules we're operating by stipulate no constructs of heroes, but you're not making the right things. You're trying to create something to counter whatever I make, and that's not the right way to go about this. You don't want to bring a shield to a sword fight. You want to bring a gun to a knife fight. Figuratively speaking, of course. She added. Okay, I think I get it, he nodded. Let's go ahead. She agreed, putting her latest creations aside, and the two faced off again. This time, Yaoyorozu started off with a bow staff, one of her favorite items to create. Izuku, however, countered with a flurry of Viridian bolus. The raven-haired young woman was able to block a couple of the spinning projectiles with her staff, but Izuku had made too many of them for her to avoid them all. One wrapped itself around her lower legs, while another ensnared her torso, pinning her arms to her sides. She released a small yelp as she went falling to the blue mats beneath her. Are you okay? He asked, rushing over to her and quickly allowing the constructs to dissipate. Just fine, she smiled at him as she got to her feet. That was better, though I'm confident you still have room to improve. Let's continue. They went through several rounds of such sparring, with Yaoyorozu still winning most of the bouts. Izuku wasn't upset about that, however. The rules she'd set down ensured that their contest was squarely in her area of expertise. More importantly, it was helping. He was slowly breaking the habit of defaulting to the obvious solution when he made an object, and simply watching Yaoyorozu use her quirk in a spar gave him new ideas on what he could create. Also, it was fun. Every round was like an intense, high-speed puzzle, challenging him to figure out the smallest, simplest object that would overwhelm his opponent despite what she'd made, and he was enjoying it immensely despite his lack of success. Eventually, Yaoyorozu called an end to the exercise, saying that her lipid reserves were running a bit low and she needed a break. Checking a clock on the wall, he was surprised at how much time had passed. That was amazing, Yamamoto, Izuku said as she retrieved a stash of what looked like very high-end protein bars and tore the wrapper off the first one. She gave him a smile. Do you believe it was helpful? She asked before biting into the first high-calorie snack bar. He nodded. I really think it was. It's a great exercise. She swallowed her first mouthful. I'm glad. Despite his excitement making him want to ask a million questions even more than usual, he forced himself to wait patiently while Yaoyorozu wolfed down several of the bars. So, you had a plan for some training for you too? He asked when she finally finished and was moving to throw away the wrappers. Well, after asking some of our other classmates whose quirks involve creating specific things for samples of what they make and figuring out how to make it myself, I feel like I have a great deal of offensive capability already, she said. So I was hoping to work on my mobility for right now. His eyes grew steadily wider as she went into more detail about what exactly she had in mind. That's an amazing idea, he said when she'd finished. If you can make it work, it would make you a real force to be reckoned with all by itself. A hint of red appeared on her cheeks. Thank you, she said. However, it's something that's difficult to properly practice, at least without risking a very serious fall. So I was hoping that you could perhaps, she trailed off, not meeting his eyes. You want me to flying behind you and catch you if mess up and fall? Izuku surmised. Yes, she admitted. I hope you don't mind. I realize you're not getting much, if anything, out of this. Not at all, he was quick to assure her. It's really no different from spotting a training partner while they're lifting weights, really. Thank you, she said, giving him another smile. So, where were you planning to try this? He asked. In here, she answered. It's not ideal, but there's plenty of room to work with. We can do better than that, Izuku said. Let's go outside. Looking slightly confused but intrigued, she followed him to the exit. Once they were outside, Izuku focused his mind, channeling his willpower through the ring for one of the largest constructs he'd created so far. Oh! Yaoyorozu gasped as part of the grounds on her family's estate was suddenly host to what looked like a street from an emerald city. Not exactly the most elaborate, Izuku said, gesturing to the green structures, which with few exceptions were just massive, featureless boxes. But it should do fine for your training. You can maintain this for a while? She asked. He nodded. Yeah. It doesn't need to do anything except keep existing, so it's not a big deal, he said. I'll create more if necessary as you go, and let the stuff you've gone past fade away. Yaoyorozu grinned. Midoriya, this is amazing. Much more than I hoped for. Thank you so much, she exclaimed, her excitement bubbling past her usual formal and proper demeanor. It was nice, Izuku decided at once. Yaoyorozu usually seemed so self-controlled that seeing this unconcealed exuberance from her always felt special. He blushed. I'm glad I could help, he mumbled. You deserve to have someone lift you up too. Thank you, she said, favoring him with another dazzling smile. Then she began to go through a series of stretches, the color in his face deepening as her movements reminded him of how revealing her current outfit was. So, have you ever tried anything quite like this before? He asked, trying to distract himself. I've been training a bit in parkour ever since the idea came to me, she answered, rolling her shoulders. Was it normal for jogging bras to be that low cut? Izuku was certainly no expert when it came to women's athletic wear, but he had some vague idea that they usually didn't reveal quite so much cleavage. Neat, he muttered without quite hearing himself. I also did gymnastics for several years before high school, she added, stretching her right leg up until it was almost parallel with her body. Yes, she was definitely going to kill him, and he was pretty sure she wouldn't even realize how she'd done it or that she'd done it at all. She would stand over his dead body, totally mystified. All right, I'm ready, she said. Not trusting his voice at the moment, Izuku merely nodded. Extending an arm, the raven-haired girl activated her quirk and a strand of tape like cirros burst out of her palm. It stuck to the side of one of the faux buildings Izuku had created, and then she was swinging through the air. Reaching the apex of her swing, she deployed another strand from her other palm, attaching it to another building. Then she reached an intersection in the fake city and decided to turn the corner. Holding out the hand not currently attached to a length of tape, she created a metal pole that extended until it made contact with another building, pushing her and altering her course. Unfortunately, that ended up bringing her in a little too quickly toward another building. Izuku, following behind, almost intervened, but then Yaoyorozu reached out a hand and emulated Bakugo's quirk, the blasts acting like a retro rocket and slowing her down. Reaching the side of the construct at a much more reasonable speed, she began to run along the side of it for a few seconds before letting loose another length of tape. There was a crude facsimile of a bridge in her course next. Yayarosa managed to do a flip in midair and land on a roll in it. However, her momentum was too great, and she went tumbling off the other side of it. She shot out another strand of tape, but its flight was too short and it started to tumble sedately downwards before it managed to hit and adhere to another phony structure. The curvy girl started to plummet towards the ground with a yelp. A massive green hand caught her before she could fall for more than a second. "Thank you, Midoriya," she said, panting. "That wasn't as good an initial showing as I'd hoped." "Are you kidding? That was amazing!" Izuku exclaimed. "That was so cool, especially when you ran along the side of the building. And the applications are practically endless. It would be super useful in indoor combat, not to mention at pursuing villains. Once you get the hang of it, I bet you'd be even faster than Ida anywhere but a straightaway." Yayarosa blushed. "Thank you, Midoriya," she said. "Would you mind if I went again?" "Of course not," Izuku said. In fact, a construct of the rabbit hero Mirko appeared. "You want a target to chase?" She grinned. A few hours later, Izuku was heading home after a full day of training, a smile on his face. He had just made it back to Mizudafu when his power ring whispering into his mind. "Lantern Midoriya, incoming message from OA." Eyebrows rising, Izuku quickly ducked into a nearby alleyway and allowed the ring to become visible. Except, immediately, his ring projected a small construct of Salic. "Greetings, Lantern Midoriya," the core chief administrator said. "I trust you're well?" "I am, thanks," he replied. "What can I do for you, Lantern Salic?" "We have a mission for you," Salic answered, and a construct of a hunched figure with large, segmented eyes appeared next to him. "This is Kanjar Ro, formerly the king of the planet Dor. His reign was brutal and warlike, and his people eventually revolted and later installed a democratic government in place of the monarchy. Ro was forced to flee his home world and has been operating as a space pirate with delusions of someday raising an army and reconquering his world. He's wanted in 7 galaxies for robbery, piracy, murder, weapons smuggling, and sales of illegal drugs. And our most recent intel puts him in your world's solar system." "I can see why you reached out to me," Izuku said. He'd just been thinking that this sounded a bit more hardcore than the missions the Corps had previously sent him on so far. "Do we know specifically where he is?" "He's reportedly on the Earth's moon," Salic answered. That surprised Izuku. A quick look at the information on Earth's solar system in the OWN Central Data Repository had revealed that there was an unexpectedly large number of unique and interesting things there besides humanity, including the remains of an advanced civilization on Mars. He'd assumed that the space pirate would be looting something well away from Earth, but if he was on the moon, then his real interest was probably there. "Do we know what he's doing there?" Izuku asked. "Negative," Salic replied crisply. "You are ordered to immediately arrest this criminal and bring him back to OA. Be advised that Ro is considered a high-level threat." "I understand," Izuku nodded. "Very good." Salic out. Izuku took out his phone and sent a quick text to his mom, letting her know he'd be home later than expected. Then, green light swept over his form, changing his street clothes to his Green Lantern uniform. "I honestly feel a little bad, having a support company make me a costume when I'll probably just be doing this most of the time," he mused as he rocketed upwards into the sky, so fast that even to the keenest observer, he was just a speck of green light zipping into the heavens. In only moments, the robin's egg blue of the sky gave way to diamond-speckled ebony, and the deep, profound silence that came only with the vacuum of space was all around him. "Ring, take me to the moon," Izuku ordered, voice audible only through the wonders of OWN technology. "Course set," the ring announced, and he began to move in the direction of Earth's largest satellite. Izuku set his jaw, trying to look confident, but the truth was that he was extremely nervous. Most of the missions the Corps had dispatched him on so far had been disaster relief or other things of that vein. The few times he'd been sent after criminals, it had been clear that they had nothing that could possibly hurt a Green Lantern with their protective barrier up. This mission was clearly on another level. Even so, it was impossible not to appreciate how incredibly cool it was to flying through outer space for what was effectively a hero mission to the moon. Izuku had half expected that a structure on the barren and relatively featureless far side of the moon would stick out like a sore thumb, but against the vastness of a celestial body, finding one little building was impossible with the naked eye. Fortunately, his ring was more than capable of locating it. One life sign detected within, the ring reported as he came down for a landing in front of a large, boxy structure that was a pale metallic color very similar to the surface of the moon itself. Ring, short-range broadcast, all frequencies, he ordered. Ready. Attention, Kanjar-Ro, this is the Green Lantern of this sector. Izuku spoke with as much authority as he could muster, automatically raising his voice even though it wasn't really necessary. Come out now with your appendages up, or I'll be forced to come in and apprehend you. He didn't expect any response except possibly an attack, but to his surprise the front entrance to the building slid open only seconds after he'd issued his warning. Izuku frowned. This looked like a blatant trap, but he couldn't very well just walk away. Ring, power check. Power levels at 86%, the ring answered. He'd used up even less than he'd expected training with Yaoyorozu. Taking a deep breath, Izuku strode inside. He was unsurprised when the door slid shut the moment he was inside, and Izuku immediately created a green bubble around himself. However, no attack came. Instead, there was a hiss that he belatedly realized was the room being repressurized now that the airlock had been closed. Another door swung open, and Izuku stepped inside, still on guard. Yet there was no sign of Ro or any upcoming attack. If not for the doors working on their own, he might have thought the place was abandoned. Everything was dark and quiet. He made his ring shine out a light, illuminating things like an emerald flashlight beam. The building wasn't large, and it seemed quite basic. The first two rooms he found consisted of a very simple living quarters and a hangar for a small spaceship, both of which were completely empty. The third and final room was crammed full with computers, all of them on and bathing the room in an eerie blue glow, alien text scrolling across the screens. A second after he stepped inside, harsh white lights came on, making Izuku wince as they dazzled his eyes. You shouldn't have come here, Green Lantern, a gravelly voice crackled through low-quality speakers. Squinting against the light, Izuku looked up, seeing a figure in a dark blue hard suit on the other side of the room. He could just make out orange, segmented eyes and a long, hooked nose through the visor of Ro's helmet. In his hands he was holding a small object. Is that a gong? Izuku wondered, confused. Ro struck the object, and it released an incredible explosion of sound, much louder than something so small should have been capable of producing. Izuku's hands flew to his ears as his whole body cried out in pain. Nor was it just him. The consoles and monitors between him and Ro practically exploded, sparks and shards of glass flying everywhere. Guess I know why he decided to suit up for this. Weird that he's so willing to destroy all his equipment, though, Izuku's overactive brain mused, even as he desperately tried to recenter himself. I wasn't even hurting anyone here, Ro said, just before striking the object again. Izuku cried out in pain as his knees buckled and he nearly collapsed. You're a wanted criminal, he retorted. I'm a king. Ro barked, hitting the gong a third time. Izuku did collapse this time, falling to his hands and knees and very nearly vomiting. He poured willpower into the ring as he went down, and a green Mirko burst forth, unleashing a savage kick. Unfortunately, the construct missed Kanjar-Ro entirely, striking and crumpling a piece of equipment instead before winking out of existence. You couldn't hit a target right now if your life depended on it, Green Lantern, Kanjar-Ro gloated. Unfortunately for you, it does. Much as he hated to admit it, Izuku thought he was right. Not only was his body racked with pain, but he felt woozy and badly nauseous, like what he imagined. Being drunk was like. What even is that? He slurred out. Ro chuckled darkly. This is one of the royal treasures of Planet Door, the Gamma Gong, he proclaimed. Huh, so it is a gong, Izuku mused. The sound from it can reduce even a Green Lantern to what you are right now, Ro added, sneering as he loomed over the junior member of the Corps. Sound, Izuku thought, his eyes widening. Not getting up, Izuku raising his arm and fired an energy blast from his ring. The beam didn't come anywhere close to Kanjar-Ro, who laughed derisively, but his amusement was short-lived. The attack tore a big hole through the wall, exposing the room to space. Ro released a cry of surprise as the sudden decompression practically catapulted him from the room and out to the surface of the moon, where he slowly began to descend toward the ground. Izuku could have resisted the pull but didn't bother, allowing himself to be yanked outside along with Ro and a significant amount of his equipment. With a scowl, the space pirate struck the gamma gong again. This time, nothing happened. Ro's insectoid eyes widened in horror. Izuku, who was mercifully starting to feel better, quickly created a giant hand construct that shot out and grabbed Kanjar Ro like a child picking up a doll. "No medium to transfer sound out here," he said. "Kanjar Ro, you're under arrest." "Well done, Lantern Midoriya," Salik said later as Izuku handed over a bound Kanjar Ro to a pair of green lanterns who were ready to take him to the science cells. "We've been trying to bring this one to justice for some time." "I'm glad I was able to catch him," Izuku replied. Lantern Salik, I was wondering, why did he come to Earth in the first place? I was under the impression that there wasn't much of anything terribly interesting about the planet, so far as the rest of the universe is concerned. I tried to check his equipment, but everything was too destroyed for it to give me much information." "I don't know, Lantern Midoriya," Salik answered. "We'll interrogate him, but our intelligence suggested he was working at the behest of someone else and may have known very little of the plot. It's possible that his benefactor was interested in these quirks that humanity recently found itself with." That made sense to Izuku. While the bulk of quirks weren't very impressive, some were extremely powerful, and it was possible that aliens with advanced technology might be able to copy those exceptional quirks in themselves. Any aspiring alien warlord would want those kinds of abilities for themselves and their armies. Yet, something about it felt wrong to Izuku. Unfortunately, he couldn't explain what that was, so he had little choice but to accept Salik's explanation. "Is there any chance that whoever hired him will come for Earth?" Izuku asked. "Unknown, but I'm confident that you can handle any such threat to your homeworld," Salik said. "Presuming you haven't scared them off by apprehending Kanjar Ro and making it known that a Green Lantern calls the Earth home." Izuku nodded. "Thank you, Lantern Salik," he said. "If there's nothing else, I'll head back to Earth now." Salik paused for a moment, scrutinizing Izuku. "You may want to head to the medical center before you head home," he suggested. "Unless the green pallor in your face is normal for your species, that is." Izuku winced slightly. He felt mostly normal again, but some residual nausea and a general feeling of sickness remained from being the target of Ro's unique weapon. "It's not," he said. "I'll go see the doctor for a checkup before I leave." "Thank you, Lantern Salik." Meanwhile, unknown to Izuku, the Guardians of the Universe were meeting in their citadel to discuss what the Junior Green Lantern had assumed was a minor mission they'd never even notice. "We do not know for certain what the space pirate was looking for on planet Earth," one of the small, blue-skinned beings spoke. "There is only one thing on that world that would interest anyone from outside that solar system, never mind outside that galaxy," another said dismissively. "The humans' quirks. There are much easier means for someone who's not a member of the human species to acquire such abilities. The resources and time that would needed to endow a quirk to an extraterrestrial are too great." Silence reigned for a moment in the vast chamber. "We should move it off Earth and bring it to OA," one of the Guardians finally spoke up. "Too dangerous. OA is the first place any malicious actor who knows of it will look for it," another objected at once. "OA is protected by the full might of the lanterns. Its main protection on Earth was the obscurity of the planet. But someone at least suspects that it's there." "We don't know that," another snapped. "There are a million billion sentient races in the universe, each with their own ways of thinking. It's impossible to say that none of them would ever be interested in Earth for anything else." Another Guardian scoffed wordlessly at the idea. "It may be that sending Kanjar Ro out to investigate Earth was a ploy to try and make us move it," another Guardian pointed out. "Even if someone suspects it is on that planet, it is well hidden." Another silence as the notion brought some of the ancient beings up short. Few beings could get to it quickly, even if they know the exact location. One of them finally spoke. For now, we can wait and see if anyone else makes a move at Earth. Should we inform the Green Lantern who is a native of that world? He is a junior member of the Corps and very new on top of that. He is not ready for the weight of such information yet. Agreed, the other Guardians chorused. Relax, Green. I'm relaxed, Izuku claimed, even though it was a pretty blatant lie. The time between their teacher announcing that the sports festival would still be taking place and the actual event itself had flown by, and now the members of Class 1A were all gathered in one of the waiting rooms, where they would soon be called out into the stadium. If you were any more tightly wound, you'd snap like a guitar string, Jiraiya remarked, looking amused. I do hope you're not anxious because of what that student from the General Studies course said the other day, Yaoyorozu said, frowning as she recalled the tired-looking young man with the wild purple hair who'd proclaimed their class unimpressive. He'd been quick to point out the general course students like himself could be promoted to the hero course, and that the reverse could happen to hero students, depending upon their performance in the festival. If that's the case, you shouldn't be worried. Uraraka piped up. You and Yamamoto took down a villain who was supposed to be strong enough to beat All Might. They'd be crazy to demote either of you to general studies. It's probably best we don't rest on our laurels, but I agree that the faculty would be extremely foolish to remove someone of your obvious potential from the hero track, Yaoyorozu said, causing Izuku to blush fiercely. For my own part, I'm more worried about how Bakugo seemed to turn the other classes against us that day. She added, frowning at the memory of the blonde boy's needlessly dismissive, aggressive response to the students from the other tracks appearing to gawk at them. Would you believe me if I said the thing I was most freaked out about is having to make a speech? Izuku squeaked, with a weak, rueful smile. Uraraka giggled. Never change, Green, Jiraiya said with a smirk. Yaoyorozu looked like she was about to say something, but a new voice broke into their conversation. Midoriya. Todoroki, Izuku said in mild surprise. What is it? Objectively speaking, it's difficult to say which one of is stronger, Todoroki said, voice as cool as the ice he often generated. There's no debating your quirk is more versatile, and you did beat me in the battle trial, but I still think I have you beaten on pure power. Izuku frowned. What is this about? I want you to know that I will beat you today, Todoroki said. Whoa? A declaration of war from one of the strongest guys in the class to another? Kaminari exclaimed, looking half shocked and half excited. Bro, why pick a fight now? We're right about to go out there. Kirishima scolded him. I don't care, was Todoroki's blunt reply. I'm not pretending to be anyone's friend here. Izuku looked evenly at the young man with the two-toned hair. I don't know why you felt the need to tell me you'd beat me, he said. Everyone is aiming for the top here, including me, so I accept your challenge. But don't forget that all the other students, including the ones from other classes, are also looking to win. Everyone's looking to show the world that they're one of the next generation of heroes. Someone else might surprise you. I see, Todoroki responded, before turning away. Okay, seriously, how can you be so afraid of making a speech, and then face down one of the strongest guys in class like it's nothing? Kaminari exclaimed, quickly getting a poke from one of Jiraiya's jacks as his only answer. Oh. The door that lead out into the stadium opened then, ending any further conversation. Izuku and the other hero students strode out onto the field. It was all Izuku could do not to recoil at the massive audience, the repeated bright pops of camera flashes, and the constant, low rumble of noise from the stands. He had watched the UA Sports Festival for years, including the recordings of several ones from before he'd even been born, but until now, he hadn't quite realized that he would one of the students on the field this time around, rather than just another spectator. This is crazy, he remarked to no one in particular as the audience went wild over the appearance of Class 1A. Indeed, Ida agreed. And we're expected to perform our best in front of so many people. I suppose it's just one more skill we'll need to learn, if we want to become pro-heroes. The sound of a whip cracking drew their attention to a small stage, where Midnight stood in her full hero costume. Izuku swallowed, doing his best not to ogle the R-rated heroine. The last thing he needed was to be all hot and bothered, and flustered, in addition to everything else. Welcome, everyone, to the start of the sports festival for the first years," she said, and she must have had a microphone hidden somewhere on her outfit, because her voice seemed to carry across the stadium. "We begin the festivities with a quick word from our student representative." Presenting the vice representative for Class 1A, and the student who broke all Might's record in the entrance exam, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku could feel Kaken's glare on his back, and he knew that if the blonde boy's quirk was heat vision rather than explosion, he probably would have been reduced to a pile of ash right there. However, he knew that even Kaken wouldn't blow up and attack him on national television, not over something he'd known was coming. Especially when he would potentially get his chance at a sanctioned fight with Izuku later on. The green-haired young man took a deep breath as he walked toward Midnight Stage, rubbing his middle and ring finger together to feel the currently invisible power ring he wore. "No fear." "Hello," he began, then winced at the noise of feedback that followed before mercifully subsiding. The audience chuckled at the minor mishap. Somehow, Izuku managed to push forward. A lot of people would argue that it's a bad idea to hold the festival like usual after the villain attack at the USJ. And I can see where they're coming from. A hush washed over the stadium as the audience gazed at him in confusion. "After all," Izuku continued, "the festival offers the villains a target, and even if they never had any ambitions to attack, it shows our quirks to the entire world, which is information I know they didn't have last time. Things might have gone much worse if they'd known that before the USJ." He allowed a beat to pass before forging ahead. "But what those people are failing to take into account is the nature of pro-hero work," Izuku said. "We can't do the safe thing and we can't avoid every risk. We can't let fear guide our actions. Instead, we need to show the world that we're ready to step up and become the next wave of society's protectors. To show everyone that we're here, and we won't be intimidated by even the worst villains. No fear. Plus ultra. Plus ultra." The crowd and most of the assembled students roared in answer. Izuku somehow managed not to jump a foot in the air at the thunderous response to his speech, instead taking the opportunity to scurry down from the stage to rejoin his classmates. "You did very well, Midoriya," Yaoyorozu praised him. "I don't think I ever would have realized you don't like public speaking, if I hadn't known already." "Thanks, Yamamoto," he said, cheeks coloring. "And now, without any delay, let's get to our first event." Midnight proclaimed, a massive screen behind her coming to life, showing a wheel with different events listed on it beginning to spin wildly before slowing. And coming to a stop. "Obstacle course race." Midnight shouted. A race around the stadium between every member of all 11 first-year classes. And since our school is all about freedom in all things, anything is fair game so long as you don't go outside the course. As she spoke, a huge, mechanized gate began to open, pieces moving and shifting out of place in elaborate fashion. "Racers, to your positions," Midnight commanded as the first of a trio of lights above the starting line came on. Izuku allowed himself a small smile, his fanboy heart squealing in glee beneath his determination to show what he could do. No matter what happened, this was so cool. The second light came on. He never would have believed he would actually get to participate in the UA Sports Festival someday, not really, let alone that he'd have a quirk that would allow him to really compete. The final light shone green. "Go!" Midnight shouted. The students stampeded forward, and the first obstacle became immediately obvious. The starting gate itself was too narrow. Scowling, Izuku summoned his protective aura, a halo of green light surrounding him, as he shoved his way forward. Todoroki made his way through first. The moment he was free, the boy with the two-toned hair unleashed his quirk, ice appearing at his feet and then racing along the ground in all directions. Cries of surprise and dismay rang out as numerous other students were caught up in the wave of ice. The other students of Class 1A were not among them, however, overcoming the impromptu obstacle with their quirks or just plain determination. For his own part, Izuku began to fly a few centimeters above the ground rather than run. With Todoroki in the lead and the rest of the class hot on his heels, the path opened up to a much wider area. Under other circumstances, Izuku might have thought that it was to finally allow enough room for all the contestants, but even if he'd had any reason to believe UA might choose to show them that small mercy, the looming forms of a good dozen zero-pointer robots, along with the smaller robots from the entrance exam, would have immediately relieved him of that idea. Every obstacle course needs obstacles. Present Mick's voice boomed over the stadium loudspeakers, so powerful it carried out to the course outside. Starting with Robo Inferno. It was difficult to tell without seeing his face, but Izuku got the impression that Todoroki was distinctly unimpressed by the display. Then the recommended student waved his arms, summoning a veritable tidal wave of ice that immediately froze the zero-pointers in their tracks, preventing any assault before it could even begin. He stopped him. "We can get through," a Gen Ed student exclaimed jubilantly. "Bad idea." Todoroki turned his gaze back toward his fellow contestants long enough to warn them, even as he charged ahead. "I froze them in pretty unstable positions." Izuku scowled while Present Mike made a bad pun about Todoroki's behavior being ice-cold. He knew that heroics could be a cutthroat industry, especially for new heroes who were just starting out and vying for recognition. Still, it was also a highly cooperative industry too. When civilians were in danger, heroes had to work together. Izuku didn't like the idea of forgetting that part, even in a contest like this. He disliked the idea of this being everyone's first impression of Class 1A almost as much. His eyes began to glow as he poured willpower into his ring. The pro-heroes Godzilla and Eve Lady appeared in the area, both clad in green from head to toe. Under Izuku's guidance, the two huge constructs marched forward and moved several of the unsteady zero-pointers out of the way, clearing a path for the other students. Meanwhile, a trio of young heroes were outside the stadium, technically providing security. In actuality, they were mostly just milling about, enjoying the food carts and other stands that had popped up around the stadium grounds. Someday they would realize that they were there more to be visible and help serve as a deterrent to any would-be attackers than to actively search for villains in the area, but today was not that day. Death Arms was gazing down at a neat row of hero figurines when he noticed a flash of green from the corner of his eye. He turned to look in the direction of the stadium, then promptly did a double take. "Lady, is that you?" he asked. The size-changing heroine had an armload full of merchandise at the moment, which she began to put down at the other pro-hero's startled question, so she was a little slower than Kamui Woods at actually turning around. "It's her and Godzilla," the wooden hero remarked. "What are you two going on about?" the curvy heroine demanded, finally moving to look. Her eyes widened at what she saw. A perfect duplicate of her own head in giant form was peeking above the stadium, along with that of Godzilla, both of them the color of pure jade. "W," she stammered, rubbing her eyes. "I heard that one of the first-year students has a quirk that allows him to create hard light constructs of anything he wants," Kamui remarked. "Guess this must be his work." "Huh," Death Arms grunted. "What the hell?" MT Lady shouted. "This is theft. Copyright infringement. That kid's using my likeness without the permission of me or my agency. I'm going to sue." The other two pro-heroes traded a look. "Wait, can she sue over something like this?" Kamui asked, feeling sure he'd never read about a situation quite like this one in his hero law, trademarks, and copyrights class. Death Arms just shrugged. "Hell if I know." Izuku grinned as he watched everyone rush toward the artificial canyon that he'd created by shoving the zero-pointers down, his fellow UA students scrambling to make use of the safe route. Though, safe was a relative term, while the zero-pointers were now reduced to giant piles of debris, the smaller bots were very much still active and eagerly rushing to attack the oncoming students. Izuku wasn't about to take out all the obstacles, of course. Not that the smaller robots were much deterrent to the other members of Class 1. Bakugo was gleefully blasting his way through, a vicious smile stretching his face. Kirishima was simply charging his way through like an angry bull, his hardened body allowing him to take the brute force approach. Most of the rest of the class was following in their wake, using their own abilities to take out any robots that approached them. Yaoyorozu wasn't among that group, however. The creation user had rolled up her sleeves and was using tape generated from her hands to stick to the remains of the zero-pointers, swinging herself through the canyon created by the wreckage with much greater skill and confidence than she'd displayed the first time she tried traveling that way, he noted with pride. Though he soon noted something else. the small figure of Mineta was clinging to the back of her gym uniform shirt. He'd stuck a couple of his purple spheres to it and was holding onto them for dear life. Izuku's mouth set into a scowl. He didn't care that the obstacle course race was explicitly a free-for-all. Doing something like that was just plain unheroic, and that he was doing it to Yaoyorozu didn't exactly do anything to quell Izuku's irritation. Wah! Mineta cried as a huge, glowing green hand plucked him off of the raven-haired girl and unceremoniously sent him tumbling towards the ground. He directed a betrayed look up at Izuku, who responded by glaring down at the smaller boy. Yaoyorozu started, surprised by both the sound and the sudden absence of the diminutive boy's weight. She looked down at Mineta as he fell back to earth, then up at Izuku. She was smart, and Izuku could see on her face that she figured out what had happened almost immediately. Looking up, she gave him a smile and brief salute before continuing her journey through the pile of robots. He tried to ignore the way the smile made his heart seem to skip a beat, then turned his attention back to the task at hand. The remaining obstacles were a deep chasm that the contestants had to use tightropes to cross and a minefield. In other words, it was not set up to stop a student who could fly. Izuku took off at a comfortable cruising speed, quickly catching up to Todoroki. He and the scarred boy locked eyes for an instant before the Green Lantern rapidly accelerated, surging ahead of both Todoroki and the wave of ice the other student sent his way. It's obvious that the remaining obstacles aren't a problem for Midoriya. Present Mike exclaimed as Izuku rapidly expanded the gap between himself and the now second-place contestant. In retrospect, we probably should have taken his flying ability into account, Eraserhead grumbled, sounding like he'd rather be literally anywhere else than the announcer's booth. And it's not even close, folks. Present Mike shouted as Izuku flew into the stadium. Midoriya leaves his fellow students in the dust to easily claim first place. Looks like the fiercest fought battle will be for second place. Eraserhead made some kind of remark in reply about how the remaining students shouldn't let up despite the top prize having already been claimed, but Izuku barely heard them. He felt jittery after the tension and build up to that first event and then getting a quick, easy win. "Hey, Midoriya," Midnight called to him from her place on her little stage. He could tell from the tone of her voice that she had slipped out of her seductress persona for the moment. "You did great, kid. Just take a breath and sit tight. Enjoy the respite while you can get it." "Thanks," he nodded. Taking her advice, he took several slow, deep breaths, feeling some of the nervous tension leave him as he waited for the rest of the students to complete the race. It wasn't too long before Todoroki arrived and claimed second place, with Kaken hot on his heels. The ice user simply gave Izuku a stony glare before stomping off. The explosive blonde, on the other hand, looked like he was on the verge of either flying into a murderous rampage or bursting into angry tears, or possibly both at once. Izuku made a point of not catching his eye once he saw how distraught Kaken was, not wanting to set him off. After those two less-than-friendly faces, however, a beaming Yaoyorozu came sprinting into the stadium to claim fourth place. In the top 5. "Congratulations, Yaoyorozu," Izuku said. "It's amazing how much better you've gotten at using your quirk for mobility and speed." A faint dusting of red appeared on her cheeks. "I couldn't have done it without you helping me practice, not to mention you getting Mineta off of me." Izuku felt his own face heat a bit. How can a girl this hot also be so cute? He wondered, then felt a brief bolt of terror when he realized he wasn't sure if he'd said that aloud or not. Thankfully, he'd managed to keep his mouth shut for once, judging by the lack of a reaction from the raven-haired girl. "Congratulations yourself, by the way," she added, favoring him with another brilliant smile. "First place is no small achievement." "Thanks," he managed, resisting the urge to point out that the course had clearly not been designed to stop someone with the ability to fly in mind. It helped that it was currently more difficult than usual to form words. "Midoriya, that was awesome," an exhausted-looked Uraraka said as she staggered over to him, followed by a trembling Ida, who appeared to be in the midst of a personal crisis over failing to win a race despite his quirk. "You too, Yamamoto. You were all zip and thwip, and just swinging over everyone even better than Zero. I'm so jealous of you too. Your quirks are both good for everything." Izuku turned so red he resembled a tomato, while a somewhat less flustered Yaoyorozu thanked her and praised the Gravity Girl for her own strong performance. Looks like it's finally over, Midnight announced to the arena once the final students had crossed the finish line a few minutes later. Let's give our students a round of applause for their display of prowess and youthful vigor. She really sticks with that persona right to the hilt, doesn't she? Yaoyorozu remarked, sounding like she didn't exactly approve. She is a pro-hero in the middle of an extremely public event, Izuku replied. If there was ever a time to maintain the image she's crafted for herself, this is it. A fair point, the raven-haired girl allowed. The top 42 students from the qualifying round will move on. Midnight continued. Now, the main competition really begins. I hope all you young champions have the stamina to find your second wind because we move on to the next round now. Though maybe she is laying it on a bit thick, Izuku admitted, getting an amused grin from Yaoyorozu. Is the anticipation of finding out what the next event is killing you? Midnight did her best to milk the suspense. Well, wait no more. The next round is... The words, cavalry battle, appeared on the screen behind her. Midnight quickly explained the rules to both the students and the scores of spectators. The remaining contestants needed to form teams of 2 to 4 and get into a horse and rider position, with one person as the rider. Every team would have headbands worth a certain number of points, and the teams would have 15 minutes to try to claim as many of the headbands as they could. The amount each team was worth depended on its members, and in turn, how much each member brought to the team was dependent upon how they'd done in the obstacle race. The person who'd come in 42nd place was worth 5, the next person 10, and so on. But our first place winner of the obstacle race is worth 10 million points. Midnight proclaimed, cracking her whip for emphasis. Izuku's eyes widened as he felt everyone turn to look at them, their gazes suddenly predatory. He swallowed, then sighed. Of course his victory had come with an immediate punishment. No fear, he whispered. Plus ultra. Midnight shouted,